It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. First. First. First.
Most teams are going to be focusing on qualifying for Japan, but we're focusing on winning.
I hope they will prepare good, because we're gonna for sure.
Continue looking incredible.
We are here to make our mark. Get ready to witness greatness.
The tournament has to buckle up, because we're about to unleash a storm of energy, synergy, and power.
We are here to play and slay and show the world what we are made of.
If you think that we are done, we're gonna surprise you.
Happy Masters Tokyo Qualification Day! Hello everyone, and welcome to day 2 of VCT EMEA playoffs, coming to you live from Messe Berlin. Yesterday we saw a couple of games, but the stakes are about to get a lot higher today. I'm your host Yingsu, and I'm joined by Zesht and Ryan. You guys, again, yesterday I felt like was a bit of an appetizer because, Vincent, today is the main course.
The big boys are coming out to play, huh? Yeah, it's going to be quite amazing to see the team that is pretty much undefeated and the ones that are always striving with creativity finally on the server.
It's that mix of like teams that we've seen at international events before, trying to open those notches, versus teams that we've never seen at international events fighting for those spots. It's a good one.
I can't wait to see who actually makes it through, but some teams from around the world have already made it through over at VCT Pacifics and also in China as well. They have completed their qualification days. As you guys can see, DRX, PaperX, T1 are the ones that qualify from VCT Pacifics. It's looking pretty scary, Ryan, as we see the teams that other regions are sending, but but we're not scared though.
No, not at all. We get that extra spot because Fnatic won lock-in, and obviously Americas is going on at the moment too, so we'll start to see the puzzle pieces being put in together. But I'm confident in our fall from EMEA, that's for sure.
I'm particularly interested in the Chinese teams. I think they can really upset, particularly HFMIO, DZJC9Z7. My absolute favorite. I'm very much looking forward to that.
You ready to learn some Chinese, Vincent?
Hell yeah, buddy.
Yeah? But I mean, as you guys said, I'm not scared either. There's a reason we're getting 4 slots, right? The other regions are only getting 2 and 3 slots. We've got 4. Now, to celebrate qualification day today, because we've had quite a few of these over the last few years, we've decided to each pick one of our favorites, I would say, moments we've seen from qualification day, because they are always very, very exciting. I'm going to kick things off by traumatizing some of you at home and upsetting an entire fan base by making you relive this.
Now things get dangerous. Halfway or just about. Brave coming around the corner though. He stopped the defuse. He's running the clock down. Defo wants the swing, and surely that's it one on time now.
Oh, I don't think he's got it. It's going to be close. Oh, it must have been so ridiculous.
0.02. I think my favorite thing about that is I think a lot of the Fnatic players thought they had lost that round. It was GG, it was done. But Brave, calculated, I think. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I got PTSD from watching that. I did not need to see this again. Thank you for choosing it. It really felt like that first nail in the coffin of M3C and our dreams of the squad that stood together forever.
Yeah.
Plummeted.
I don't know how you mentally come back from that if you were Gambit at the time.
They didn't never.
Yeah, I mean, I know they literally didn't, but like, I can't imagine what their comms were like in that moment. But speaking of Gambit, they've had a fair few events where they've actually done some decent work in some cases, but we're going back a little bit further to the qualification of Masters Berlin, where they actually bring it back into overtime against Team Liquid, and this one was a full map of craziness.
This is going to be a game of cat and mouse, and Chronicles actually got the timing. Gambit might just have it under their belt at long last. A few of these players low, but we've seen clutches again and again. This time, Nat side swipes and leaves Yampy alone. Gambit are going to Masters. The first international event for this squad, the second Masters event, as Team Liquid fall in the lower bracket. They'll still have a chance later on.
Before you say anything else, sorry, Sliggy, I know he might be watching. I don't want to make him relive that.
Yeah.
It was so close in the end. Even when we saw Gambit qualifying for events, they never made it easy. And I think Nats was even sick that day. That's why he was just sat in his chair like, oh, thank God it's over. I can like lay down now.
I mean, Liquid was so traumatized, they decided to pick up 2 players to prevent Vincent from happening ever again.
Hey, you know what? You had one of those M3C. You know what? I have one as well.
Surely not.
No, absolutely
we all
not.
gone for crazy Gambit.
I have one from Guild.
Oh,
one of my favorite moments is Guild actually qualifying, and them, kicking out a team we don't really know, but they have actually made it in a 2-0 fashion on Fracture.
Yeah.
Let's take a look.
They've got to break themselves the wall through already. We're going to see the Rolling Thunder utilized to try and get a little bit more aggressive. And Trex, he's just picked off 2 heads. This man wants to make his way to the Masters, as now only Shados remains to try and close this out. It's done. Guild are going to be the first team to make it to Masters Copenhagen.
It was actually quite amazing to see finally Guild qualify for something, as they've always been like 3rd or 4th or something like that.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it once more was eliminating or closing out what actually happened at the end of the day.
This is bullying.
It is bullying. It is literally bullying.
Especially after like Redgar's day yesterday. It's just like, playoffs just seem to be a torrid time for him overall.
What I will say though, the good news is 3 out of those 5 Gambit players will have a chance today to be able to lock in a spot at Masters. Wouldn't that be a turnaround given the year they had last year? So let's take a look at the schedule with that in mind, because we have 2 massive games coming up for you guys. First, we have Fnatic versus FUT. Of course, you guys saw FUT compete already yesterday, and Fnatic, they're no strangers, I would say, when it comes to being able to qualify for events. And it's followed by NAVI versus Liquid. Sorry, we're doing some shuffling. You guys can't see this behind the scenes, but
take it back now,
it's going to be like magic.
I hope we have like QVS for a replay of that for later.
Honestly, I can't tell my left from my right. I don't know about you guys. I
One
mean,
hop this time.
yes. I'm good at other things, okay? I am good at other things. But to celebrate the fact that, Ryan, you even said last week that Fnatic, they're undefeated in group stage, but it's not the first time they've been undefeated.
No, since we've had like group stages for VCT, so starting last year, Fnatic have never lost a series in groups. They've dropped a couple of maps here or there. They only dropped one this stage where they have to play up against all other 9 teams that are in the EMEA league, but it's still just a dominant result. When it was through open brackets, they might have struggled here, like Ballista Esports, for example, bringing them back up again. But when we've had like groups, Fnatic have been in control every single time.
Let's stop traumatizing people. But Vincent, since you're here, and the fact that Fnatic are undefeated, I thought we could combine the two and make a quiz. I know the last time you did a quiz, you got stomped by Lothar, so it's time for your redemption arc.
It was rigged.
I'm about to show you guys some win streaks for EMEA teams and their win streaks. I want you to guess which team this was, if we can have a full screen. What map it was on, and which team broke this team's win streak. Vincent, you know it. Who is this, and what map?
I can tell you exactly. You know why?
Yeah.
13-9. Okay, I'm guessing, right?
Okay, tell me who it is.
Yeah, I think it is Liquid.
On what map?
They got their win streak broken.
No, on what map?
That should be Ascent.
Okay.
Because they played against CE Calling, the only German team that at that point in time made it. There was the team, I think, with Musashi at it, the previous version of CGN, and they pretty much defeated that.
Okay, who ended this win streak? Which team ended this win streak? If you can get all 3, I will give you 3 points. If 2, I'll just give you 2 points.
FPX.
Incorrect. Ryan, you have a chance to steal a point off of Vincent. Vincent is correct. It is Liquid.
Of course it is.
It is Ascent. But who ended that win streak, Ryan?
Was it Ascend?
It was not. Let's reveal the correct answers here. It was Liquid, Ascent 2021, and it was broken by version 1 at Masters Iceland. Yeah, that team, you know?
Oh yeah, Effie's had like an insane game. Way back when.
Wait, you remember who played for CE Calling?
Yeah.
What do you
And we
expect?
can't remember. Hello, Vanity? Know that guy? Yeah, you know? Let's move on to the next one. Next win streak here, Ryan, I'll let you guess first. This one, same exact rules. Which team, which map, who ended it?
1, 2, 3. All right, so we're going all the way back to pretty much around just before Berlin. Man, this is actually kind of tough. Like looking at these...
Vincent, you have any clue? Because Ryan is a bit slow on this one.
Okay, so here's the deal. They lost 13-7 against Focus.
Oh my god. No, they beat Focus.
No. Otherwise, it would be the other way around. 7-13 Focus. They lost against Focus.
Oh, they haven't lost. This is a win streak we're showing, so I don't know what's happening. Okay,
easy peasy.
I'm going to show the answer because I'd have to rush and move you guys on.
Okay.
But this was Ascend on Bind.
I knew it.
Is that Bind?
This was Ascend's Bind, and it was
They
broken
lost to
by
G2.
Gambit. Yeah, they lost to, well, they had like 2 win streaks. They had like a win streak, and then Gambit, and then another win streak. It was kind of like a slice in the middle. But last one, Vincent is leading with 2 points right now. Ryan, I'm going to give you this. Come on.
Okay.
It is another win streak, and I think there's one that could give this away. It's a very obvious one that could give this away, Ryan. You got this.
Oh, man.
Look at the opponent and think who they played against. You got this.
I'm getting literally like game show brain at the moment.
Look at Newton. Which team would have played against Newton?
Is Reykjavik? It's not, so it'd be Fnatic, because it was only the 2 teams that we sent.
Yes, which map?
I imagine they lost to Sentinels.
On which map?
It's the map that I'm struggling on. Is it Bind again?
It is Bind again. Ryan with 3 points. You've overtaken Vincent. It is a 3-2 win to Ryan. I'm sorry, Vincent.
That's
you
fine.
keep losing.
This time I lost fair.
I'm tilted that you lost. That's kind of like the situation.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some crazy win streaks, and it is going to be Fnatic. I feel like you guys potentially feel like another win streak there that we could see as we head into Tokyo Masters.
Yes, 100%.
What's going on at the moment? It's like Lotus is like 7-0, Haven 7-0. No, I meant for Fnatic at the moment. Like Haven's undefeated, right? So there's still loads going for them.
Yeah,
absolutely.
There's definitely a lot going for them. We're going to talk about Fnatic right after this because they will be taking on FUT in just a moment. Well, it is going to be a game of David versus Goliath here. Let's start talking about Fnatic in this matchup. We haven't seen them here yet at playoffs. Group stage, they were flawless. And statistically, when it comes to their players, individually, Ryan, they are just the best in slot. Let's start with Chronicle here. He has the highest assists per round out of everyone in the tournament so far.
I mean, when you're looking at like the best initiators in the world, it's pretty much just those two battling for at this point. Like Chronicle mostly playing on stuff like Breach, a lot of assists, perfect. I can't replicate that kind of thing that Chronicle could do. Insane player.
And when we move on, I mean, we already said at the guild times, Leo is one of the most crucial and valuable initiators we have within the scene. He once more proves it in pretty much the best team we have right now. 0.03 deaths per round. Like, he knows his value.
Yeah, and just to put that into context, he's got more shock dart kills than he has first death. A lot
Not
more,
surprised.
actually. Double, triple at this point. Ryan, do we even need to gas up Durka at this point?
I don't think so. I feel he could be doing so much better, you know? He could be going
Mediocre
so much
player.
harder.
Yeah, 101 first kills. That's ridiculous.
I mean, I'm quite sure that half of chat is better than him. I'm quite convinced half of chat is better than him.
Don't bring chat into this. But yeah, Ryan, let's talk about Alpha here because he was one of the players that maybe people thought would be carrying a little bit less. Now these two, Leo and Chronicle in the roster, but that's not been the case, has it?
Yeah, when it comes to like best in slot argument in the world, I think people are like, maybe Althea could be replaced by like less in some cases from Lau, but I think after that round he had at lock-in and how well he's been performing since he's got here for groups, he has cemented himself as, I think, the best Sentinel in the world.
And of course, we cannot forget the IGL, the man who glues it all together and who has, I mean, I'll be honest with you, surprisingly, the best clutch rate within our scene. 9 out of 20, if I'm not totally wrong. 20 clutches played, 9 of them won. It's kind of crazy, isn't it?
It's not easy as well, Ryan, to measure IGL stats, I feel like, but I think if we tie everything together, surely are they the best players in their roles in this region or even in the world right now?
I think so. There's some cases where you could say maybe like Nats in that Sentinel role could be placed in some cases, but I think how this all comes together under Mini as well, who's the most tenured coach I think we have in the scene right now. SLK is bringing a lot of different ideas, like the half shield stuff, for example. Everything in this package is world class.
I mean, I wrote it down for us. You know, I was making sure because those are great numbers, but...
Oh, this wasn't enough for you?
No.
You have more?
No. So basically, the average player ACS, their best stat. Average player ADR, their best stat. That's quite good. The team-wide first kills, first death difference is plus 0.5. Imagine, that's insane. So the amount of dances performed is plus 7 internationally.
Before we get flamed
the
for
amount
being
of
biased again,
one is bazillion.
Let's move on. Come
the
on,
number of potential heart attacks
I mean,
of Mini is 9,725,321.
Hey, we're gonna get told off now, Vincent. Come on, we're gonna get told off for being biased. Fnatic, we get it. They are good, but do you know what? If Durka was so good, I went 4-4 against him on Lotus, and I'm trash. So you know, he's got weaknesses. They're not perfect. But let's talk about their opponent for today, because while Fnatic they are good and they have a lot of experience internationally, Vincent, it's the opposite for these players. It's a big opportunity.
Yeah, not too long ago, we would see them a tier under, being a regional league team. A decent regional league team, but never would have expected them to be the very best of Turkey necessarily. Well, they showed us at VRL finals, but they still have never really attended an international LAN, particularly on a qualification type of level. Now, the question is that kind of pressure coming down on them, be like, oh damn, we're scared, we nearly need to book a ticket and we're playing against the best team, or are they as chill as always?
The thing about it as well, we sort of spoke about Fnatic ever since we've had like a group format, they've been undefeated. Since we've had that format, we've not seen a Turkish team make playoffs at that point, right? Like they've really like struggled to get into those top positions. So this is earned to get this far, and the chances of them going to Turkey, I think are still high. The odds are in their favor, right? 6 teams in playoffs, 4 qualifying for Tokyo. But going for this is most certainly doable. It's just the fact that it's up against Fnatic, who don't seem to have a fault right now.
I mean, this is a real Cinderella story. If they can beat Fnatic to get to Tokyo, honestly, I think they can go all the way here in EMEA. And I think that will probably be the biggest upset we will see and the greatest story as well. But let's take a look at these two teams head-to-head when it comes to in-game. Because, okay, it is a little bit difficult to best Fnatic as stats, but FUT's played more rounds. That counts.
That's the win.
That counts.
With another game extra played.
Oh, yeah, true.
You have to put that into consideration. But to be very frank and to be very honest, I'm personally, I'm not like, oh my god, this is horrible, you know, this is in shock. But at the same time, when you take a look and pretty much every single win rate is over 60%, you are like in that situation like, okay, I'm out, this is the best team.
there's just no real entry into it overall. But I think also when you look at where these teams started, like Fnatic picking up 2 insane free agents at the start of this year with Chronicle and Leo, thought they had this team comprised, and they played so many off-season tournaments, and they looked really rough in some of them, right? Some of them they had substitutes like Homeground, for example, but it was a team that just at the start of this year didn't show that they were going to be contenders at this point to be going to international events. Now here they are. And right at this point, it's like, yeah, maybe the odds are in favor of Fnatic, but that means the pressure's not on us, it's most certainly on them.
Exactly.
And it's a bit of a reputation thing as well, because coming into 2023, in 2022, Turkey didn't convince at all. They were usually at the bottom of the standings. BBL, SMP, they never really played well. They even got a team demoted, and now it's a total opposite for this year. This is the year of Turkey, you could kind of say, where they've surprised everyone.
Yeah, finally. I've been batting for the Turkish region since 2020, so I'm very happy about this, but there is also a Turkish player on the side of Fnatic, of course. That is Alphaya. Let's take a look at the Alphaya versus Atta captain, because Alphaya, for me, probably the rookie of our region last year, but Ryan, there is a real case to be made that Atta is probably the rookie of the year this year.
Yeah, I think this conversation is really good when you look at the other regions as well, like Pacific, you look at like something for Paper X. If you look at Americas, you've got
C9.
Yeah, C9. Jakey is just insane. I think Atta captain is amongst those names when we're talking about players that really we don't know too much about. He was subbing in and out of particular maps at the start of this stage. He's earned his spot, and he's one of those players that he's playing more of a support role, so he's not like Kiwi, just farming out. It's still unbelievable what he's been able to do.
And I think it shows us particularly if we take a look in the future, how skilled Turkey overall is, and how many individuals that might even surprise us, not maybe this season, but in the future.
I mean, you doubted them yesterday, Vincent, so
I did, yeah.
Let's not doubt them again today, but that is enough from us, because it's time to bring the teams out onto stage. This is it. This is what they've been fighting, working, and building towards in the last 8 weeks. A shot at Masters. Messe Berlin, raise your voices for Fnatic and FUT.
I can feel it in my blood, got my heart racing. Got the world in my sights and it's for the taking. We apply the pressure, diamonds in the making. Got the spirit, got the vision, yeah, we groundbreaking. Now we trying to take the whole game and make it bigger. I can take the pain, cause I'm a born winner. FUT Esports.
Trying to push to the top of the pack, think that stop, no, never that. Trying to get to the top of my game. I don't want hear no talk from lanes. I don't want do it if there's not no gain. Them man are lacking cause them man don't train. Hey, I can't accept one loss. Trying to be something I'm not. Trying to push to the top of the pack, think that stop, no, never that. I can't accept one loss. Trying to be something I'm not. Trying to push to the top of the pack, think that stop, no, never that.
Well, these two teams have played against each other before, but the last time they faced each other, Icebox was still in the pool. And of course, Vincent, if you leave Icebox open against Fnatic, you might as well just FF. But it won't be the case this time around. So how big of a difference do you think that will make for FUT?
I think it is a fair conclusion you have right here, considering Icebox being, they're the kings of that. But at the same time, when we take a look at map pool and where both are successful at, I think there's 2 maps that really come at the top of my head. And that would be, for example, Haven and Lotus, where I would say good maps for Fnatic, but also good maps for FUT, and that makes it kind of scary in the FUT selection. Do you really want to play into a map where Fnatic is absolutely excellent at?
I think they should, Ryan.
Yeah,
I think so.
I think, like, going into playoffs, for me, FUT, you had to sort of have this synonymous relationship with Lotus. Like, they were that kind of team. They were on a win streak up until they ran into Fnatic last time. Then they lost it. They don't need to rely on it anymore. They got here without having to use it, but the bans, at least so far for Fnatic, looking fairly straightforward.
Yeah, of course. Fnatic are the highest seed, so they were able to choose which team they wanted to be, and they chose Team A here, which means, Vincent, they'll get the first pick.
Yep, they very much do. And now with Fine coming into this is very crucial to point that out. FUT has not let this one play throughout the regular season. It entered later, but they still were not keen to bring it up. And now we have a big one as well. It is Split that we're seeing as their decision.
For the first time this season, Ryan, I'm feeling like Fnatic are on the back foot when it comes to the vetoes. I assume they thought that Foot could be choosing Haven for them, so they don't need to pick Haven, but Fut's thrown a Hispanic in the works and chosen Split, which means they're going to get to ban Haven and go to Lotus.
I guess the positive here is that it forces Foot to decide between Haven and Lotus, two of their stronger maps. So Lotus is going to be the decider again for them. They didn't have to rely on it against their series against Giants yesterday, but it feels for like Fnatic, they've played Bind once, we've already seen it. It's like both teams focusing less on what their strong maps are. They're trying to go at the weakest maps potentially for Foot and for Fnatic respectively.
I mean, Fnatic are a prep-heavy team. They like to anti-strat. There's no footage on Foot. The last time they played this is Red Bull Homeground, and Kiwi wasn't even there.
Yeah,
so
there's Chamber Matter too.
Yeah, and there's no footage, first of all, on Bind of Foot. Split is Fnatic probably, even though they haven't really lost on it, it's not one of their strongest maps. It's not your Icebox or your Haven, and Fnatic don't get either Haven or Fracture. Ryan, I don't remember the last time that this veto has been so favored into another team. And Vincent, I'm going to get you to quickly break down Bind before we jump into game.
Thank you very much for that one. I'm going to really take a minute to give you an idea of something that is fairly unusual. A Cypher on Bind, a rare occasion for most teams, as we are seeing, though, a bit of a difference in things and how it's going to be planned out. We're taking a look at the defense side, where Fnatic has been particularly good at. So what are you seeing right here? We're going to see a few red dots. They represent basically where Alpha is at. And we have green dots. They represent the spy cam, and the blue dots, the tripwires. Okay, so what are they telling us? We see a lot of Fnatic taking a bath aggression. Alpha going a little bit into with one of his teammates, taking that room, and this cam right here helps you to understand what has happened over the direction of a short. Okay, so you got the clearance, and when you go out of bath, you're not running into the unknown. Same happens when we swap sides. On B, he's more of a passive player. He hides himself more towards elbow, more under the side of Hookah, where he has, for example, a trapwire ready for the players dropping out. So what am I trying to tell you? On the attacking side, you have to be very careful as Foot on what side you're attacking at and what you're doing, because the traps are, first of all, something very unusual. You hardly see it in Prex, you hardly see it in official games, and your preparation might be lacking in that department. And second of all, the cam gets a lot of information where you are when you're pushing another side of the map, where Alpha is then lurking from, for example, buff when you're pushing a short. So you gotta be really careful as Foot on which side you're attacking and in what utility you run into.
Well, thank you very much, Vincent. Let's see how Fut is able to deal with this. But let's quickly talk about agents before we jump into it, because Fnatic, we know where they're going to play. Fut played the triple controller at Red Bull Homeground, the Boaster special, but Ryan, surely they're not going to do that here.
No, I mean, the meta on Bind's interesting in itself because it hasn't shifted a huge amount. There's still like a slot, I suppose, in the team where you could throw in a Harbor. We've seen a little bit of Gecko over in Pacific. The Cypher, like you mentioned, for Alpha here. But I just don't see Foot being the kind of team that's going to go super off meta. I think it's going to be fairly similar to what we've seen in the past.
Well, it would be surprising me. It would be very much surprising if we see crazy stuff. Atta on the Brimstone is a good sign, I would say. Maj on the Viper is also decent. We're not seeing too many changes on the on the Fnatic side of things.
I mean, they wouldn't change, right? But this Atta Captain Brimstone pick is really interesting. He doesn't really get to play on this team, but in the past, he's played a bucket load of Brimstone. This is not his first time, and I'm really, really happy with this comp.
He was like a Brimstone extraordinaire, like brought in for that specific reason. I think the double initiate is really interesting, having Curax on the KO. It feels maybe they were expecting the Cypher, like that knife could just break down a lot of those early setups. Chronicle had a really good game against Vitality when they played last, so there's maybe a chance that this faded KO could pry open Fnatic a little bit.
But that is also a very crucial thing that we really need to highlight here. There is no Sky, right? This is something that is very normal on this map, where you, for example, as a defender, clear out belong very often, get early information, and this is where we don't have this kind of utility in the same way, where you have two flashes, two information pieces on that side. So it will pretty much force you to a different playstyle, where you're much more into set pieces when it comes to flashes.
I love how Kamek is warming up as well, because you never know, you never know. But I'm with you. I way prefer the Sky over the KO, so I'm not quite sure what they're going to do here, but there's going to be a lot of adaptation, Ryan, that's going to come down to Boaster. Now they've seen this comp, I wonder what they're thinking of.
Yeah, with Foot like starting on the defense as well, there's so much pressure on those KO knives, not only to suppress, obviously to break some of that utility that's about to be used, but also just to get information, because you don't have that Trailblazer that can go down B-long to find if there's anybody there to jump for the teleport. Every knife and every Fade Haunt, every Prowler, every little bit of utility to gain information needs to be used at the right time, otherwise Fnatic could dodge it, get around it, and bait and maybe go to another side.
And there are not many teams teams doing that fate composition with something, right? For example, KO only played by NAVI. BBL and Liquid are the only ones who are playing Fate. So it's a different information style, a different, more of an aggressive, prodding information style that very much works in this case.
Well, so this is a very, very important series and a very important map. Here are your casters, Pavlos and Ender.
All right, well, I made a mistake on your name yesterday, so it's okay. Don't worry about it. It happens to the best of us. But yes, this is a moment that we've all been waiting for, right? This match determines who gets to qualify first to Masters Tokyo.
Oh yeah, Fnatic with a chance to go back and defend their lock-in title on the international stage, maybe win a Masters this time around. And Foot, of course, coming in as the heavy underdogs versus Fnatic. But after yesterday's performance, they've got the momentum on their side, and they looked lights out in their matchup.
Let's be honest, for Fnatic here, this seems like a simple trajectory to success. On the other hand, Foot is looking to cause some havoc.
They absolutely are. They've got a chance here. Bind a Fnatic staple in the past, but Des talking about how the map pool may be favoring them today.
But again, everybody, make some noise. It is time to welcome Fnatic and Foot for the first match determining qualification to Masters Tokyo.
This is going to be a good one. Fnatic kicking things off here on the attack. But they usually warm up into things just a little bit. Not going to be showing too much early on, just playing some early control, posting up Alfie Air outside showers. Foot also not trying much on their own, just using Fallen with just going for that orb down long. I actually don't even think he sent out the haunt or anything like that. Just went ahead, stuck that, charging up those orbs into the early round. And I think Fnatic were maybe expecting a little bit more aggression from the defensive side. They're going to take their time for regrouping in for a hit around that minute mark.
Fnatic, I think, have already made a decision, though. Slowly inching their way towards this ace site. Three-man strong on the defense. Trailblazer clearing out lamps. Greeted with contact, but they're patient.
Yeah, and right now, Foot, we're thinking about rotating, didn't end up calling it over. It's a heavy hit in towards U-Haul, and even with 3 players here, Foot are going to be hard-pressed to find a fight.
Oh, Krax might be in direct contact with him right away. He's got assistance of Kiwi. It's first blood for the Foot side, but all 3 of them are dropped back. That nade could have done a lot, but they were able to avoid it. Boaster in trouble. Durka somehow finds 2, and all of a sudden, this site might be opened up by Fnatic. Mosh keeping close contact, but Chronicle is there, and Mr. Fallen is left alone.
It'll all be up to Fallen. Sees the angle on the first player. Has the C's as well to try and trap Leo onside. He's so low with the decay.
Low. He's able to make his way all the way around from lamps, but it's a crossfire setup. This is tough. Guiding lights, opportunity for a peek for Leo, but drops back right after that. Realize where he is. It's a spray down and a headshot, and Mr. Fallen's got all of his health. Chronicle trying to take the fight. Oh, he's been revealed. There's an opportunity here. If Foot start things off strong, it would be grand, but Chronicle able to put a stop at it with 5 points of health.
The difference of 5 health to determine that pistol. And the last time these teams faced off, Fnatic won 4 out of 4 of those pistol rounds. This one coming down to the wire. It was a bit of a blowout, I think, because of those pistols primarily. 13-5 on the 2 maps they played. We've got new maps for them today, apart from the Lotus, if we make it to a 3rd. But Fnatic winning that pistol sets the tone for this series.
Exactly, and this being a sort of a new map for the particular setup as well that they've got the lineup.
Brand new.
Talk me through what you think of this in comparison to what Fnatic have brought out.
Yeah, well, the Des sort of touched on it a little bit with having this KO pick that really only Angel likes to go into. And while I think for Fnatic, or Foot rather, it offers them less, mid-round information than a Sky would, it does give them some benefit when it comes to actually executing into a site, whether it's the takes, the retakes, primarily with the ultimate being able to turn off all the stalling utility of a Cypher perhaps, of the mollies coming out from Chronicle too. There's going to be some value when it comes into that, but overall, it's less passive value. It's less consistent value round to round, and a lot will be how Crack's able to find players with knives. And you remember yesterday, Crack's didn't even matter about the utility. He was just a clutch god for the
Turkish aim on display. That was yesterday.
He just won a cent for the team, right?
Talk about that Turkish storyline. It's also at the same time Alfaya trying to prove he's the best Turkish player by far, right? He didn't even want any of these other teams of Foot and BBL to qualify to play us to begin with. So that's quite a comedical way of heading into this one.
Gets to carry the torch all on his own.
Let's see how this one works out. Obviously,
Captain got a rifle.
Yeah, that's something.
Launching smoke.
Some damage could be done, touching the spike, and the Captain's out of it. But it's fairly clean, only 1 to drop from Fnatic this round. It's Durka, but the rest fall into place 2-0.
Yeah, I'll see. I think Fnatic this round realized that Fallen has been playing for the orbs down towards B long, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Fnatic try to come up with something to counter out that early. You'll see a lot of the time if Fnatic do end up executing down B long, they've got a nice molly lineup from Chronicle he can throw out from market area that sort of lands on the peak out from Octagon into long to really stop any early fights from going that way. But actually, because Foot are playing Fade on that side of the map as opposed to the KO, you're not concerned about that flash around the corner catching out a lot of players. This might even be a little bit of prep from Foot, not wanting to look for that type of a play because they know exactly how Fnatic like to execute onto that area of the map. But to their credit, Fallen has farmed that orb 3 out of 3 rounds.
Yeah.
He's gonna have that ultimate in round 4 at latest.
Yeah, Nightfall can find quite a lot of impact, especially on bind. The layout's quite strong for the range, but here we go. Fnatic, again, slow down in pace, right-hand side lenient.
And in the pistol round, when they went for this, they went for a 4-1 split into that A site. It was Alfear that dropped to a player backside, so I think this time around, they're gonna end up using maybe the Sky Dog to clear out showers, potentially. They're actually calling an audible in this mid-round. They see a Prowler go down long B. They were a little bit hesitant as to what to do, maybe trying to feign some presence, but now with the flash into showers, they know no one is in that area. So Alfear can play this a little bit more slowly, but that peek into sight, I think he's gonna be a little bit less inclined to go for in a round like this.
Ooh. A little bit too early on the timing there. Moj, potential to find a pick. Ooh, damage on Durka and a pick on Boaster. Could do quite a bit. That's the Brim out. And Durka just walks on forwards while the Sky Smoke's already utilized by Boaster.
Yeah, the brains of the operation down for Fnatic. 25 seconds left. There is some stall utility here to defend against a plant.
Fakiri, really crucial position to hold. Having Lamps control is everything for this retake. Spike. Attempted to be implanted. Durka choosing to take fight after fight, and he can do that. He's just so strong. And all is falling into place for Fnatic, unless Moj can do something about it. And a captain from a different angle. It's Foot on the board.
The Smokes gang coming in there on the retake, Captain and Moj. Well played by them. Fnatic almost had a run for it with a good paint shell on the backside, a couple of kills out of Durka, but a strong defense, I think, that time around from Foot. They're not over-fighting into the site, it seems. They're looking to play a really heavy retake. As soon as Kiwi gets that kill, he just falls back behind the smoke, plays for Lamp's control, and then they can sort of retake a little bit more as a unit. Good fights taken from them on that retake there to wrap it up as well.
And as that was the end of the Logitech G power-up round, I think this is also a reminder of Foot. Last time around that they played against Fnatic, they picked up Icebox, but now they're dropping into Bind, which is also a really good Fnatic
They're given all the happy maps, I think, for Fnatic. This time, though, finally Fnatic, they have that read off of the orb farm. You can just get that passively, pressing tab and check in the orbs counting up on Fallen every single round, but also had some info with the Prowlers playing that side of the map. Or not really successful, I think. I think Fallen was denied actually scooping up that orb, but very close to having that Nightfall. Kiwi as well, Durka too. This is a round where in the mid-round, ults are gonna come online, and these teams are gonna have to get creative to use it, and that's Kiwi's right there.
Alpha often position on lurk positions. Could be an indicator of the aggression to the left-hand side.
And watch that, the contact down B long, I thought was going to inform Chronicle looking for maybe a lurk attempt. Instead, they're just zooming in with the ult.
So quick to aggress, but Showstopper avoided. Still too alive for the defense. Mr. Fallen so close with the Spectre.
And
could do
Captain
it
up
long.
in Hookah is such a good position. Look at him out of the window.
Tries to hide without out of the smoke, but still only good for one.
This is so awkward. The spike is stuck in elbow. Boaster on 4 HP. His teammate's not in sight yet as Kiwi is hunting out too. He gets a critical kill, but there's 2 players in the backside they have to go through, and he can't easily escape to teleport.
That was so unlucky for Kiwi, but now the Snakebite is really causing troubles for the backline of the defenders. Yes, the TP is being taken, pressure to the backline of Fnatic, but the time is dwindling, and Fnatic have a decision to make. Do they rotate? Yes, they do. Both are already moving into the A site, and he will be able to get the plant down. Foot have got every single one of the defenders onto this B side.
Oh, brutal. Chronicle can't find that kill, but hey, they saved the Pride Boaster there. He got out. Now they have to worry about Moj coming in late down A short. Leo going to be put in a position where he has to take this fight on his own. Boaster too.
Timing is everything. Oh, Boaster. He's sticking around. Only now jumped off the ledge.
Now the fight short.
Leo picks it up. Fnatic square things up 2-2. Inwards again, Lamp control ignored by Foot, wanting to isolate the fight into sight. Boaster ring around the Rosie and catches them both unawares. Fnatic with a 3rd one on the board.
Boaster with the 4K there. Man, what a tough round. Man had 4 health. He was stuck in elbow. By no right is he able to escape, but the double mollies come in, I think, to prevent the swing coming out from Cubby on site. He was able to scale on out after that. Just an insane performance. With the heel coming in and critically shutting down the flank. As soon as that flank is gone, Boaster gets to play that ring around the rosy and gets the perfect timing to stab him straight in the back.
Smart play by the captain of Fnatic. And that does a difference in this grand scheme of things, right? Foot down to economical recession yet again, having to drop back to the pistols. They've got ultimates, so looking into the trajectory of this half, it's still okay.
Literal 2008 for Foot right now. You hate to see it. But they are going to look for a little bit of a push down short. If they could get some kills, they could recover rifles, but there's 4 players ready to go, and Durka's not going to let that happen.
They're just lining up for Durka. It's going to be simple. Moj trying to find some extra damage here, but I believe this is all she wrote. We'll move a bit further forwards here. Yeah, no shorty kill. Frenzy kill maybe onto Leo.
Spike planted. Last
No.
player standing.
Revealed his angle.
Vandal kill onto Fallen.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, the captain is a dead man walking.
He's trying to do the Boaster right now. No.
No.
Not slightly different situation. 1v4, no rifle.
Quite. Yeah, Fnatic 4-1. Decent start already on their map pick. Doing quite well.
Yeah.
But Foot are looking to set up a defense now.
Yeah, now Kiwi is going to have that operator online, and this is where you have to start remembering like the things that were going well. Yeah, it's a very different map pool, I think, this time around in the series, even just compared to yesterday for Foot, but I'm going to have my eyes on Moj and Cracks opposite ends of the leaderboards right now, but you remember how solid Moj was as an anchor and Cracks the clutch factor.
True, true. All I'm hoping is that we get to see Lotus, because we didn't get to see it yesterday either. 3 maps would be wonderful.
There.
Fallen, you already have the ult. Wait, why was he farming the orb? You just tanked 129 damage. All right.
And it's not like they are even denying it from someone else, because...
I mean, I suppose they could be.
Yeah, maybe. Takes a lot of damage for it out of captain. Still alive. Excuse me, huh? Mr. Fallen delivering? Okay, Fnatic have chopped their players in isolation, which puts a big advantage point here for Foot. Everybody's still in control of the site. Rotations are there. It's 3v3 when it comes to this B-site fight. Boaster's isolated. No real option to rotate over and leave him alone. They're going to have to stick to their ground.
Yeah, Foot have still left 2 players towards A, so it would be a 3-on-3. If Fnatic commit in, it's not impossible for them. They're actually going to send Boaster all the way around towards long. What this does for them is A, group up, take easier fights. It's really hard to jump out of hookah without a Raze player.
Ooh, what a strike drops.
Ooh, Alfir gets a sick timing past this.
You could argue he's also isolated, but he does walk past it. He could get a grand venture to the back door, and there are potential 3 kills with his name on them. Alpha, yeah, they even line up, but this is just a gift. Is it Christmas? He's thanking them already. And a captain on the back line trying to do the exact same thing that Alfia did.
15 seconds, flank TP comes in from Kiwi. They got to plant inside tube.
They're on site, and they're getting the spike down. That's not a problem. Paint shots do a little bit of damage. Chronicle ends up falling. And Alfia, he's already gotten 2 kills. He's got to make it 3 and an ace and a clutch. The Turk v Turks. Operator, you can see where one of them is coming from.
The bait and switch.
Beautiful. Beautiful play there by Foot. That gets them a 2nd round now on the board.
Fantastic. Paint shell just going straight inside tube there. Kiwi with an operator getting out of hookah was not going to be relevant in that fight. I hate to break it, so. Zeroing down on the planter, fantastic stuff. Still, I mean, just a ridiculous sequence of events, because Alfir gets the first lurk, and then you have a captain that goes into elbow that they just cleared, and somehow he's shooting players in the back of the head too. Kind of insane that Fnatic even had a chance in that round, but a good retake there with 3 to close.
Okay, Foot starting to get the ball rolling. How did you see that round unfold here from Fnatic? Because obviously it felt like a couple of players got isolated early, got picked off.
Well, it really happened inside of their side hit. There was a good position taken, I think, from Captain under hookah that sort of blew him up. There's an op outside showers, though. It's an op battle. Alfir does this.
He really does.
On Lotus, in their previous match, he was playing Killjoy and was also opting into the operator on attack. Just extremity control, and Foot try to push it on the opposite side of things. It works for them.
I know exactly where.
He misses chamber, you can tell. He misses chamber. But it is a switch for the brim, right?
Yeah, and look at Alfier. He knows it's a 1 versus 1 on site, so he's going to speed up onto site. They're going to try to pinch into Moj.
So ambitious.
Rotate comes in quickly from Fallen.
Pushing through the pit as well. So many things look a bit shaky here. But it's Fnatic. You can't count them out.
Down to 28. He might have to just leave this pit.
Oh,
he's
they
so
know!
low.
They know! Moj, well aware. And now there's 3 for Fnatic, little by little. Getting destroyed.
They both just upgraded into the enemy team's operators to take another fight. And Fnatic win it again.
Look, level playing ground, 3v3. Although 2 of the defenders off foot are on the wrong side of the map.
Double TP in on the flank.
Oh, Durka, what a pick! Switches to the Vandal, but Mr. Fallen takes him down before he gets a chance to use it. Again, TP. Man, TP extravaganza on buy today.
Absolutely insane. Now, Krax has the null command on the retake. Could use that early to shut off Leo's ability to flash them back into sight. And he misses the timing on it. Chronicle gets the ultimate down, but Leo's chunked out with the wall bang.
Desperate shoots through the pit. Oh man, this is not going to be easy, Chronicle. He's got that higher angle, but it might not even come down to him. Leo's just hiding out. So difficult to tackle there by Foot, and Fnatic sees control.
That was a fun bind round. I'll be honest, I loved seeing that. The teleport's coming in on all sides, because you could see Foot were setting up for it with 2 players inside of the teleporter, knowing that Durka, after this shot, is isolated in showers. They wanted to pinch in. But the fact that Durka finds that kill, and then Fnatic, realizing they know where all the remaining players are, they just jump into the teleport themselves. It gives them the pit and makes that round near unwinnable for Foot.
Let's choke them.
Okay, Viper.
Okay, all right.
The orb farm continues. They tend to their crops, even on the eco rounds. Just keep, and now it's not even Mr. Fallen. They still got him over towards V. They want Captain to have the ultimate. Probably thinking that in the world, they want that to maybe deny a plant. It's a little bit more effective to zone players away. Great shot from Krax.
He's been such a big difference maker these playoffs so far, but quickly dealt with.
Still 3 players inside showers now. Fnatic are sticking into the plant. Captain gets another orb, 1 kill, and he has that ulti.
Yeah, they could just spray with them, play with them. It's easy for Fnatic at this point. It's their mistake to make, right? And knowing Fnatic, quite well rehearsed in these situations, just drop back, don't give any free fights. You've got a lineup in the making as well. You've got a backside coming in through showers. Just wait for Foot to push them, and that's exactly what they're doing. Composed as ever. Moj? Ooh, okay, why not?
Behind enemy lines for a second there.
Yeah, that's all she wrote. That's 6-2 for Fnatic, starting to run away.
All things considered, though, a very successful eco round, I think, for Foot. They get 3 orbs, 2 just off of the orbs actually take, and then the death 2 for Captain gives him his ult going into this round. Fallen's going to probably play for those orbs B-side once again, so they can maybe try and fight back against Fnatic. But have some options, try and stall out the plants. We've seen it from the paint shells, the mollies, everything coming down. And Fnatic do play these rounds somewhat more slowly, usually waiting for that second cycle before they commit into a site, activating the teleports in the late rounds. It's not been uncommon for them to get the spike down on the ground with 25 or less seconds on the clock. I think a lot of that comes down to how Foot are playing, because Foot aren't giving Fnatic a ton of early fights, apart from the 1 round where they ran showers into the operator, and that didn't go too well for them. They're playing heavy back sight, and then heavy stall, heavy fights. The second the spike is tapped, that's when they really want to swing out and take the pain to you.
And I feel like that's quite a change of pace from what Foot usually go for, right? When it comes to these early rounds, they tend to play it quite aggressive, right? They quite like to demand space early from opposing teams, right? Put your opponents on a rough spot, but no, they've made quite a distinct difference this time around. And Fnatic is known for being prep heavy, so switching your play like that, possibly trying to catch their opponents off guard.
Yeah, when Fnatic, all they have to look at coming into this game is how is the team play style, sort of irregardless of map, because Bind is something that Foot just have not played since it's come out for us. And one thing that I do feel like has been missing a little bit from Foot has been the Raze Fade sort of comboing up on defense. A lot of times you'll see them play together towards the A side of the map and put the Flash Initiator down B long to play for that angle, and that gives you options to try and seize plus paint shell and trap players going up short. If it's a hookah execute, you can throw those through the teleporter, but quick X.
Yeah, talk about change of pace. This is Durka explosively moving forwards. Kiwi gets filled up with paint, and Durka just keeps on giving. Mr. Fallen eventually does spray through and take him down. That threat has been eliminated. But they've got a lot more players to deal with now. Fnatic take over a site.
Captain has the ultimate if they're able to get anything here, and they still have control over Lamps. Roaster puts down smokes for backside, but Krax has a couple of flashes. Can try to scout out with the knife too and catch these two players up short.
Careful here.
Take a second. Flash drive. How do they isolate? Great orbital strike, dealing with one, and Krax is on the case. Fnatic, one by one, being dwindled, and Leo is left alone, and all of a sudden, no one from Fnatic is alive. But what an excellent retake by them.
Yeah, Captain sort of comboing that ult off of the scout util. Fallen throws outside showers, I believe. Fantastic retake, the shots come in too. Down in numbers, but they lose none in a 3 versus 4.
Brilliant.
Kind of ridiculous.
Patient as well.
They lost the two players. Like, this hit is brutal. Yeah. So rare you see a raise rocket that goes upwards actually get the kill, but off the ult there, just a perfect angle.
There was a bit of risk involved there with Fnatic's play also. Both trying to go for a backstab and got caught off guard.
Yeah, Alpha fighting in front of the one-way there, just making sure that the players can't flood out of Lamps onto the side player, because Boaster was a little stranded there. Definitely put them in a tough spot.
But for being able to take care of situations like these is what is going to make the difference at the end of the day and give them a fighting chance in the series.
Fnatic have really changed the tempo after that timeout. 2 fast execs, this one a split into B. They have hookah controlled. The 2 side players have been thrown back into elbow. There's actually no one here to fight them with the smoke to block them off.
Boaster lost a chunk of damage by pushing through an incendiary, but it doesn't even matter if you take down your opposing Brim. And the site is theirs, even though with one in close proximity of Mr. Fallen trying to find a side angle, but smoked off. The rest of the rotations not quite in play, while there is Moj together with Kiwi looking to infiltrate the back line.
This camera will tell them everything.
They'll
and the
know.
Crossfire they have set up these players on foot.
Peeked
What do
out,
you do?
Chronicle will turn around. Alfire is there, doesn't even come down to it. Moj gets one, and the blast pack from Kiwi allows them the kills. Showstopper now available, one on site, they know of it. Do they pick out the player in long? Chronicle down to Leo, and he can't do a thing. It's Foot with yet another beautiful retake.
How did that just happen? Krax just gets 2 kills in the backside. The hookah crossfire does not work out for Fnatic at all. He even spent the ultimate into that as well. See that one more time. Because everything starts out perfectly for Fnatic. Yeah. You get everything you want. The ultimate to force the players straight in. Actually a great little satchel to get past that ultimate. And the players just sort of fight into backside, into Krax one by one.
It's crazy. You thought that the crossfire would have been good enough to begin with, and then the orbital strike comes in, and you're right, okay, Fnatic have won this. No, that just doesn't happen. Excellent display of ability here from Foot. Not only finding the right calls and right opportunities to punish Fnatic, but also are on point with their aim.
See, this is an interesting round of timeout, though, because the entire hit from Fnatic worked. That's something you can look to replicate again. It was the post plant where it fell apart a little bit, and I think primarily Krax backside without a smoke there. Yeah. 2 players taking that fight one by one, that's not what you want to see. But Fnatic, the attacking strat is something Foot are going to have to react to, because what they did, accelerating into that B site, because they hit before the haunt cooldown was back up for the fade, it meant that the 2 players in elbow couldn't actually fight back into the site. Usually, if that hit's coming in past 1 minute, you have your second haunt that goes out, and then you can try to spam out from that smoke onto the planter, onto the players dropping hookah, crossing into the site. But because Fnatic went so quickly, those players just scattered and ended up falling, just getting spammed the opposite way into the smoke. Foot, anticipating a repeat of that look, are gambling forward towards that A site, and they can look to very quickly teleport into Fnatic down that B long angle.
Yeah, it's going to be switch positions, really. I think both of the teams taking over space that is uncontrolled by the other, but no, switcheroo from Fnatic, doubling back to the left-hand side. They've read the situation and want to take the fight. They like the odds, but who comes out on top? They are isolated, and Mr. Fallen takes care of it. Can they double back in time, though, because it's Durka and Chronicle holding down the line, and Fnatic have been able to read it out perfectly. Can't get away. Chronicle with another, and Fnatic are on top.
Just an unreal pivot there. Fnatic coming back in. Krax spotted out by the Boombot. That may be enough for Fnatic to move back towards the A site.
And Fnatic love to play with danger levels, right? They know where they can take least risks. Therefore, they're just going to wait around a bit and put question marks in Foot's heads. Where are they heading? What do we play with here?
They have to re-clear a lot of space back towards A. I think that's why they were a little bit hesitant, hoping that maybe Krax would get a little ambitious and try to quick flank them. But now it will just be Moj up from heaven. He may have an angle on these players as they move outside of the smokes, with his brim smoke so large. Really tough to find it. He does, though, just barely over the tip.
And when a Moj gets a pick and Krax is alive, you cannot really count Foot out, can you?
Fnatic have scattered, though. This could be tough, playing in 1v1 positions. It allows Foot to take those solo fights, and Krax is near unbeatable in those.
Yeah, Bosa's got a lineup for the spike plant as well.
One enemy
And
remaining.
Chronicle wins a fight. This is actually increasing the difficulty. Incendiary already dropping. Krax knows he's up against the clock. Not only up against 3, Chronicle got the right angle and finds himself the shot between the eyes. That's Fnatic on 7. They sweated to get that one in the end.
They definitely did. I mean, Foot just sprinted out down long B. The tough thing is, while they go hunting for that kill, because they cross past Fountain. Oh, we're looking right at the tippy toes. Nice shots there from Durka, for sure. But yeah, like, how do you escape once you get to that angle without the smokes to cross back into it? And Fnatic started that whole round out with a little paint shell fake, and we're already in motion walking over. That wasn't even off of information. Mini doesn't know what just happened either, winning out the round. Now, in this final, Foot have a lot of ultimates to work with. Krax and Fallen have been sitting on theirs for quite some time. It would be the short ult once again. Fnatic have the read. They tried to pinch into this ult late in the round last time. Now they're just speeding up.
The pre-fight
resources.
They know exactly what is going on this setup. Oh no, it's the Trailblazer to pick up the kill on Kiwi. Oh, he just got yapped up by a dog. Moj still alive. That's important. 10 points of health. Oh, and Chronicle with a shorty. It's painful. Burnt to a crisp. With pellets to your face, it's all going down here for Foot. I mean, it's the last round of the half, and Fnatic are able to pick it up with double the amounts of rounds. They end this half on top, 8-4.
As you'd expect, coming in here onto Bind, onto Fnatic's map choice.
Yeah.
The heavy favorites, defending champions, and this series will qualify them once again for an international event. Try and run that back in Tokyo. When these teams faced off together in the regular season, it was a 2-0 for Fnatic. Both maps went 13-5 in Fnatic's favor. So looking at things a little bit more optimistic, I would say, for Foot here. Just finding 4, still not finding a pistol round. Now across the year, it's 5 pistols in favor of Fnatic, 0 in favor of Foot. We're gonna need to see them come up with something here and challenge on that front, because that's really where Fnatic run away with the games. Fnatic, on paper, the stronger team, of course, but the blowouts in the regular season were in large fact to those pistols going their way, even converting some of those round 3s against Foot. Just ended up running away with the map, and again, you're gonna see that if they win this pistol. I'm trying to repeat that once again.
I think there are things that you can take away from Foot here that are good, right? It's not necessarily all over. They're definitely posing a threat to Fnatic. Even though Fnatic definitely ahead at this point, switching the sides, maybe Foot will feel a little bit more comfortable now on the attack. It's asking a lot of them, yes, especially on a map so well rehearsed, Bind.
And this is where I think we get to maybe see a little bit more power coming out of the Krax KO, right? Because they didn't have a lot of mid-round scouting. That's the lack of the Sky in particular. When it comes to executing onto the sites, that's where a knife does so much. It means you're not going to get stalled out in hookah, right? If the Brimstone throws a molly down underneath the window, or same thing from a snakebite. It means that if you're able to catch out where Alfier is playing on that Cypher, you don't have to worry about those coming in there either. And,
wake me up when we've won.
Man's just asleep.
Man's just having some Z's over there. You right there, mate?
I mean,
need a blanket, pillow?
Definitely get your sleep in, but maybe schedule it a little bit better. You know, set yourself a reminder around, I don't know, midnight? Or actually, no, sorry, this is EMEA, around 2 a.m. You know, sometimes we have the pauses and things run a little bit later here.
Although we have started 1 hour earlier than during the regular season.
This is true. It's all about bedtime, you know?
Bedtime.
And maybe so you can catch America's as well, which is, I mean, just everywhere has this mad dash.
Nah, nobody wants to see that. EMEA is where it's at.
Yeah, I mean, look, America's only gets 3 teams to go to Tokyo. We get 4, I'm saying.
Therefore, we're better.
Thanks, Fnatic. Anyways, Fnatic on the defense. And I think one thing we're going to see a little bit more from Fnatic that we actually never saw from Foot is that is the pairing of the Raze and the Fade. It's something I think Fnatic generally just think a little bit like theoretically about the game a lot, and like look at strong pairings like that makes it so hard for you to actually work into Hookah in the early round, because if you don't have pressure down A short, you're just going to get seasonated, absolutely popped in that tight little corridor. So you have to show a little bit more presence A short, make that a little bit less likely to come in on that side. But Foot not actually geared up with anyone down low. Oh, we're going around the world. Okay.
Around the world, around. Sorry.
All right, Durka takes the orb down Showers, and they've just got 3 players on A. I like a fun little pistol.
Felt like the Pendulums had an opportunity there, but weren't quite released in time.
Early rotates from Fnatic.
Exactly. Allowing Fnatic to move in quickly. Kiwi, low, still goes for it, and runs up on Chronicle on retreat, still. Got to get rid of Poster on site, eventually feased.
Oh, Durka's pinched.
And Moj has got the right timing on it as well. Afaya, again left in a Turkish player versus Turkish team situation. I don't think they quite know where he is. He's got that going for him. The spike hasn't gone down yet, though.
They saw him right around the corner from Moj. Gonna get the teleport over onto the B site.
Krax is stuck, which is why he hasn't rotated yet now again. Now he's been spotted. Goodbye.
Now they all get out. A little bit dodgy for a moment there. And ooh, actually going for the camera tag a little bit early. That could have been really impactful going for the retake and using that for a little bit of extra information. Moj is actually still over by A. I think you jump in the TP now. Yep, can play 2 up from Hookah. It's planted for it.
Stick it. No. Ooh, that's a first. You need 2 more. Thinking about it.
Sticking it would be the coward's route.
Nah, pros don't fake, man. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, but Alfie goes
Moving
kills.
forwards. Ooh, Moj is just playing with him. And now they know he has to stick it.
Don't interrupt.
Which means he won't. Oh, finds the dink in the end, but it's not quite it. Valiant effort, but the pistol round is for Foot.
Yeah, it's Moj on 5 HP this time that lives. It's a whole flip from the last pistol.
Flip the script.
A very important round win for Foot to find there. And honestly, I like the idea of fighting into back sight. It gets a little bit cut off because you have the player triple that swings back. Sometimes you'll see, instead of the lurk wall, the Viper wall thrown like it was in this round, you'll throw it on the right side of truck so that you can fight back sight without getting swung from a player that's back triple. Alvier wasn't thrilled with that. It's like, I got the headshot, why is that not a kill? But, you know, if we continue seeing the setup from Foot, it has to make you very concerned from Foot, that fight coming in back sight.
Microaggression here for Fnatic, now in Showers. Triple stack. Leaving the defense of B alone to Chronicle, but it doesn't really matter at this point. Foot have got a bit of a stack going themselves. Bit of a ball of death here on short. And Fnatic's core may be the best. Regarding the situation, cross coming through, Foot are patient.
They're anticipating the teleport play into this one. That's why they're quick rotating back to B, hoping that maybe if they can show some presence, Foot will expect a gamble, stack on A, jump in that teleport quickly, and then they could have that stack actually going the other way. After feigning a little bit extra presence than you'd be expecting, but Foot are actually taking this very reserved. Just hoping to find any open sight lines being held when they bring down that wall, and then actually really nice combo of utility on both sides. Fnatic almost would have been able to catch a planter there with the vulnerable too.
Ooh, blast back to delay the plants. Out of Captain though, dealing with Bosa trying to move out from Lamps, Chronicle. Chip damage from that distance. Yeah, not easy. Ooh, Durka, wait a second. He's managed to go in for a second try here. Fnatic have been forced back though. Chronicle is low, Durka moving in now, but Leo also joining, and it's just too far back. They're being isolated, and that's exactly what Foot. No, there are some dinks
There's
coming in.
There's too many dinks with these pistols. It's making me nervous. I don't like it. But yeah, Fnatic gonna be scattered here just out of the spike if they can, or get a kill on a player running away. Honestly, just a very funny round because both teams just full traded utility. It was like Molly plus pain shells. Then when the plant goes down, both Razes are sending out satchels. A bit goofy there, but Foot able to secure that second after winning the pistol. And
look, considering Foot are playing catch up, it's really good they kept all of the players alive apart from one. Kept most of the players alive for that one, right? Building up an economy is what you want to start to streak rounds together.
We'll see how Foot change things now that we're going into a real rifle, as actually they are taking the bonus. Got 2 rifles, a Bulldog, Spectre here. There were options if they wanted to go light armor and try to buy, but that would make this a little bit more of a swing round than I think they'd be comfortable with. So Fnatic just going to take the trick out of the footbook there, farm up that B-long orb every single round. Very easy for them, and actually getting Boaster well along the way, just 2 off of the open up the skies.
Gotcha. Boaster first blood.
Off.
Yeah. That's Kiwi. Quite
He's
important.
gotten too many kills through smokes. I'm going to say that. Boaster has.
Oh! Chronicle believed in that kill and ends up dying for it. Wait a minute. Scales equalized. Even. Level. One on A site, but Foot need to realize this and rotate around. They haven't taken the TP and they're not taking the slow route. They stuck in place.
Foot don't have much in terms of utility. They do have 2 smokes, which makes that side hit actually feasible. Moj has a paint shell too, but they're just waiting for the haunt to come back. It just got up for Fallen, so now comes the hit. They're gonna jump in the teleporter though, just bail out of this. Check out Alfier. He had the chance to push into showers, but instead, we're hearing 4 teleports will reposition towards short.
He's got a tripwire though, he can work with. Prowler, he's got to take care of it. Now they move on forwards. Alfire holds on a very close angle, spray through, only 1 collected, 3v3. Supply going down, Leo trying to find some shots through. Blast back not quite in time to delay the plant.
They could have fought backside. Krax has 1 flashpoint.
Available for Mr. Fallen. And Fnatic are now playing catch up. And Mr. Fallen again. Krax got a level angle to work with. Leo, how do you find them? How do you isolate them? They know exactly where you are. They've got you telegraphed. They've got you in the know. And he chops back, gives up on it, and this is going to be a Foot round.
Foot convert the third of the half. What a move from them. I mean, the fact that Krax gets that fight, Chronicle pulled off after that 1 shot. Gonna be kicking himself after that. And then on the swing around, Krax just clotheslined him. That was brutal.
To think that that was the linchpin of this round, right?
Yeah.
If we would have gone the other way, we'd be seeing Fnatic on 9-6 score right now.
Would have been a good chance to hunt down for a kill there, but Foot just going to be turboing their economy just a little bit. Yeah, we'll see this here. Going for the wide swing after the player goes back. Not expecting that space to be taken. I can't help but feel like Alfier took that fight a little preemptively. Patience is the key in a situation like that. Trying to catch as many players as possible, but because he swings on the first player going through, the trades are very simple to come back in. If you can swing on the 2nd or 3rd player to cross, well, yes, it becomes a little bit more gambly. Those players very likely going to be looking forward as opposed to on your angle. And, well, Fnatic, it's not a swing round for them. Light armor enthusiast means they get to go straight back into this 1 more time.
Yeah, it's insane how much value they're getting out of these buy rounds.
But still, who would have thought saving 600 credits every round can mean so much?
Makes a difference, makes a difference.
I mean, even if they're losing rounds, like they could be losing out here and you'd be hard pressed if they have to save maybe 2 times this half. 3 if it's really not going well for them. It just puts you in such a nice spot. Especially with Leo saving from the previous round. So that's funny, that's an angle no one holds anymore ever since the map changed, where you used to have the box to hide out behind, although this camera spots a whole lot of players and Alfier gets the spam shots going back.
That was Kiwi locked out of position, but it's Moj that got picked up, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. Still, Foot continue with that push.
Oh, big ulti. Forcing these players either into the teleport or up into lamps. 37 seconds left on the clock.
Which is why Fnatic are actually scared of taking lamp control right now. They're going to take the fight onto the site straight away. Boaster close by, Incendiary to deny it. And a captain pushing forward. The man's got balls of steel. And still keeping it going. They hit their shots, and in a matter of seconds, Fnatic are stopped. Chronicle on the wrong side of the map, and he's just already given up. That's it. This is the round.
Foot are here to play, man. What was that? I mean, Fnatic are in the process of dumping out all this stall util, and Caps is like, nah, I'm not gonna let that happen. Just hits the gas, pumping around backside, gets those kills. I mean, look at the money in the bank from Foot. Just stacking it up. Fnatic forced to save once again, and look, Bind is a map where a lot of the time you get forced to end up saving with multiple players because it's just so hard to retake, I feel, especially towards that B side, but this isn't even Fnatic being, forced to save with multiple players, just one straggler left alive. Being forced to carry that over into the next. Fnatic's, or rather Foot's patience, I feel like, in these rounds has really been the boon to them. They have slow worked up A short time after time. even this round, they get cooked off of the Cypher utility. I think that kill was traded back onto Moj as opposed to the Raze, like you said, got caught with that. But the backside fights from Foot have gone perfectly. I didn't see it in real time, but that was a flash sent over the top from Krax, showing why you want this KO to come online. And one of the things that happens in sort of the conversation around flash initiators, and this is why actually on a lot of maps like Lotus, on Icebox previously, Fnatic just don't run a flasher in the comp. Flashes are so easy to dodge at the pro level. Breach Flash takes way too long to charge up past the wall. You can spin it around. Sky Flash is so loud, it's a bird cawing at you, right? You're gonna be able to turn around. The real value flashes come from like left click pop flashes from the KO that you don't hear quite as well, that come above you, that you're not expecting to come in. And that's what they're using on these backside fights. They're really helping them out with the execs.
A lot of people love nerding out about the specifics of comps and everything, but also a lot of people, a lot of people also love nerding out with the competition of the caliber of play right now in EMEA and Foot, after being down 8-4 at halftime, are now equalized at 8-8. Fnatic taking a timeout, they're under pressure, they need to figure out what's gone wrong and get back into this with a fresh brain.
Half by round number 1 of the half for Fnatic. Durka does have the showstopper though, and the Marshal. You cannot discount this team. Now Mr. Fallen playing extremity control towards Shower, should just be able to use a Prowler here, force that back, or the Haunt coming on in. Hearing the Sheriff shots informs Foot of what this buy is gonna end up looking like for Fnatic. And actually with that presence, it's gonna be Durka making a quick rotation. It's actually towards Heaven. I thought it might have been towards B. There'll be 3 players down long, and there's a chance for Fnatic to catch these players in motion from Foot. Foot actually doing the better thing and regrouping a little bit to play heavier towards long, not wanting to deal with the close angles inside of Hookah. They can just use a Boombot, maybe the Prowler to scout that one out before committing into that space.
Right. Foot just going to play with Fnatic's feelings for a little bit. Boaster's moving up with a shorty. Now that's something you need to keep your eyes on, that's for sure. Zero fragment, no, well, zero fragment? No, zero command, not quite catching. Oh, Boaster, that was a chance. But Kiwis was quicker to the trigger. Chronicle moving forwards, the only one with a Phantom in his team, and he's actually done a bit, right? 3-3. Equal in numbers, doable, very doable, especially if he grabs another.
But are gonna wait as long as they can. Check out Moj. He was on flank watch, now he's working down long.
Oh, Chronicle has to be alive here, that's important. Without him, his team may be lost. Mr. Fallen picks it up though, and puts his team on top. They still have the spike and an opportunity to rotate over.
Ah, that's tough.
And the fact that Kiwi's still on site, he can catch all rotations. And that's exactly what he does.
Look, Durka would have been able to stop the plant if he had been there, if the plant had gone through on B, but now it gets down. The map is completely flipped with Kiwi playing up towards Heaven.
Every clutch position Alfaya has been in so far, he hasn't been able to achieve it this series. Can he be the superior Turk? Obviously with a Sheriff, yeah, he's shooting upwards, but that's the first one. Belief.
Give me that.
Reinstated. Vandal in his hand, snake bite to his feet.
There's one more cage. Can try to get it to half.
Pressure in his veins. Kiwi's low, but no bullets left in the chamber. He himself is down to 5. It's too difficult. Foot are just messing with him right now, being patient as ever. And that's all they can do. Yes, you can get the kill here, Alfaya, but you cannot get the round win. Foot, albeit Fnatic's timeout, are still on top and find themselves the lead.
I think a lot of people were questioning Foot leaving Bind open, the classic Fnatic playground. Just like they left Icebox versus Fnatic when they faced off earlier in the season. They were punished there, but after not showing Bind all year long in a Tier 1 event, Foot's attack has been lights out. This has been nuts. They've been so patient, slowly working towards short. You know, committing down long in the previous round, not allowing Fnatic really any chance to take those easy fights against them. This has been real nice from Foot. And Foot, the team that just sort of came out of the gate, now they're going straight towards A.
Yeah, Mr. Fallen with first blood, really important considering there was a trade of showstoppers right there. Alfaya trying to hold on, but quickly dealt with. And the A site, just as quick as that, is under Foot's control.
Finally, Fnatic are going to try and pressure a flank. No Sentinel in the comp of Foot, leaves those exposed. But Foot don't have to worry about that because they can play inside the pit. The second the pit is expended, you see the Fnatic players turn immediately around. They want nothing to do with that whatsoever. They save here, they can fight in the next round. The money's decent enough to manage that. They can pull together a couple more rifles.
Man, all I can think of right now is Foot. Momentum-based team, a story as old as time, right? And they've got momentum going their way. They haven't lost a single round this half.
And their focus has been laser sharp. Moj has his face inside of his monitor, couple inches away. Won't leave anything to chance. Foot have touched double digits now. And when you look at the stakes of this game, with Fnatic coming in as the favorites, you might go, oh, you know, it's a master qualification, not that big of a deal. No. It is a completely different story when it's Foot challenging for that. If they could, after today, manage this upset, that is an unbelievable passing of expectations.
And just to add context to this as well, Fnatic is not a team that will be like, okay, this is not do or die for us, we won't put full effort. No, every single game they play, they try to win. Every single game they play, they put full effort into.
And a split next. Long-time Fnatic fans, that might make them a little bit nervous.
A lot of head-scratching involved on the Fnatic side of things, both on the coaches and on the players' seats.
Oh, trying to sneak Alfier up there with Durka to break the Prowler, and Alfier was not caught out by that Prowler. Alfier's position is real nice, but Foot are still not walking into showers. Contacting down A short, this has been the name of their game. Scouting out the utility. Now two players creeping out, but Moj cannot be beaten.
It's all in his brain, man. He knows exactly what's going on. All aware. Does fall down to 20. But the site is still under control of Foot. They get the spike down in time. Durka trying to delay it, but no. The fact that he's got this position, though, is important.
Yeah, Foot just don't overpeak. Right now, Fnatic, two players going to be working into showers. The teleports come in from Leo.
Add to this, Moj has lineups. He's got 2 snake bites available and he's not present in the fight. Chronicle delivering first. Up close and personal. Ada Captain having to draw back. Smart call to make. Durka now trying to help in with a different angle. Not quite given the space. Kiwi forced out and picked up by Durka. Slow but surely, Fnatic gains side control. Onto the spike, touch it once. This is where snake bites start to fly in. Durka finding a kill. Leo as well. Damage with the snake bites. Is it going to be enough for the defuse stoppage? But it is not going to be after a 6-round drought. Fnatic finally get a win.
The first win on defense for them. And that util on the retake was perfection, forcing the player out of Cubby. Being ready to watch the cross because this was not an easy position. Losing Alfier at the start and then Moj somehow escaping with a little 1-2 skip and a jump on the other side. Chronicle finds the kill. That's the util I'm talking about. Forcing Kiwi out into the open. Then Durka with the second kill and U-Haul recharges the paint shells. Yes, it was. All him too. But they gotta find a way to repeat it. Going into the 20th round of the half, Chronicle drops the pit down into showers. They were looking for a little bit of an aggress outside of Hookah, but a nice knife from Crack spots that out. And now we're back to A short time and time again. This is where Foot have found so much success.
Well, they telegraphed that Kiwi's been able to move forwards and into the Lion's Den. Alpha forced out, spray, cross, successful, with only 10 points of health. Fnatic starting to state their control. Foot in rounds is on top, but can quickly be finding even off position there with a spike plant, not read by Fnatic, keeps the Foot players alive.
The timing, just a half second late on the neural theft. Could have changed the round. Still no control over showers. They're going to send a late flank at a captain, but the fight in U-Haul.
It might not even come down to that if Kiwi is able to deal with it already. Durka pushing forward, trying to deal with him, but that flash is immaculate. Crack's dealing with it, Kiwi as well. Oh, pulling their pieces together, and on fire. Can't get onto the spike just yet. Snake bites being dropped, and now in the fight.
At a captain through showers, has the time to stab them in the back.
This could be brilliant. At a captain catches them unawares. Chronicle knows he's there, but cannot do a thing. Foot flip the script, turn the table, and it's 11 rounds to their name.
Foot have the momentum behind themselves. Another fantastic post plan from them. Bouncing back after the 19th. Krax's flashes have been nutty. Just straight over the top. Durka trying to scale forward on the retake. Fnatic have not been able to get into lamps, and by the time they do, they're getting reflanked out of showers.
May I say how crucial this round was, by the way? Not allowing Fnatic to put 2 and 2 together, put a couple of rounds one after the other and gain some tempo.
This is the second half-buy round of the half for Fnatic now, too. They have 2 rifles on Durka and Leo. They've spread them out, 1 on A, 1 on B. Now Durka playing on top of Truck here is going to try to take an early fight. That's been something that's missing a little bit from Fnatic on these A-short fights, but it's hard to happen, Durka! Are you kidding me?
Tremendous start to the round, but now they've got to stick the landing. Remember, lesser weaponry available to them, and the Vandals 2F out of reach. Alfaya with a judge in lamps, yet to be tested. And a captain with the pawn, and Foot, now is the fight.
Look at the pinch, Fallen coming straight in around the corner! Shoots Alfaya in the side of the head.
He would have never read that. Trailblazer spotting out the 2 players, but have already fallen back to shorts, and a captain just jumps out of the shadows.
Chronicle with nothing to work with.
Really, just a shorty, and now the captain maybe just a little bit too far out of reach. If he turns, though, Chronicle might have a chance. It's down to maybe Leo to distract him, but he's just too far away,
He's just
man.
praying, begging, hoping someone will check into him.
Too far. And Foot might be finding themselves now on map points on Fnatic's map pick. And what a world would this be? Chronicle gets the kill, doesn't even matter though. Foot got money for days, and this is Foot now on map point, on bind.
Who would have thought? The start of this year, the start of this series, the start of this map, no. Foot on map point? I can't even say it, it doesn't even comprehend. Because Durka's still doing Durka things.
It started with a Durka double kill. It was a 3v5.
But then the backside fights from Foot that have gone so well, this was a different way of doing it, wrapping it around Truck, pinching into the Lamps player.
Ada's captain's flexibility and value really stayed in that round, man.
Fnatic though, they have a buy. That was a half, this is a full. 2 players down long B, flashing back outside of the smoke. We'll get a tag, I believe. Durka Boaster with ultimates in this round. But yeah, they may have to spend both just to secure it.
They've got it, right? No playing around, no risk to take.
But that's the trouble, is that Foot have a buy from here on out, even if Fnatic win. And they're also going to have ults to come into play in the following rounds. Durka's looking for something.
And Foot just run away. Oh. Look, there's a bit of a delay involved, for sure. But still plenty of time,
But that was a timing play. That's a call. It has to be coming in from Boaster. And I like the theory. Foot had been slow walking down short, so catching them off guard was an ultimate. Should have worked. 3 more seconds, and it does.
A guiding light was expended to the left-hand side, clearing out that area. They know that Foot is limited to the center or even the right side of the map.
Fnatic still have the trips to work with. The unfortunate thing, actually, Prowlers are down. So there's no easy way to clear these away.
First CP coming in from Boaster already. Durka delivering with the first kill. Every single one of the Fnatic players
the
are on
ultra
fire.
pinch.
Chronicle, Mr. Fallen finds himself a corner, but Fnatic are well aware of it. Nowhere to punish. Cracks though, taking lamp control. Chronicle reading it. Deleted though, and all of a sudden Foot have a chance. Cracks doing crack things on the A site while the rest move into B.
Durka, how fast does he play it? Going to the side, he goes so quickly, Emotion's there to watch it.
Oh my God, where did he go? Where did he run away to? Crack says, run, hide, because I smell you, and I am coming right after you. Alpha, the only chance they save this round is down to his own hands. With only 5 points of health, he is bleeding, he is hurting, and he needs to do it all. Foot take down map 1 against the Goliaths of Fnatic.
Foot have just put themselves into a very select category. It is tough to take a map off of Fnatic.
It really is, man.
It looks impossible to take a series off of them. But with that half on attack, they dropped 1 singular round to Fnatic on bind. That just does not happen. And the fact that, again, in the critical moments, it's Cracks in Lamps finding a couple of kills completely on his own. That was the Cracks that clutched up on Ascent yesterday, that won that series 2-0. Yeah. And this is a Cracks that has now put his team within 1 map of booking a plane ticket to Japan.
Cracks is cracked. That's easy to say. Playoffs, buff, amazing stuff. It's a best of 3 series. I think we should need to compose themselves and put this in perspective, but it's a great start. Split next, see you right after this.
Nice! Up in it! Nice! Nice! Nice, fenomenal! Nice! 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 Nice!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, you know, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
What a start for FUT! They end Fnatic's 14-map win streak with a phenomenal performance on Bind. I'm your host Yingsu, and I'm back here with Zesht and Ryan. I hate to say I told you so, but what a performance from FUT. I feel like we talk about them being one of the best Turkish teams of all time. They are just, in fact, one of the best EMEA teams, Ryan, we have in this region right now.
It'd be a hell of a story if they could qualify in this fashion, but it's like when you go and look, certainly towards the end of that map, I don't think it was really competitive. It was all FUT in control. They come in with the KO, with the fade, and they really went all out against Fnatic, who very quickly started to become a little bit flustered.
I mean, I genuinely do not remember the last time I've seen Fnatic only pick up a single defense round. One. it's an unreal imagination. This team is so good on defense. This team is so good on retake, and it is so good at eliminating the risk before you even get on site. None of that happened, and it didn't only come down to, let's say, a shaky kind of Fnatic. It was Foot playing excellent Valorant.
Yeah, I think it was both Foot being excellent and Fnatic throwing a ridiculous amount of 5v4 and 5v3s. But what you were talking about here, I feel like it shows in the players' reactions here if we take a look, because Foot, they were getting so hyped up towards the end, and we're seeing players like Leo and Alpha here crack and get frustrated like this, Vincent, for the first time ever.
I don't remember within our 9 weeks we had that I've ever seen them like this before. Sure, Mini is usually frustrated, but the rest of the players, they're having a little dancey dance and they're fun. But my goodness, what power they have unleashed within Foot is mental.
It's the fact that, like, we see Fnatic also picking this map to maybe try and get under the skins of Foot, make them go somewhere that they're not expected to go. But it was Foot that was in full control of it overall. And Fnatic, they were in the majority 5v4 situations. They lost them. They were like 9 first kills. They lost 6 of those rounds following. They had so many advantages that they just let scramble away to Foot's like really good protocols.
And just to remind you, this has never been played by Foot within this season. Not once. Not once.
Not with this roster. Not with
this. Exactly. And this makes it so crazy, because you would think of, yeah, right, there's no real problem for Fnatic. You know, this is a bit of a blind pick. But again, it proves that if you don't know what your opponent does in the map, do you want to do it?
This is what I said in the Mavi, just I think Fnatic made a mistake to not pick Haven, maybe thinking that Foot were just going to do it. But one of the things that Agent Select that we were talking over is that KO pick. We all unanimously felt like maybe the Sky is a little bit better, but Krax's KO was super impactful. I think there was a couple of knives that could have maybe been a bit better, but Ryan, the flashes, the knives, the mollies as well, you can see why they went with it. It's a comfort pick.
Yeah, it's almost that element of being able to get that information early. You saw Fnatic playing around it pretty nicely to begin with as well, trying to basically mean that these knives don't catch on to much at all, certainly in the early rounds right off the rip. But it was after these executes started to come in from Fnatic that things started to get stalled out. Like you sort of mentioned, the molly that we just saw over on the B side. We also saw some paint shells being interrupted by the timing of these knives a little bit later on. But it was the attacking side for me. Fnatic want to try and fight to stop that spike being planted, but this KO catching information allows rotations for the teleporter if needed, or they could just fight them with the advantage of having utility against Fnatic being suppressed.
I mean, we literally saw one of the knives stop Durka mid-air. He pulled the nade out. He was about to throw it, and the knife stopped it. And I think that they went on to win that round as well. For me, honestly, Ryan, I don't think it's a shock that Foot managed to win this. I think people need to start taking them seriously. But on the flip side, Fnatic, we've never seen them in this situation before. On the back foot in a really big game with this roster, I think this is where we are starting to be able to test them and see how they actually respond from such a heavy loss.
Yeah, I think the most I've seen, like Durka and stuff sweating and looking that flustered, was against Loud, where they're 9-3 down on Icebox, right? They have that ability to pull it back, but this is more of a case of we are the ones in charge. Everybody's after us. We need to be the ones that sort of keep our position, and for expectations, let's be honest, not as high as it would be on like NAVI, on Loud to beat them. I think Foot are just enjoying this moment. Even if they lose, this is great confidence to take for another qualifying potentially tomorrow.
Something about Turkish teams, isn't it? But I'm going to throw this over to Vincent to break one of the rounds down that we saw.
Thank you very much. You know, I didn't leave you all. I was still here. I just had to prepare something interesting that has been cooked up. And I'll be very accurate with you. We mentioned it before. Double initiated usage with a KO and Fate. Let's take a look at what this does. This is an attack round on the side of Foot. And we're going to play it a little bit, and I'm going to tell you what they do and what happens here. Okay, so first things first, here was a little haunt that gives us information about Valve. Okay, let's go on. There's a knife. Okay, we now know what's happening in this direction. Okay, there's a Prowler, so now Foot has pretty much a clear idea, oh lord, that should have not been the case, of this, and this area. So they have a good awareness of what's happening towards the A side of the Fnatic defense. Great. Now moving away from that, they are playing passive. They're playing slow. They're waiting things out. Methodically, they take room after room. As you see here, there's a boombot released to check what's happening in hookah. All right, moving a little forward. They realize that that room can be taken in a moment, and they'll do so with another exactly, Fate Prowler. This is great. This is exactly the methodical thinking that we have been really praising in the past of Foot. But this round obviously isn't done. There's more to it. If we take a look at how this goes on and on, we see that there's a bit of flank control that is happening right here. They have no sentinel, so this is a very smart move by them. And so, with that being the case, there comes another KO dagger. Methodical, we said, there you go. Another room that is absolutely clear to take, and they can prod forward and forward and forward. And this is exactly what they're doing. Find the first kill. They're going to actually be traded right here. So now we're in a free versus free situation. Fine it is. Moving on to sites, the haunt has been used, and they know that there's a player here. Great move. Just wait it out. This is the only option. So now this is where the support can come in. This is exactly what happens, but we're not done. This has so many more facets. I cannot wait to tell you that. They find that kill, and at that point in time, 15 seconds on the clock. This is literally nothing. But what is the great part? Look at this on the map. They hear the teleport, and there's also a boombot released. Super quick, super fast thinking on the foot side. They take the teleport themselves, move towards the A side, get the plant down. Job done. This is so great to see that we have such amazing teams that really understand what they need to do till the last second. And this is something where maybe Fnatic didn't expect, that they think that far ahead and can react that quickly.
Yeah, well, that is what the price you have to pay there. But we are going to move on to Split next. This is FUT's pick. And again, I think at the Navi, just perhaps Fnatic thought FUT maybe will lean towards Haven since they've looked so good on it. Maybe even Lotus. But FUT have decided to throw a curveball into there. Ryan, how good do you think this pick is for FUT into Fnatic?
It could backfire. I think when we've seen FUT try to play the map veto a little bit more, not relying on their strengths of Haven and Lotus specifically, and try to go for the opponent's weakest map that's still left, for example. It backfired against Giants in the regular season. They got the revenge yesterday at the very least. But this still isn't a map for Fnatic side where I feel like it looks that bad. Maybe a little bit dicey in like week 1 where it was 13-11 win against BBL. But when they played Navi last week, it felt comfortable. But under these circumstances, that's where that comfortableness could start to rock and maybe FUT have an answer to it.
My concern is the way that they play this against Loud, right? And when they're on the back foot a little bit more, they're once again on the back foot. They don't have Icebox as a safety net. They don't even have Lotus. They have to just win this, Vincent. So I question Fnatic's mental right now because throughout this season, quite frankly, they've never been in this situation. Even against BBL, the stakes were not this high.
I fully agree. I mean, it's actually weird to discuss the mental of Fnatic at this point, considering what they've all been through, right, throughout the past year and even longer. At the same time, it feels a lot like this would be a very odd victory because I've never seen the players that frustrated. They've never looked like they are so emotional in this, right? And this is where I would agree, but at the same time, I think this is right now where this break is the absolute mental reset, because to be honest, Split on paper, and I was wrong on paper a lot of times, would still benefit Fnatic massively.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at the way that Fnatic have been playing Split. I do believe we have a couple of clips. This is, once again, the Cypher, Ryan.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a big meta push right now from a lot of teams to play double duelist. Naturally, it's Navi. It has to be a little bit different. They're running the Yoru instead of a Raze. But the premise is still the same. Having pretty much all of the attacking side run through A main to take this space and take this control is very much the popular option at the moment. But it's the fact that Alpha is still playing on the site, still playing these fights. And based off when these trips are broken, the timings of these executes, how well Alpha playing on the site could do, but also the rest of Fnatic there to try and aid him. They're not trying to play retake. That's not really something that Fnatic strive for. They want to actually stop the spike being planted full stop. So you're going to see Alpha playing on the site, taking these duels. The scary thing, I suppose, if you're looking at Fnatic, is that's what they tried to do on Bind. They were taking fights. They weren't playing retake all that much. They were trying to have a stack in the right place to fight FUT as they came in onto a site, but they kept losing.
And I think this is a perfect example of the strengths of Fnatic, as you've just mentioned, right? How much they set each other up. When you're getting onto the site, there is an absolute denial because one guy's there for information, then there's Chronicle under Breach who's absolutely capable of denying you, and this is all made possible by Alpha on the site. But as you've just mentioned, it felt like this was not the regular kind of Fnatic that we have just witnessed, and their split has only been, their new split has only been tested against NAVI, who are playing some weird stuff to composition. How will this be different when we're seeing a more standard approach from FUT?
Yeah, we saw like Alpha stats there as well.
Yeah.
And it's a case of like, he was really good on Bind at the same point. It's one of these cases where he started to pull through, go over those cases, and look that strong.
Just want to say they played against BBL and Giants on Split as well, Fnatic. Yeah. But I reckon, I feel on the side of FUT, you know, they didn't play the Sky on Bind. The KO, it was pretty good, it worked out well. Do you think that maybe that's where they make a switch here?
Yeah.
Is this the right place to do it?
I think so, just because like they were playing Sage as well. I feel like so many teams have moved away from that to be double duelist, to be double initiator, to not really take that mid control on the Sage. It's been a while since we have seen FUT play on this map. It was like week 4, week 5, still a good like month or two has passed by in that time. So maybe FUT have made some adjustments themselves again on this map.
Well, let's have a look as we head into Asian Select and see what Krax is going to lock in here. It is the KO. I feel so smart.
All right, that is a quite good move. Kiwi's back here, actually away from the race towards the Jet. Mr. Fallen goes on the sky. Maj is going over on this wonderful Cypher, and Captain stays on that Astra. Okay, so I like this composition on the Foot side of things.
I think for Foot, the only change is that Maj was on the Killjoy before, now he's on the Cypher. So we are going to see a bit of a Cypher off. From the side of Fnatic, that's pretty much what they've been running. They haven't sort of leaned into what's meta. They have their style. There's obviously issues with how they execute. Foot starting on attack first. They might be just hurling themselves at the A site, as we've been seeing a lot in the meta.
I mean, they just overhauled their comp from the last time they played it. This is kind of wild. What does this tell you, Vincent? What do you think?
I think it's interesting, most importantly, because Kiwi is getting away from such a meta agent in the form of Jet right now. They really rely on his individual performance right here, right now. So I want to see him shine and bring Foot that 2-0.
Well, Foot, they're on the edge of completing the greatest upset we've seen at playoffs of all time. Pavlos and Ender, do you think they can pull this off?
It's definitely a best-of-3 series, but we can't not forget what a strong start they've had to this series, right? An extremely good bind. Now jumping into Split, they've got to keep that momentum going.
They only lost a single round on their attacking side of bind. Now they get to attack on Split. Famously, not the most fun place in the world to try and attack, but Crack's going to be back on the signature KO. Kiwi on the Jet, as a matter of fact. Big statements to be made here right off the rip. I will remind you, the pistol rounds in this head-to-head have been abysmal for Foot. 5 out of 6 they have lost, but they won their first on that second half of bind, and it carried them through the entire half. We are going to start off with a bang here on Split.
It's time. Fnatic versus Foot. Map number 2, Foot's pick. Every time they play this map, they've switched things up. It hasn't worked thus far, but now with belief that they can close it out with a 2-0, the fight is on, and Fnatic move quickly into mid.
Yeah, they're really zooming for that one. Concuss, Paranoia sent out, not really catching anything. Add a captain taken a little bit low, but they haven't given up that control either. As a matter of fact, they were doubling down for a moment with 5 players in the rotation. Now pivoting back into Heaven, and they have this camera to re-clear into Heaven. They want to tag into it.
Well, Kiwi's holding out close by. Durka in quick contention. Dash just falls a little bit short of the mark, not quite exactly where Kiwi would have liked it to, but they do garner space control over on the side.
The fight for ramp will decide this round right here. Only 3 players on site for Foot. They need to win that one out. Fnatic haven't fallen just yet.
Ooh, Cracks. Sneaky Roo under Roo. But no, not exactly what he would have liked. It's Fnatic, they're winning all of the trades and Moj
it's not
on
planted
the
for him.
wrong side of the map. Yeah, Alfaya didn't quite spot him, so there's a potential kill there, but the spike is not planted for them, as you've just alluded to. Doesn't even connect the shots at the end, so Fnatic get themselves the pistol round win.
Yeah, real unfortunate for Kiwi. They're not finding anything with the timing he'd taken to move up into A Heaven. Off of all that mid presence, there was a camera to spot him out, then a flash came in as well. He had no real option on that. Was trying to escape, but gets absolutely carved up. And that put him in a real tough position. They weren't able to plant out for Heaven. Players still isolated away off the site. Fnatic played out retake on A so nicely. Their retakes have looked real good towards that side of the map, and that is another classic Fnatic pistol. A different story than Fnatic's in the past, perhaps, especially in this matchup versus Foot. It's gone real well for them.
Leo. We'll be spotting out this this position right now from Foot, but they do just walk past. I feel like in this pistol round, you know, you don't expect too much. I think what we can talk about is a bit the compositions, right? Every single time Foot have played it, they've lost it, and every single time they've opted for a change.
Yeah, lost it twice previously, and they're going to lose it here too.
Yeah, it's clean. It's clean by everybody. Give them the ace, just go for it. Slam dunk with a pistol, no. Much too nice. It is what it is, but still. Yep. Fnatic with 2.
It started at the end, and honestly, like, for Foot, previously, they've never been fans of the Omen or the Breach, which you'll notice Fnatic are running both of. The line control of the fault line of the Paranoia, really good defensively for setting up plays early in rounds, for catching players running in through tight chokes like this. You see the fault line used from Fnatic there to catch 4 players. They weren't going to get killed by Durka. But the fact of the matter is, because they don't have that to combo with the Raze, they have way less control over mid. You know, paint shells into the Concuss, a really nice combo. So I think they're trying to play less for ability combos and more for individual agency with Kiwi's pick here on the Jet. The KO2 for Cracks. Big difference there. Breach has to play in the back lines, has to play float. Look how passively Durka's playing on defense now. With the fault line ready to go. Cracks wants to be in the fight, and he's got the skill to do it. We've seen that over the last 2 days.
Yeah. Definitely got the skill to back that one up. Trailblaze assisted push here by Kiwi. Scattered out, Durka close by with the judge. That's a difficult position to take care of. Another guiding light. Posing presence here from Durka. First early pick, simple.
I mean, Foot played their attack on Bind really passively, but they're all in solo spots here.
Yeah.
A wonky peek up into B Heaven with a very deep flash, easily turnable. We're not even really going to catch Durka playing the close angle with the judge. And now they're going to try to pivot back into A, which is a little bit soft. Without the concuss, Chronicle will fall back towards screens, but now there's a double up screens elbow with all the Cypher trips on site. Alfier loves to play for the spam.
TP over for Boaster. Mr. Fallen close by. Oh, the case just drops, and that's a pick for Mr. Fallen. A chance, drops back. Chronicle seizes the opportunity to drop right back up. Here's the showstopper, but Crack stops it. Crack stops the showstopper. It's a showstopper in and of its own. And Cracks is alone. We just praised him for his excellence and ability, but he might have just planted it right out to the open. It's got to reload. Guiding light to the back of the site, touch on the spike. Does he rotate? Does he go all the way around? Does he stick around? He does. Duck cover. Oh, he's patient and it might be the right amount of time. Leo swings out of it. And that's a round for Fnatic to keep things going.
What a round from Fnatic. Of course, when Kiwi falls, the round explodes for Foot, but the quick rotation, Boast even like teleporting past the Astro utility, past the Cypher trip that was put in spawn, just to reinforce on site. It becomes so claustrophobic with so little time. Fnatic flooding out of the enemy smoke. Even though Durka's ultimate doesn't pay off, those players able to deal with both Heaven drops too. It was supposed to be a late reflank through mid, but Fnatic didn't even play Heaven. They played all on the ground, and it paid off beautifully for them. I think it started with, frankly, poor play around mid.
Yeah. So far.
Kiwi completely in on his own.
And not picks from Durka over and over again.
And to be fair, this time around, things are a little bit different. They're, you know, out hunting a little bit more, 2-2.
Posing
Cracks
Cowboys.
is there to be a second player in. Previous one, oh, we can see the toes of Moj there. Nice camera just to spot the creep up into the A site. And Fnatic, with really heavy control over mid, allows very swift rotations and the ability to never allow a player into A or B Heaven.
That is true. That is true. Chronicle's looking for some more. He's got some help. But there's a bit of a backstab room here from Alpha. To be fair, some damage has been done, right? Another kill and there would be quite a successful eco from Foot, but no. That's 2 kills to the Foot side as Foot keep that momentum going, 4-0. It seems the break between this and the previous map has done quite a bit for them.
Yeah, they've had a good reset so far. Still just one rifle round that Fnatic were able to beat down from the side of Foot. And when you play against Fnatic, it's a little bit less when you're playing for kills and stuff in an eco or half buy, something like this. It's less about removing the rifles and getting the money. It's more about can you stack up into your big ultimates. Cracks just one off of that null command. I will say the actual site execute ults from Foot's comp, really weak. They just like, the only real like power like site clearing ultimate is gonna be that KO, whereas Fnatic have so much to work with. That's sort of the weakness with not running, you know, a breach in this composition as opposed to that, with taking the Jet as opposed to the Raze too. Just far less in terms of actual killing utility and more about seeing if you're able to capitalize with the dash smoke into sight, if you're able to find an early pick around mid too.
And I feel Fnatic have got still so much in their playbook, right? They haven't really been forced to play aggressive so far in early rounds. Foot being taken down one by one early.
Foot are going to slowly work up mid with this dog. We are going to quickly see Chronicle get ready for a concuss line up into mail on any information. Durka can try to play off that too, and a good dog clears out everything. Make sure no one's crept up into vents. That was the one weak spot from Fnatic. And Foot don't want to deal with mid at all.
Yeah, 5-man stack ups here from Foot is what's been working most of them on Bind. Splits are different in that dynamic.
And they've got the Cosmic Divide from Ada Captains. They can use that for really good control and just flood into the site, but they got to get through the one-ways. Alfier's going to have himself one-way to end the trips to playoff. There's a second layer to the defense from Fnatic.
Alpha still alive. He's got the one-way. He's got the trips. None of them have been chimed just yet. One have been broken. That's a spray down and a double by Alpha. It couldn't be better for the Turk. And now Cracks alone and really know where to go. They know where he is. They know where he hides. And they can just drop back. No chances taken. Fnatic playing it to a T.
Alpha here, Cypher. 10 seconds left. Just shuts the round down completely.
It's one to be feared, man.
It's going to change how Foot have to play, because now how do you late round rotate back into A? I think the setup, if I'm not mistaken, has been on this A site every single round. That's usually where the Cypher, usually where Alpha here likes to play as well. But you have to change your knife positioning, because what you saw there from Alfir is the dream position to play. You have the one-way sort of thrown for yourself up in the nook underneath the Crown Coffee logo right there. Yeah. You had another one on the right side of Sign. Chronicle also has this perfect lane to throw out the concuss, take a fight.
Beautiful tech.
There you have it. They're worried about him hiding behind that one-way there to catch out with the trip, but then he's playing in the second one too. It's a really tough position to play, so maybe they have to change their KO knife. I didn't see where that ended up getting used, but just to clear out the close corner, but still there's so much territory for Alfir to move with on the site. That's the problem. If Cypher doesn't play in the same spot every time, especially Alfir, he's always going to be mixing it up.
I feel like you're the game reading specialist, but can I be the player reading specialist right now?
What do you see?
They're smiling. They feel a lot more bubbly. The previous game, it looked a bit more stressed, a bit more forced. They're definitely in a different place mentally right now, Fnatic are.
Absolutely.
Psychology 101, right?
Hey, you got it right there. And let's not forget the first half of Bind, 8-4 Fnatic. It was all in their favor. Things may shift at the half, but this is also Foot rocking a brand new composition on the map. Played it twice previously in the split, lost both times. After each loss now, they made a little bit of a change. And the mentality shift of the team from the previous comps has been putting individual focus on Cracks and Kiwi. No Raze, the KO for Cracks too. They have to find their moments on this attack.
Foot really need to re-enable their attitude in that first map. Feel a little bit more comfort. They beat him Fnatic once in one map. They can do it again, right?
And it will be Cracks actually carrying over the rifle into this round. I was thinking maybe you give that to Kiwi, see if he can try to supercharge his knives, chuck that back later into a round. Instead, this is their half-buy setup. 2 up through mid, 2 through A.
Chronicle. Fancying a bit of sneaky action, whack-a-mole. But he doesn't get whacked, instead he does all the whacking. And he switches the position entirely, assists out into heaven as Foot look to commence their push. Childblades are chasing right after him. Chronicle has switched up his position so much in a matter of nearly no time and has had already so much impact. And with the Rolling Thunder, he can have so much more.
Alfir.
Oh, but he gets dealt with early. And now it's a trade, right? It's a 4v4 fight, and the side control is underfoot.
Yeah, Mosh picking up that rifle. Shuts it down. Now Kiwi's got one as well. Neural Theft to come online. The flank will be spotted. They know exactly what Boaster's doing, and it's going to be a heavy setup towards ramps.
Foot has never had a better situation in a round thus far in Split. This is their chance to get a win.
Boaster. Fallen knows he's here. Oh, he knows Fallen's there.
Smart that cover, smart paranoia, and there's nothing Mr. Fallen can do apart from be patient. The trip has to be broken though. Guiding light together, and that's Mr. Fallen with a stinger kill. Durka switching it right back up onto the site. The push from Fnatic is commencing. Mr. Fallen on the back line, causing trouble, but it's Smodge. Is it planted for him? Yes, it is! But Durka is there to deliver, and Fnatic cannot stop winning.
A valiant effort from Foot. Going, zooming into that A side, but in the post plant, the combo of the Rolling Thunder into the paint shells. Kiwi was just stuck in hell and just bombs exploding around him. No fun whatsoever. You'll see that again. I mean, taking this angle, Alfir actually plays that same spot 2 rounds in a row. They're ready for it. That's the combo I'm talking about. The one little sliver that the Cosmic Divide was supposed to leave room to play in just gets flooded with utility. And okay, Boaster feeling himself a bit. Literally and metaphorically.
Here.
Kiwi's been able to move down ramps with a deep little smoke just to take that space. He's been playing almost, calling it a lurk role would be a little bit incorrect, I feel, because he is looking for fights early on into rounds.
Yep.
But he's quickly trying to capitalize on space. One of the things you can do on this map is play for information. They want to get Chronicle. He's on the ropes again.
Apart from that, I'm distracted by Boaster not having a gun.
Oh my.
I don't know what happened.
He's going to be able to get one now. All part of the plan.
Cosplaying Carmine Corp, I reckon.
Oh no.
Oh, I'll fire. Oh, it's easy for Fnatic in this one. Not challenged at all. It feels like Foot crumbling under the pressure. Mr. Fallen trying to do something alone. But the captain has got a lot on his plate at this point, and that plate just cracks right in front of him.
I just love that, like, now we just get to have a montage of all the reasons why players forgot to buy guns, right? You have Navera taking both of his headphones off and celebrating after being around, and then you have Boaster literally caressing himself, you know? Having a nice time up there on the stage. Can't blame him, it's 7-0.
I'd love to hear the comms on that. Guys, I forgot to buy. I mean, they have plenty of money. You can't even go with the argument, oh, he was saving up for an operator for a teammate for the next round. That wasn't even a thing.
Look, it's been stimulating Valorant from Fnatic. It's hard to blame them on that one, and Foot have yet to find an answer. I think what we have seen from them...
They still won the round, right?
Yeah.
At the other day.
No, we just need more from Foot now. Again,
yeah,
half buy for them, Knives
so.
Online. They're looking for that similar ramp take once more, but it's a little bit tougher to fight aggressively for ramp without, you know, the breach fault line. The paranoia. Oh, man. Fnatic.
Oh, Durka's fancying it. That's cracks down and out, and Durka, he's been enabled. I've got a feeling Mimi, during the break, said Durka go kill. That's the strat right now. And honestly, it's working.
Chronicle's just been a menace playing around vents too, a couple times on the rope after taking the much more passive approach that we saw in the previous rounds. It is all gonna come down to Kiwi here. It has to take a bit of a chance, you feel like, but Fnatic playing really deep sight lines.
Yeah, treading carefully here, Kiwi is. Looking to float like a feather onto the side. No, sticks up. Fnatic well aware. Both are traded, but the blades can't find the mark. Bullet to the heart for Kiwi, and Fnatic 8 consecutive and none for their opposing side.
I mean, no surprise. People do love playing the defense side of Split here, but this has been just shocking. Fnatic love these mid plays with that Raze ulti coming online, but this is where I think Foot need a tempo shift.
Yeah.
Right? They've been going like contact, sort of like tag teaming up through A, through mid.
Oh,
so many of these rounds, again and again.
We have the call out.
I love it. But honestly, I think Foot need to play for an execute. Like Bind, their slow play worked, but they were playing very clumped so that Fnatic couldn't take these chances to catch players on their own. But again, like Kiwi is just a solo mission towards ramps. Usually this is your Cypher player throwing a cage, which is cheaper than the jet smoke to get the cross there. It's more of an easy default where you don't have to commit a player across. But they have just put him in this position again and again, and it has not been really converting into much of anything. Because now who's the one taking the first fight? It's your smokes player up through vents first. That is not ideal.
Foot just need a win. Just one round. Get in the flow of things again. But Fnatic, ultra passive. Know that Foot have got a lot at their disposal to take the fights here.
The combo.
Don't really want to go for this. Paint shield fault line, just a bit of damage.
It was fumbled a bit. A little off there from Chronicle, or not knowing exactly where it wanted to land. Now check out where Moshe is. Has worked over into B Heaven, up into Raptor.
Wait a second.
He's gotten past Boaster.
Paranoia available as well. Can catch both players out into the open. They drop back, which means maybe Moj will be called to action. But no, goes all the way around from the shadows onto Garage. Mr. Fallen has dropped. No catching off of the rotations. And they know where Moj is as well.
He can check into the camera too and spot out Boaster on that flank. Alfgear falls up in Heaven.
This is Foot's chance. Boaster. Surely they should know. Surely they know. Had a captain on the case, and now 2 for Fnatic. This could be the round for Foot. A start, perhaps.
Fnatic will play for everything here. Rifles at minimum, maybe the round. They've got so much to spare. They've got to go for it.
Nothing to lose. And they don't really know if Foot is going for a flank, which is why fault line is expended by Chronicle, why time is wasted here by Fnatic. Slowly but surely they move in, but slowly but surely they shall be taken down. Leo with a bit of damage at the end, but that's Foot finally on the board.
Foot finally playing the push and pull of this map. You think about how many players they knew had rotated over to right outside of A Heaven. The fault line, the paint shells, everything. They knew what was going on. They had to pivot back into Moja's lurk. Well, the lurk didn't end up paying off in a huge way for them. Had to fall off that angle. It left the B site completely open. And we're going to see more of that. Look, Foot, if you want to play the slow down approach into the game, it's about mid control, it's about getting into vents, hearing the rotations of the players through spawn, and making an informed decision off of it. Kind of ignoring that Cypher in a way.
Guiding light.
It's a great pivot from Fnatic though. Concuss 2 to catch the players off guard.
Oh.
It doesn't get better than that. From vents is where Chronicle set that up.
Beautiful microplay. And that just sets Fnatic up for success this round. These 2 early picks make it 3 really, with Cracks being, you know, picked off in mid as well.
But it's a great pivot from Fnatic. Look, if you're gonna late move into B, we will have control over Garage. You're not gonna get past us.
Fnatic was like, we give you 1 round, we'll do you 1 better. We'll win the next one without any of our players taking damage.
Well, now you've gone and said it.
Hey, it's still possible. Dirk is here with an operator. Only 1 shot is required anywhere. Still damage not done. Still damage not done. I'm focusing on that. Damage not done! Fnatic on 9. The reply to Foot's victory.
And that is why I like to see the breach on Split. Chronicle with a cross map, perfect setup on that fault line.
Oh, damage was done.
Oh, you fool.
I fumbled it.
You fumbled the bag completely. All right, well, moral victories for Foot, I suppose. Because this map not looking like a map victory to me.
Yeah, it's, oh, man. It's starting to feel tough, right?
I love how Mini just never looks happy.
Yeah, but you gotta
It's
stop
because of the damage done, is the fact of the matter. He's like, yeah, I was expecting the perfect round, but Boaster just, to get into that spot,
trolling,
had to eat it up.
Yeah, I'm feeling for Foot a little bit here, right? Because they won the previous map. Imagine setting up the expectations, all that effort, the belief, you know, put into your mind that this is a feasible series. This is a series where you can qualify to Tokyo.
Well, I'll give them this round. They have a chance to pinch the operator. They know it's there with the camera. 3 players in vents, 2 up in main. They got to work vents a little bit quicker if they want to do it. You can't just blind peek out into this. Moj, I don't think he had the camera or the cage thrown for ramp, which is what he really needed to block out if they were going to scale faster. It's a great reposition.
Yeah, just Foot is hoping at this point all their effort to not be in vain. Shot exchanged. Foot infiltrating Alfaya. Spike in his hands. And quickly as that, this round is fully out of depth for Foot.
How is that a captain in front?
Oh, Alfaya making clean work of it, but yeah. This is all, ooh, wait a minute. A chance, Krax is in the fight. Spike not quite collected, but Krax creating space. Darker having to drop back there if he would have lost his life. This would be a very feasible round for Foot. Time dwindling, and Krax again doing crack things as he does, and it's just given hope to his team. Now Boaster, the captain of Fnatic, trying to jump it right back in his favor, give his team double digits and deny the second by Foot, walking underneath Kiwi, walking to the side of Krax. This is falling into place for him, but not enough.
Chills. For a second, I saw the vision for Boaster, but Foot are able to put a second on the board, and it's through Krax and Kiwi at the end, right? The shift is all to put them in power. I mean, Kiwi lets 2 of his teammates die before he goes for the peak there, but he gets his one, Krax with the rifle, that longer angle down ramp, turns it into everything.
Krax literally injecting hope to his team. This is him bringing out the Nidos and injecting some of that hope.
The IRL stim pack. No brim even required for that one. And Foot continue this pace from them. It has been consistent, if nothing else. But now those 2 players actually heating up now.
Yeah.
Ultimate online up into heaven.
Leading the charge here, Krax is. No command and flash drive. Krax taken down, Darker, finding the bullets. And now, Foot bring back Krax to life, but might be a little bit too exposed.
Watch out, a captain from main. He had a chance to move out for a second. Boaster, Durka rather with the ultimate.
Even with side control, it might not even matter. They left the spike behind, and this is where Fnatic start to crunch in. Foot realize they fumbled. They've realized that they've spread out too much, and there you have it. The end of the half is here, with Fnatic having 10 rounds to the 2 of Foot.
Yeah, Cracks and Kiwi, well, Fnatic saying, we'll give you one better. Bosta and Durka shutting down that take in its entirety.
Crazy reply. Display of dominance really here from Fnatic. Display of dominance. Look, it goes to show how easy it is for them. Well, easy, that's debatable. But how simple it was for them to jump back, have a break, take a breather, and come back with the right attitude to take on this series. They've done a crazy job to now be in charge, 10-2, and disrupt the momentum of Foot.
I will extend a lifeline to Foot here, though.
Yeah.
I think things will be simpler for them to play on the defensive side of things. If they can win this pistol round, get Kiwi an operator as early as the 4th round into the half.
Give us all that hope here, man.
That's where you want to be set up. Now there's plenty of util to force him off of angles. From the smokes, the fault line, flashes, scouting from Leo, all that. But this is where you want to see him get online with that operator early. Similar to how we saw once it got in the hands of Durka on the Raze, no less. Was absolutely carving up Foot on the attack. But I also just don't think that Foot were calling a very in-depth game. It was a lot about send 2 players out on their mission. If they can find something, maybe you can swing into them. Fnatic aren't giving it to us. Okay, well, then we have to commit some more in the late round. It was that one round they were sort of playing that ping pong between A and B through mid that looked nice from them, but it was a little bit lackluster. On the defense side of things, it simplifies so much.
And I feel like we need to see Kiwi jump up a lot here, right? On attack, he couldn't quite find his openings, he couldn't quite find his footing, always sort of bested by Durka, which you must give Durka the props because these openings were insane.
Also, it wasn't a fair fight.
No.
He was playing on his own half the time, right? Whereas Durka has concusses, fault lines, everything coming in online. Like, Fnatic were playing a so much more in-depth game, and I would not want to be playing on Foot right now with the earful it sounds like they're getting.
Nope.
And a little bit deserved. It was a tough, tough half for them. Now they are in must-win territory on this pistol round.
Flip a switch, really. Jump right back in. Second half on defense should be stronger. Should. Keyword. Well, let's see if they're able to do it in the end. This is where they can take a stand and possibly challenge Fnatic. It's quite a long way to go. It's a big mountain Fnatic have been able to climb themselves, and a mountain that Foot are forced to climb right after them if they want to succeed in Split, in their own map pick.
Fnatic going to play heavy through mid early on into this round. They do realize no players are in vents. And you can see there's a concuss ready to go. If that had spotted anything, a swing had come in, they could have capitalized. Dogs do a little kiss on the way out, maybe a little sniffer. But now Fnatic with full control over Heaven. The players, can they actually rotate for, oh my god, Durka's going nuts!
He really is! Cracks, though, will be putting an end to him. Alfire trading it right back up, but maybe they want to take the site now. Moj can't quite find his shots. Chronicle crouching under and dodging his bullets. So side control now is under Fnatic's control.
Yeah, the tough thing is Spike is still stuck in hell, so Chronicle has to make this crossover. They're waiting for a smoke to come back up from Boaster. Timing right there at the minute. Now he can make it across and just use that aftershock to guarantee the plant goes down.
Ooh, this could be good timing here. Alfaya was looking at his cam for a second, but now drops back and pulls out his frenzy.
Leo has a reflank in mid. He's going to take his time on it.
Kiri trying to stretch out the positioning of the site, but with impending doom on the back line, there's not much you can do. Kiwi stuck between a rock and a hard place at this point. Mr. Fallen might be trying to make things more easy for him, but that's not going to be the case. Fnatic get themselves a pistol win. They're on 11.
Yep, they're back in pistol control. They get the plant there too. And Foot, oh boy, they have nothing.
It was all about that pistol round. Honestly, like, if you want to bring out that comeback, you've got to win that pistol.
This is the toughest call they're going to have to make because they don't have the benefit of being on attack with the plant, so they can't really go Spectre's light armor.
There's no way they don't force, right?
Yeah, that's the tough thing, is because you have to give Fnatic 12 if you don't force, but you don't have enough money to realistically win this round. You can see Fnatic, it's not an FPX buy for Fnatic. They are full purchasing into this one, just on the off chance Foot cooks something up. But it'll mean 10 match points for Fnatic.
2 players on Foot here on the defense. Really can't pause any pressure up against the rifles of Fnatic. And Foot on the back foot heavily. Big time.
Spike planted.
This map is seemingly ending so quick in comparison to the other. Where did it go? Slipping through their fingers, this series is really. They're just trying to have a grasp of it. Adacapta, nice lovely head onto Alpha. What else can they do, man? They need a bit of confidence here. But honestly, Fnatic got this all under control, simultaneously swing their angles. Fnatic on 12.
They needed 2 minimum there to actually matter for the economy. Boaster upgrades into a rifle, can chuck it over teammate, and they've got enough to buy another one. So Foot, what do you have for us? Making sure they have the ability to go ahead and purchase full utility, which they don't barely. I think Mose just has the single tripwire for vents. We'll give them a little bit of information on that late push through, but I think the way Fnatic have been playing, that would end up being a dog that would end up breaking it. And then you've got nothing really to work with. It'll be a little bit light too on Kiwi, who's only found 2 kills in 14 rounds. Looking for an early fight that must pay off for him.
Surely we're not considering 10 in a row. Hey, you've only got to look at it one at a time. That's the attitude. That really is the attitude that Foot need to have right now. Fnatic, on the other hand, comfortable, don't want to fumble it. They know already, they've dropped their own map pick on Bind, something that I don't think anybody's already anticipated. So having a clean win here is exactly what they want.
Looks like they may have been walking into a 3-stack, but Fnatic are still very uncommitted.
Yeah, split.
At this point in time. Actually, look at that. Alfier just threw his 2 cages onto A. I believe those just went down. So he's threatening that walk up in towards A heaven to put some pressure, while the real commit will be on B. Foot have a read on this early on. Kiwi not getting baited out to go to the A site. Instead, he'll be just guarding any sort of male walkout into heaven.
Yeah, Foot really don't want to challenge out this mid side at all. Kiwi realizing that contact is on its way now into heaven. Kiwi though just jumps out of the shadows and delivers a finishing blow into Alpha. Durka though, he's been split from the team, now finding reinforcements as they've entered in from main, and they start to shoot upon Adacapta at the back of the site. They've taken the control they needed, and Foot are trailing behind.
Up in numbers, Leo not committing to the lurk. Will go back into main. Means Foot have to fight forward entirely. Worried about that, but now the rolling thunder to push them back and buy time.
Has anybody been stunned by it? I don't think so. I think they've been able to avoid it, but can they move in forwards? Chronicle taken down low, but they need the kills. Replenished by his teammate Leo. But Durka's got a side angle. Durka just looks up right after it. Oh my God, what a way to close it out. What a dominant display by Fnatic this second map. Hitting us with the grand old switcheroo.
That looks a little bit more like the Fnatic you expect to see come playoffs time. They just pulverized Foot on their map choice. I mean, Foot couldn't find anything on the attack and nothing like they could manage on Bind. And now our sights move forward to Lotus, a third final map to decide who will be representing EMEA at Japan, and who's going to have to continue fighting for their lives in the lower bracket.
Yeah, not going to be easy on that lower bracket, is it? I mean, again, if you drop to the lower bracket and get a win there, you also get a top 4 seed spot already, qualifying to Masters Tokyo. But if you could do it here against Fnatic, that's a statement.
You might as well get it done early.
Yeah, you might as well. But we'll find out if Foot stand a chance. It's going to be Lotus up next, so do not miss it.
No, I think it's good pressure. Oh, I got it. Yeah, I mean, I had a classic in the first game. Nice! Nice!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
Well, Fnatic don't take kindly to losing. They responded with a dominant victory of their own on Split. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined by Zesht and Ryan. Once again, not really how we expected that map would go, but Ryan, perhaps Fnatic, they were just a little bit fired up after map 1.
Yeah, I could understand like Foot trying to pick Split to maybe try and exploit something that they saw with Fnatic's like previous splits, but it feels like Fnatic have put so much time into prepping it. They looked so much better last week where they played up against NAVI and won, but this was just the icing on the cake. Both teams trying to go for exploitable map picks, trying to go for a weak spot for an opponent. Both cases backfiring pretty spectacularly.
And I don't even think they have really exploited what, you know, could have been the weaknesses of Fnatic. It felt like they were actually going into the same traps that they have placed and laid out for the side of NAVI. And exactly the same happened here. It is a bit disappointing, to be very honest. Sure, it was sort of a risk of Foot doing this, but legitimately nothing worked. They stalled, they couldn't even get the thing going.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Durka has more ACS than 3 of those players added together,
combined,
which is kind of crazy. But I think you're right, Ryan. I'm a little bit peeved that we're not seeing FUT versus Fnatic on Haven and Lotus right off the bat, because we want to see these teams play their best maps against each other, but it just happens that both teams are good at Haven, both teams are good at Lotus, so maybe, like you said, they just took a risk, and a risk I don't really like at this point of playoffs.
I think on the side of FUT, it's like the last time that they took a risk was against Giants in the regular season as well, where they tried to maybe get a bit too big brain with the map veto, try and play themselves a bit too thin, and they were punished by it last time. It would just be such a shame with how FUT looked on Bind to see this whole series crumble because they got overzealous, that they thought that there was something about Split that they could make work against a team like Fnatic, that their map veto is so good overall that no doubt they're spending a lot of time making sure that their Split and like their Ascent and stuff is up to that same level.
It is exactly that point, because it feels for me like this could have been, you know, we talked about this map veto advantage and how Foot won it and Fnatic technically lost it. And this right here is probably where it turns around in the sense that they overcooked. They legitimately overcooked the entire thing and had better options to pick whilst making this kind of risky take. And I don't like it, because it was like this safety and the momentum that was existing on the Foot side now crumbling, because at 2-13, that stings.
I think both teams overcooked a little bit here. I think Fnatic, they always either choose Haven, Icebox, or Ascent sometimes, or Lotus even. So to see them deviate is a little bit weird. But speaking of Fnatic, Ryan, Leo Bind was not his best. He got super frustrated, as you guys can see from the stats as well. You say it's not his best. Like this, for normal initiator player, it's all right. But him on map 2 though, Ryan.
Yeah, it was the spring up, I suppose, overall. Like Leo solo initiating on the previous map of Bind, and on Split being able to sort of at least combo a bit more with Chronicle, took a lot more mid control, had a lot more impactful moments, as we're about to see, where he actually does get into those moments of Fnatic we're able to run with. And it was nice to see him, of all players, be able to like take the loss on Bind and instantly bounce back as if it didn't even matter in the end.
And once more coming out with 0 deaths. You know, it's one of those things where it really, actually, sorry, first deaths. No. None of those actually happening to him. It felt like very clean. It's a bit absurd on the highlighting spectrum when we see a 13-2 and we're a bit like how good he is. But I mean, those were just clear scenarios, right? Here we saw exactly the synergy that I was always expecting from the Fnatic side on Bind that was just not existent, and it felt like a refurbished version.
Refurbished?
Refreshed.
Refreshed?
Refreshed?
Refurbished, I think still was, but I had to think about that one in my head. But honestly, if you are a Fnatic fan, you're going to want to forget about Bind. If you are a FUT fan, I think Split didn't even happen. But the most important thing now is Lotus, because finally we're getting a map that makes sense. No gambles here, no risk taking, and even though they played against each other already on this map, Ryan, you can see why both of them want to go here, because both of them have, I would almost say, an equal chance of winning.
Yeah, I'm really glad that like we can almost treat this as a best of one now on Lotus with these two teams. Like there's no big brains trying to sort of make their map pool bigger than it is. It's more the case of like FUT had a great start on this map, like at lock-in, especially beating the likes of like 100 Thieves and stuff, which I think back then was a bit of a feat. Maybe now, not so much when you look at it. But it's the case of like Fnatic, when they played in the regular season, kind of stomped them. Fnatic takes the crown of Lotus, but I still think there's so much that FUT now can rely on this map to get them to Tokyo. I wanted to see them sort of play it out a bit more, but I also want them to take control of this map again, because it could be the reason why they go to Tokyo.
Well, to go through this big, prosperous jungle called Lotus, where you need to go for the machete to grab the crown of this wonderful map, we need to see Kiwi back alive. I think this is one of the win conditions that I was most definitely seeing.
Is he welding the machete?
He's absolutely, he's welding the machete, going from tree to tree.
You're calling Alpha a tree?
No.
Is that what you're trying to say?
How am I calling Alpha a tree?
Well, who's the tree in this situation?
I mean, if so, he would be a big oak that is hard to get down.
He is like this all the time.
All right, yeah, but I missed this. I missed this.
What is this about?
But I'll let you guys go over there on the telly, because the interesting thing is we talk about Leo already and Cracks earlier. The Gecko Fade head-to-head. How is that going to play out?
So I think one of the cooler aspects, I suppose, from Lotus in EMEA is that we do have a lot of variation in different comps and stuff. And specifically, we wanted to look at Cracks' KO and then also Leo's Fade. I think we'll start with Cracks' KO at this point to try and push through. So we'll go over to this one. This is the typical attacking setup from Foot. They have this Viper wall that goes across, and what you'll notice if we look at the heat map of where typically we see Cracks is positioned, he's not being super aggressive. In fact, it's a bit more passive. At this point, using this Viper wall to try and push up to take a bit more control over on A main, or to basically hold it from any attackers. Any attackers that actually try and push this, to try and take the space, they have to do it for a Viper wall, but they also have to do it with a KO. By the way, this KO is also doing lineups like this, either throwing a KO knife here. If they go for an execute, you can throw it onto site, which is obviously going to get all of these different areas with suppression. I'm not an artist, so you don't need to worry about that too much. But effectively, you're seeing a lot more focus from the KO over towards A, which is interesting when you directly compare it to Leo's Fade, because that focus is a lot more different.
Yeah, so I let the artist do the work in this case. It's quite pivotal to take a look at what is done differently with Fade. And if we play it right here, we're going to see right at the moment that usually what you see here is the haunt. Like, this is one of the crucial abilities to early rule out the mount direction. Once that has now taken place, and once you know a rough idea of what is going on, we usually, when we go further, the classic situation to retake room. And this is right here where a Prowler moves in, checks that nothing has happened before in case this has been destroyed. So they're really safe on taking space. But as we know from Fade, if we move on and on and on, we see that this is the advantage of that agent. When you make a default and you're a little slower, somewhere around the 1 minute 40-second mark, you can use your second Prowler to once more take site control. And that is the great advantage we see within Fade. So I would say it's just two different styles in this case that really have different advantages and different disadvantages.
Yeah, I think looking at it as well, like Fnatic were attacking first, so there's going to be a lot more pressure towards C, maybe later hits towards A, but the fact that, like, we could see this, you guys could see it, so clearly Foot and Fnatic have an idea that this is going to be the case as well.
Looks like a thunderstorm hitting Lotus.
It does, doesn't it? Maybe the jungle weather is going to impact the kind of thunderstorms we're going to get.
The monsoon coming down.
Are we gonna carry on this jungle thing? Also,
it is a jungle.
I meant to say KO. I don't know why I said Gecko. I'm sorry if anybody got excited and think that we were gonna get Gecko on this map. Hey, we might, but we are gonna head into Agent Select now and see what we're gonna get on both sides. Of course, you mentioned Kiwi needs to step up. He plays the Neon here, and his Jet was really muted on split.
Yeah,
so
it was.
I agree with you. I think he needs to step up. And once again, I don't expect any changes for Fnatic. They haven't changed at all so far. I don't expect them to do it here.
No, so far so good.
Their comp is just the way to go on this map, but it's so exclusive to them, it sort of feels. Both teams sort of relying on their strengths, right? This is just a big difference. Durka on the Raze, Kiwi on the Neon, and then that KO from Cracks. Leo on the Fade. No flashes on the side of Fnatic. That's usually the one element that's criticized about this composition, but frankly, they haven't really needed a Sky or a KO at this point.
Once more highlighting, this has been a 5-13 for Fnatic last time around. They were dominating the Foot side. They were really struggling when they were attacking because Fnatic was not shutting it down early on. They were absolutely making it work on the retake. They said, you know what, Foot, you can get on the side. That's fine by us. And when we talk about the defensive side, this is where once more the later attacks of Fnatic, where they rotate around in the 40-second mark in one of the sides, really made it work. I am just curious to see if there has been a great adaptation and great preparation from Foot.
This is the map, the perfect map to sort of send Fnatic or Foot to Tokyo at this point. It's so nice to see Foot being able to sort of scare a giant like Fnatic. It's been great to see this team fully form and develop from a pretty awkward off-season to now being one map away, one of their best maps away from actually qualifying for their international event.
Exactly. You beat them on Bind, you know, that was a great performance, but if you can beat them on the map that they consider themselves the best in the region, Ryan, that is a whole different story. And I'm with you, Vincent. I think cut through the bamboo forest.
They were, I don't know about the exact trees in India on this map, but overall, yes, they would have definitely cut through the jungle with the sharp machete.
I say that we unofficially crown one of these teams the best loaded team based on whoever wins.
Yeah, in the world, I think as well, yeah, because I mean, Fnatic have had that trophy for a while with with some of the results they've had. And then FUT, like, they've been amongst it. It's been these two fighting on this map overall. But like Fnatic, this is maybe a map that they were expecting. I'm curious to see what the prep has been.
Yeah, and most importantly, it is one where I want to see once more this momentum that we have witnessed from FUT, right? The confidence that we've seen, the kind of screaming we had, the emotionalness that this Turkish team actually is known for, once more being brought to the table. Because the last thing I want to see is to see them all mute on the desk when they can pretty much take down a giant.
That's the thing, Fnatic, they've already proved their mental from after last map. Ryan, it is definitely FUT's turn to see if they can bounce back.
Yeah, the thing that you said about there of like seeing that passion from the FUT side, that can very easily become a lot more stressful. If this game goes late, if we go to like the sort of double digits in the ones for both teams at that point, it might be a bottling time, choking time maybe for FUT. That's a lot of pressure on them.
Yeah, we're just waiting for a restart on an observer's PC right now. I don't know who we're pointing fingers at, Mel or Zilv. You reckon?
It's more of a Mel thing. I think Mel is more of the kind of the person.
The thing is, Zilv has a lot of like cups around his PC.
That's true.
So I reckon he. Oh, I can confirm. Oh God, it was Mel.
Of course it was Mel.
It's okay, Mel. We'll wait for you. I don't care about this game. I just care that she's going to be in there in the observer slot.
Of course, she has an Alpha Romeo jacket. Of course, it's going to break down.
Anyway,
that's the end of the show, guys. Thanks for watching.
It took me a second to get there, but once it got there, I actually don't hate it. I don't hate it, Vincent. You got any more while we're waiting for this tech pause to be resolved?
I'm going to be the Iceman and say nothing more.
Any more than that?
There's the Iceman.
Any more than that?
What else am I going to say? No. I mean, I could say something about the press conference, you know, and what kind of vibe it gave me.
Oh,
I told you.
Oh, God. Okay, well, let's not get into that. Let's not get into that.
Sure.
But yeah, let's talk about this, the kind of narratives more. Not from us, but from your casters, because Pavlos and Ender, we're one map away from sending our first representative to Tokyo. I can't wait to see who it's going to be.
Oh boy, we struggle to find the start a game button on that one, but we're here, and you are right, Yinzu, and you are right that this is a map that will decide the first representative of the EMEA to Tokyo Masters. The stakes are still there, and FUT is still in a tangible position to achieve that.
They are. There's also a big giant trophy standing on stage that both of these teams have their eyes set on as well. Staying alive in the upper bracket is the way to kick things off, but we move on to a map where Fnatic shut down FUT 13-5 in the regular season. FUT will have had to make huge adaptations to fight back against Fnatic on this map, and they just got blown out on Split. The momentum is not on their side.
It really isn't. And they've talked about it themselves, right? They've talked about that. They lose the map, they tend to lose the series. Well, they cannot afford that to happen if they want qualification here and not be in a loser's bracket on their attempt to glory. FUT versus Fnatic, Lotus final map. Let's see who will come out on top.
If you are just joining us, it is important to remind you that the pistol rounds have belonged almost solely to Fnatic. Throughout the 4 maps that these teams have played over this season, FUT have won 1 on Bind, and they went on to only lose 1 round on that attack. So, first engagement will be at a captain in Tree, but he's completely spotted out. The pinch is a little bit slow, but he's actually swinging back in.
Fully blind maneuver, which doesn't go in his favor, which allows Fnatic to just waltz into the A site, not going any further, not going to the spawn, or any of that kind of madness, no. Site control, and a wait for FUT to take the fight to them.
FUT have an opportunity to look for a flank. Fallen. Did he break that turret, or did he get pulled back? A lot of the time, Alfio will pull back that turret because he gets out of range of it when he plays that post plant.
I feel sorry for Mr. Fallen. He's got to deal with 3 players.
Oh, they're not ready for him.
They really aren't. Boaster turned around. Now he hasn't. Now is his moment. They're both hiding away. Oh, Mr. Fallen with a chance. They've touched the spike, which puts more pressure onto the site. Wait, diffuse halfway. Chronicle gets the first kill. Can they continue firing away? They do. Okay, that was quick. That was real quick. And Fnatic come out on top with yet another pistol win.
That's a heartbreaker. The Fallen's flank doesn't pay out, because the way Alfgeir plays this killjoy is he puts down that turret in mid in the early round to watch for any type of push, and then once they plant the spike, he pulls it back. Now, on buy rounds, usually he puts an alarm bot down on the entrance, whether it's A or C they end up going, to cut off any sort of flank, but in the 1 round, he doesn't actually have that alarm, and Fallen has the chance to catch them off guard. Fallen finds nothing, and once he's dealt with, Fnatic can turn all around on their focus. They don't lose a single player on the pistol.
Yeah. Fnatic really want to keep the pace on. And it seems they have got a lot of faith on Durka to keep on fragging, right? With their setup they've had.
They absolutely do. And you'll see a lot of the times, Fnatic early round is casual, I would say. They don't love to overfight you early. They'll play a 3-0-2 like they're set up now. Eventually, there's going to be Odin on that right-hand side of the map that you'll see spam through the wall, but they want to catch and see if there's any early fighting. So the early haunt goes out down mound. If there's early presence there, they can choose. So they want to fight into that or quickly rotate back over towards the opposite side of the map. So it really shuts down early aggression from Foot.
And this is not something that we're seeing for the first time here for Fnatic. Foot obviously coming into this, we've got some expectations and how they want to deal with it.
It does mean Fnatic have to re-clear some of this stuff here, but what we saw from Foot in the previous fight versus them is sometimes they will stack 3 over towards Rebel and look to fight aggressively with a Paranoia, this time just being used to stall out this hit, but it's just a rinse and repeat from the pistol.
Durka moving inwards, and that's a lot of players right in front of him, and the Classics doing work. All of a sudden, they've got numbers advantage. Vandal collected, but there's a lot of low players into the site, and Leo cleans it all up, sweeps them off of their feet, and Fnatic are 2-0 on the board.
Best possible situation for Leo, too. Gets 3 kills, the plant, just 2 off of that ultimate. He may have that in this third round. Lotus is a map very attack-sided when it comes to farming orbs early on. If you put a focus towards Mount, towards Rebel, even up through Beat, like, you just have a lot of orbs that you have the chance to play for. Get online, at the very least inside the post plant. But so one thing we did see from Foot was the fight for Rebel, where, you know, right now they have Fallen that can throw a Paranoia from where he is, tucked back behind Baby Door. 2 players to fight off it too, but Fnatic very rarely send themselves into it early, so the Paranoia ends up hitting. This time catches Alphair. We saw the pivot in the previous matchup be that Alfio would play slightly further back to avoid the Paranoia coming in. This is also a different angle from Mr. Fallen, where you can get a little further tucked into Baby Door, so it would catch you, even if you're playing a little bit tighter back. Doesn't matter though, because Fnatic are just disengaging from that early fight, and if they want to re-clear, that's where the benefit of this Fade comes online. They can use the Prowler, the Haunt, everything to retake that space. You'll notice Fnatic play without a flash on this composition because I think it's more important to be able to clear and isolate players than it is to have a flash going past a one-way smoke like this.
Kiri having a drop back here. I think it's clear from what you've said so far, Ender, that Foot are forced to have new tech into this. They've already played against Fnatic. It's expected that Fnatic will adjust. So it's really important Foot bring some new changes into
this. And the thing is, this is an attack-sided map. Like, you have so much ability. Once you gain control over the door over by Mound, Baby Door between A and B, you can just push and pull your opponents all the way around the map. This time, though, Foot have 3 players ready to fight early and the stall power of the Killjoy.
Big time.
30 seconds left.
They can do all that much. And with all the reinforcements arriving, Cracks might be trapped at the back of the site. Nice coordination with the paint shields as well. And Durka frontlining. They've already guarded the space. Oh, good read onto Mr. Fallen's position. Yeah, okay, you've got poison at your feet, but the job has already been done. And a captain close by, Chronicle, grand angle.
Another one?
So much. You know, you get a double kill after you throw it, you already have another one to your exposal. Kiwi, the last to drop. But no one from Fnatic dies this round, and it just shows they carry on the momentum and the dominance they had on splits.
Just perfection. Playing the map, farming the orbs. Leo's got that for the post, the util into sight. It just works for Fnatic. Skyrim moment.
History repeating itself, man. 3-0 was the exact same circumstance the previous map, winning their Logitech G power-up round.
Oh man, Chronicle farmed up a lot of orbs too. He's up to 6. I don't know quite what Foot are gonna do. Foot showing a little bit of presence over towards Mound, and this is actually the round where Fnatic quickly try to take some space over towards A. It's a rarity for them, but it'll be this potential triple flank that may have an option double flank. I have to hold that thought, but Boaster's even waiting out for that one.
Ooh, Boaster in trouble. We've seen him run away from a lot of these pushes before. Last time they matched up against each other, but this time it's 2, and it's met with Fnatic's assistance to help him out. He's not backing away. He's just going to play the angle until he's got his friends to play with.
Fnatic are dancing around the map. Durka's walked through Baby Door. He's just on the B site now, too.
Sneaky
it's a little
bugger.
bit spread out, but now they can accelerate into B. Not quite prepared for 2 players this fast to potentially stab them in the back, but they're holding for it so dutifully.
So much patience to just hold down this line.
And now look at A. Chronicle's going into his one as well. It gets traded. That's the risk with spreading apart like this. But Fnatic find that kill. Another orb taken from Leo. I don't know. This is what I was talking about when I said on the attack, you can just dance around the map. They're forming every orb. I love this. No, I love it when teams do this. Maximizing, min-maxing your ult economy is such a powerful thing to do, especially on maps like Lotus, like Fracture, where there's more than just the 2 orbs.
Every little bit matters.
So many of them, especially playing versus, you know, the eco buy of Foot. You're just allowed to do things like this.
Fnatic, very smart. But if you're a Foot fan and you want to look at the bright side of life, our captain has a gun, which he just lost, but well, that is the bright side of life. And I never said it was bright, but
well,
it's the
brighter side. We can buy another one now. That's it's come full circle. Good. It is here.
Right. 4-0. Guns available for Foot, a buy there for them. Vital Viper's Pit for Chronicle, and he's having an insanely good game, in contrast to Kiwi, who's had an abysmal past 2 maps.
Yeah, I think it took him 9 rounds before he could get a kill back on Split. It was an odd way Foot were playing, sort of sending him out on his own. He has to turn up now that he's got a rifle in hand. And it will be with this fast aggression over towards A, but you're never going to see a fight come down here from Fnatic. Oh, I have to hold my thought. Alfier re-peeking into it. That's what I was talking about, though. Yep. He likes to play behind the Paranoia and then push back in. He has that timing down. That is a glimpse of what we saw. Few different rounds.
Yeah, it's all things we've seen before, and it's all things that Foot have seen before.
Yep.
Playing up against Fnatic.
Also, Alfier on the operator, it's not a surprise on this map. Was doing it on buying too on the attack.
That's the thing about Lotus, right? If you're on the defense, you tend to want to attack, take a space control, right? Yep. And that operator and Alpha does so much.
Now Kiwi's been forced back to play into sight. But Foot aren't over-rotating. You have to sort of hold your ground, but it comes tough because, especially with where Mr. Fallen's playing, tucked behind that baby door that can be broken down. The pinch can come in, and actually, hold on.
Spray through smoke, that was the way
they
got the kill there. Mr. Fallen, did he get dinged through the wall? Has to drop back. At least he's got safety, but it's given away some access. 2 entries Fnatic have for this for this attack.
Foot like to play quick rotate on this map into a heavy, like, pre-take almost. They fight out against you with numbers using the mobility of Neon. They're going to be able to do something like that on this B side. Notice they give the plant over. It's a 5 versus 4 situation for them. The trouble is, there's the Viper's Pit, right? So now you have to work into that. There's no scouting. You're dreadful scouting with this comp from Foot, so they have to fight their way through. And that is not a favorable fight for them, especially when Durka's got that shorty he can go back into.
Yeah, it's all too tough. There is a door opening here from Captain to try and cause pressure onto Alfaya. He's got to look in multiple directions. He's got the assistance of his teammate, but Moj is there to fight as well. Moj all of a sudden has been popping off. 3 kills to his name. Viper Spit still in existence, which means all of the players from Foot are low. Could be easy pickings for the last remaining player. It's Chronicle all day. It's Chronicle all night. It's Chronicle in Foot's nightmares.
Chronicle throughout it all. I mean, he started this map off so strong, but then clutching inside of his pit. That was a round that Moj had all but secured for the team, from the early pick to playing around the pit, tracking down Durka. But it did not matter. Chronicle finds 2 with the shorty. Those players so low off of the decay, and then looking down into that pit. It doesn't get any better than that.
It was so important for Chronicle to be alive during that fight, to stay alive, be the last remaining player, the Viper's Pit. The DK, all paying a difference in the end. And it was such a good effort by Moj, turning it all around. But now back to economical collapse. Back to a round where Fnatic is favorite. And back to a situation where the gap keeps on increasing.
Foot have really tried to put up a fight over towards Rebel. Now that Captain spotted too. Like, not overcommitting anywhere really. There's a world where Moj has the judge, but oh, that is anti-stratting. That just is. Must be aware of that tight angle being held on a half buy when a judge could be in play, something like this. And they're quickly moving over towards A.
Well, Fnatic aren't scared of showing their presence now towards this A site. Foot, on the other hand, scared to regress, right? At a captain, not really want to take the chance to just waltz forward, gain info. Chronicle, on the other hand, is just not stopping, man. He's just so strong. Moj with that judge, yeah, okay, get 1 against Durka, but Chronicle is there. He's the boogeyman of this game.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
And cracks. Yeah, okay, they know where he is. They're gonna, Fnatic are just gonna chase after him.
Here
just
comes
because
Chronicle.
build up those orbs. Well, cracks. At least puts an end to Chronicle's life.
Complete lack of sportsmanship.
Yeah, no.
In a qualifier match, you know. No.
Hey, if it's anyone to deny the ace, it's going to be Cracks.
It absolutely is.
He's a cracked man. We all know that.
Okay, Chronicle kills everyone. We agree. He's insane. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Man's absolutely nuts. Let's shift the focus. Foot are getting obliterated again. In the last map, they are now down, what is this, 19-2 in terms of round score? Kiwi still yet to find a kill. It can't remain this way forever.
No, it really
He now has an operator. He likes to go forward on the Neon.
What happened? What happened? Yeah, he's got an operator now. Yeah, okay, now bring out a timeout, try to reset, but he's been in the dumps for a while.
It's a tough position to be in. Fnatic are brutal opponents to play versus. Just watch some of their utility on these side hits. Like, they're killing players on foot without using the rifles. And then when they do have them, Chronicle's getting a 4K back-to-back rounds.
Yep.
Now, though, I mean, you have the ability to hard hold angle. The trouble is, with the scouting that Leo provides, you're going to get forced off of those very, very quickly. You're almost forced to pull off the angle, then re-peek into it.
I'll be expecting aggression here from Foot, do you reckon?
No, I don't think so. As soon as your Neon has the operator, you can't really do early aggression because you can't quickly scale to Rubble, for example, over towards Ace. Sometimes you can try to step up to Mound. That's a little bit of a shorter distance to try and cover. That's a little bit more doable, a little bit more feasible.
It seems like it might be a Mount angle.
Yeah. Oh, wow, a jump actually spots him.
Yeah, they know. They're not going to peek this now. They know there's an operator in place. Done. Or at least they'll take the measures to deal with him.
Yeah, that pullback smoke is a really good,
Mount
powerful
angle, though.
Anti-op angle. Well, the threat is you could have scaled to the opposite side off that pullback, so Kiwi can no longer just hold the one angle.
And the Prowler doesn't reach his position, so still unknown. Haunt in place.
You can't play this, though.
No.
Like, this is how Fnatic played the map, and Alfier floors him!
Op. Alpha takes charge, and now Fnatic look to storm this C site. Yes, there's delaying utility here from Foot. There's Moj lying in wait with Killjoy pieces of utility. Nanoswarm, Durka doesn't care. Just bunny hops his way inwards. Moj wants to take this fight. He really does. Pushes him within his own Nanoswarm together with a Paranoia. Very nice time. Mr. Fallen in the fight as well. Foot, this is their chance. They've got the numbers advantage.
They're pulling back. They have lockdown to play the retake. If this pivot does end up going through into B, Spike has crossed past the door. There's 3 players ready to go. With 35 seconds left, they could also look to try and deny a plant here.
Foot might want to play the long game here. Lockdown enabled and want to take this safely. What are the chances that Fnatic going to take here? They don't take the B site, they go to A, but they lose Chronicle in the process.
And Foot are completely aware. Spike will end up getting planted here. Some mollies to force Leo into an uncomfortable position. Leo has to find a fight, but it won't be afforded to him.
Look, all I remember is the highlight reels from lock-in. Leo was a monster when it came to these positions, to these 2 1vx's.
He's on his own.
On a clutch, you can't count this man out. You really cannot. He's a lion in of himself, and let this man roar. This could be all the turnaround, and now Fire comes in as well. The clutch for Fnatic to put Foot's hopes in the dirt.
There's not a single weakness on Fnatic. Kill their front line, their back line will tear you to pieces. Leo taking the 2 in the 1v4. Great spot there.
Brilliant.
Like, how many answers into an operator can you have? That wasn't even utility, that was just good movement to get the jump. And yet Foot did everything in their power.
This was their
Catching
round.
Chronicle on the lurk, but these 2 kills, finding a way to isolate the ultimate to spot them out. Alfier, just rapid fire with the op.
This is what Fnatic does best. When you're in a situation where you don't have control over, you pivot to a side of the map where you can have more things in your favor. Put the odds within your hands.
Because Foot, every round they can buy are going all in. You know, pushing it to the center.
Yeah.
Heavy armor rifles. Every round is a swing round. They lost a rifle round 3 rounds ago, next one was a save. They lost last round, this one, another half buy. Moj, the best thing you can come up with is a judge to play the close angle up into B. But Fnatic, you know they're gonna heavy exec. They don't leave anything to chance in the anti-ecos. Lockdown to come in. They won't have to use Durka's ult until the post plant. And the nade in the back corner there too. There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide, you are dead.
Goodness. Paranoia coming through. This is Foot wanting to take the pace in their own way, and they're actually succeeding for a second. They don't have the best weaponry, but they've done some damage. But Fnatic are collapsing upon them. Crossfire setup, and there's nothing you can do. Fnatic 8-0, unstoppable force, just slamming through their opposition as if they are nothing.
Foot will have another buy here, but it's not up money buy. And honestly, I don't think Kiwi wants to go for the up. You got to kill with the ultimate, that's round. That's all he's been able to find for himself. Fnatic are just far too diligent. You can't hold an early angle against them. They're gonna spot you out with good movement, with good utility. And then if you hold deep on site too, you're gonna get overrun with the paint shells, with the combo of the C's, with everything. Fnatic have thought it all through.
Kiwi, hyper-aggressive, together with Mr. Fallen, actually. Where the pick comes through, though, it's actually a trade. Mr. Fallen spraying across. And this aggression, this time around, has worked out.
And they've kind of got everything on lockdown. 2 players outside rubble, 4 foot, the pit in mid, and then Killjoy with all the info playing towards C. That's actual smoke that allows Boaster to get the cross. Sees the alarm, sees the paint shell, breaks the one that could have done some serious damage.
Proud of that to help out now. Moj realizes he's not only against one player, he's got a couple to deal with. Recuperates with his own teammates. But Boaster, what is this?
He has to take a chance. They're down numbers. He wants something.
Chronicle arriving from long. Foot playing the patience game. Double stack up. Successful. And now Chronicle and Leo to deal with. From the shadows, info gain. No one on site. They've got to be to the back of it or in long. Dark cover, Chronicle, out into the open. Doubles up! This is surely not the way Fnatic do it. And now Cracks on the case, cannot deliver. Leo stands in front of them, stands tall. And really putting a pain into Foot's head.
I am at a loss for words. Fnatic?
How?
Have clawed themselves out of 2 versus 4 now. Chronicle and Leo are nuts. What is this? Taking the fight 2 foot, not allowing them back on the site. It's another swing round for Foot. They lose it. They're back to the judge. They're back to the sheriffs. Man. Their backs are against the wall, but Moj finally finds his.
Desperation. They've got to do something over eager, and it does work out for just a little bit. It's a trade, but no money, man. No money, no guns. This was their card. They've played it.
By the way, the Odin did damage over by all 3 players. Must have been chunked by that.
You've got to feel for Foot here, though, right? Fnatic is splendid play. How must it feel when you win a map against a Goliath, when you start to have hope, and then all being crushed away, all being denied? It's painful. Look, it's not all over. The lower bracket is there. There's still opportunities for representation in Tokyo, but Fnatic
playing like the best team in EMEA again.
They really are, and you know, the world, they're looking to double up, be twice the champions of the world and EMEA. Fnatic 10-0.
And I saw you pranksters commenting after that first map. Oh, Fnatic are frauds. I saw it, I heard it, I have remembered the names, they will not be forgotten. Fnatic since then are 23-2 in round score. They had a singular bad half on Bind. To Foot's credit, Foot dismantled them. But apart from that, the first half was 8-4. After that, 2 rounds given over to Foot. Now with the fast look over towards Rubble. Foot have 3 players here, but they're playing so far back. It's a quick trade, and Durka out of the game. Well, usually you'd say that's a problem for Fnatic, but the way Leo and Chronicle have been playing, it may not matter. That'll be ult farmed for Leo off the orb.
Yeah. Nightfall.
Face
May drop upon this A side. That's exactly what happens. Actually catches both of the players. No.
Just one.
Kiwi is able to fall back from it. Can he save out of Captain's life? Oh dear. Seized in place.
He can't hear the door opening right now.
He can't hear a thing. Chronicle and Boast are moving in together, and that's a perfect opportunity for them to grab that easy kill. Kiwi out of his position and caught out into the open. Fnatic not stopping. They want a perfect score. 10 HP on Chronicle, but does it matter? He's got friends. Moj is alone. It's a lonely world, but maybe that's where he thrives. Maybe. Hopeful thinking.
There is a lockdown, but the clock is starting to tick. You can't even rely on it. That long wind-up time.
Hope those last. Fnatic. Patient, very.
Oh, the stall, and now Boaster coming around on the flank.
Annoying.
It's planted for him on drop.
Leo, taken down, chance. Spike not quite diffused halfway. Lockdown even available for Moj, but is there real time?
It's
might not come down to it. Boaster from behind. Moj giving foot around.
And Maj has had a couple of these. Don't forget the 4K inside of Chronicler's Pit.
Last round in the half.
You heard it. Last round in the half. The second round here will give them a 2-round streak. It's not much. It's not much. I know, but that's what they need, right? Fnatic, they've done a stellar job. You can't just think they're going to fail in this series just because of a 1-round loss.
The retakes have just been misery for Foot when they're even in the position to do them. Now, perhaps things simplify. Fnatic don't have an ult they can farm. Maj has the lockdown still from the last round. Didn't have to use it to clutch it up. But Fnatic have changed the pace in these last few rounds. Really trying to catch Foot on the timings.
Ooh, Durka ends up losing his life very early.
Captain!
Double kill with the Spectre and upgrades to a Vandal. Not too bad, not too shabby.
And they've got the spike on site now. If a hit tries to come in, lockdown going to be immediately slammed. Cracks too with the null command. Kiwi hunting on a flank just to contain these players.
Yeah,
and now player spotted out in mid off the alarm. They know Chronicle's there.
Exactly. Which is why Kiwi can also have impact with his own backstab. With that rotate around him, the wraparound. But yeah, what Foot needs to do here is maintain control over that spike, increase the pressure, have the players holding the right position. As you said, the mid push from Chronicle telegraph, 2 players looking at his direction while the rest try to lure the attention span over to C main, but this is where Kiwi comes in but loses his life. Actually, 3v4 is fathomable.
Yeah, time to use that lockdown. Low on the clock. Foot have to be able to move in, or rather, Fnatic have to move in and accomplish something. It'll all come down to Chronicle
But
on this flank.
Instead of moving in through mid, he goes all the way around from spawn. Do you expect that? It really is a tall order to think of this.
Fallen knows there has to be an option here.
But it's
here we
timing
go.
because Fnatic are actually putting pressure now into main, which is why Mr. Fallen is looking at, which allows Chronicle to move in from behind. That's 1 kill, taking 1 out of the equation. A kill onto Mr. Fallen.
He just needs the kill.
At the end of it, 10 seconds. He needs the kill. Needs to look to the other side. It's a tipping. Chronicle. He's a monster. He's a deity, and shows Foot who's boss.
I'm looking at Boaster right now. We can't even believe it. What is that? Chronicle has been the most clutch man alive. The fans recognize it. This is an unwinnable round. His teammates all dead. And it's a fake teleport that he still turns around on?
Boaster's like, my teammate's cracked. My teammate's cracked.
Mini can't believe it.
Look, this is why Fnatic is so great, right? Tactically immaculate, sound, right? Heavy on their prep, heavy on their stratting. But when things go wrong, they've got players that can get them out of those situations. They've got saving graces.
And as long as Fnatic has existed, the conversation has always been, oh, they're a smart team, love the utility they've got out from them.
No clash factor, right?
Sometimes they can get out fragged. Oh, and then they lose rounds. Doesn't matter how much they've thought about it coming into the match, it'll fall apart. But this iteration, this year.
Super team.
Nuts.
Understatement, honestly. This has silenced Foot. It's silenced their fans, it's silenced their minds. Actually, no, their minds are probably spinning.
This was the heartbreak round, though. Like the first one of Moj. Chronicle gets the 2 kills, finishes him off with the finish. I mean,
he's done it so many times, too many times. This map,
let's
this
count the
entire
4Ks.
map.
That's 2 4Ks, I guarantee.
It's Chronicle's highlight
Sorry,
reel.
he's dead. It turns into a Leo Alfier show.
Yeah. Leo is involved in a lot of these as well.
Just obscene.
Yeah, this half-time score is even worse than the second map was on Split Lotus, turning out to be quite a different story. I mean, what was it? What was the scoreline last time they faced, right? Something a little bit closer than this for
13-5
sure. 13-5
on both maps.
Still quite a big difference in the scoreline, but this is a step further.
It's one final reset for Foot coming into the second half. They couldn't manage it on Split. Now they can't afford to give Fnatic 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Kiwi has to become a different player. He has to transform for them to have a chance. That's number 1. Before that even, it has to be the pistol round. They won 1 today on the second half of Bind, and then after that, they only give 1 round over to Fnatic. That is the only hope that remains.
Look, by no means Foot came into this and said, this is an easy match. Right? They didn't even say they're favorites. They cannot say. Who can say that? No one is favorite against Fnatic.
Foot love going into this B site. But a lot of the time, they love to push towards Waterfall. See this Viper Walk cutting off the Killjoy. Alfier wants to play in front of it, and he takes out Kiwi.
And there's no reinforcements, right?
No,
stop it! Are you fucking kidding me? It again? It's dirty. It really is disgusting at this point. All right, pull the plug on it, honestly.
Foot were already on life support.
Time to end it all. The pistol win, superior economy Fnatic.
Match point.
Final stretch, honestly. Not even.
Where to begin? Tracking there on a sliding neon for the headshot. And then 2 more on the way out.
The smile at the end is like, I don't need to see, guys. I don't need to see.
Foot can't even believe it either. Like, you just have to laugh it off at this point. Check him PC. Every single Fnatic player is doing things that are just unholy this game.
It's crazy. It really is Fnatic on a different level. First map, maybe an eye-opener.
It is Sheriff's full armor for Foot. They almost get the timing on Boaster, but even the luck isn't on their side.
Well, the delay is left from Fnatic. At least they haven't gone into plant down. It's given time for rotations to come through. Foot, desperate. What will they do? Compose, Alpha drops. Not quite in a position where the gun can be collected. Durka takes him a while. Tunk down in health, but still double to his name. Boaster, double to his name. Everybody finding multi-frags, and it's the captain of Foot to try and do it all, but honestly, it is to no avail. Fnatic, superiority illustrated in what a fashion. 13-2 and 13-1 in the final 2 maps. They lose 1 map and they say, we define our fate. No one else.
Hey, Boaster, get ready to learn Japanese, buddy. You're headed to Tokyo. What a slaughter. The Fnatic fans out in force today got challenged to the brink on Bind. After that 26-3 in rounds. And they qualify for Masters.
Look, I don't think that was on anybody's mind. There was no doubt on anybody's mind that Fnatic wouldn't make Masters, right? There's full spots. Even if they fluke somehow and not get that first place, they'd get one of those places, right? So this is to no mean a surprise.
They add it to the board, get to chance the fight again against DRX, PaperX, T1. The representatives coming out of China as well. I mean, whew.
Locked in.
We still have 3 more spots.
3 more.
America's still got 3 more spots.
We've got Fnatic to thank for that.
Yes, we do.
We do indeed.
Got another match after this to try and decide as well.
Crazy, really, really. Let's have a look at what happened this game here in the Prime Gaming highlights. It's been quite a journey. That first one, we've got to give credit where credit is due. Foot, they didn't hold back at all. It took them a while to get warmed up, gain the pace, but when they had the momentum going for them, as we know, a momentum-based team, they didn't stop running.
I think Fnatic are going to learn a lot from this half, because it seemed like coming into Bind, Foot had a great plan on their attack. It was these repeated contact plays down A short, flooding in behind the Viper wall that kept catching Fnatic off guard. Also with the fights into backside, the different looks they showed, whether it was fighting first into lamps and then having a flash over the top of truck to fight in there, or wrapping around truck to pinch the player in lamps. It was a very good look from Foot. Unfortunately, they closed their eyes after that. Fnatic just took them apart on these next two maps, and I think Kiwi is gonna have a long, hard think about this map, because usually he's a player that can put up some big numbers, but he could not find a way to get involved on these last two maps, and it really made things run away from the rest of Foot.
Honestly, there was quite a difference in regards to the scoreline, but I still felt Fnatic was sweating in many of these occasions. You know, if it wasn't for these insane clutches, the score would have been a little bit closer.
Oh, for sure.
You know, there would be more pressure on their shoulders. So yeah, I think this is actually a good game for Fnatic, but coming into, you know, Masters at least to have a little bit more practice into them, you know, have some mistakes illustrated at least so they can work on them. For Foot, on the other hand, they're dropped to the lower bracket, right? They've got some more things to do.
They definitely are, but a lot left to play for. We're going to send it down to Yinsu and Boaster on the stage.
That is right. I am joined by Fnatic's IGL Boaster. First of all, congratulations. You're going to Japan. I know you really wanted to qualify for this event, so tell me how you're feeling right now.
It feels amazing because I went there in December, and it's just nice to know that I'm going to be going back and eating at Coco Ichibanya. No.
Well, what else are you most looking for?
Obviously the fans. I got stickers for them, like whoever it was that I was going to go to. So yeah, I get them printed up, and yeah, it's just going to be sick.
Yeah, you finally done it. Now, I gotta say, thanks to Bind, you kind of started the social media for Fnatic, Cho-Natic, commenters, everyone was kind of piling it on. What happened on Bind?
We lost 2 advantage bomb plant rounds, so that doesn't help. And then on defense, to be fair, we've never had anyone in scrims push us backside. And they just kept abusing it with KO. And I think we panicked and we didn't have any solutions for it. We tried, but then the Raze ulti came in. We were just fumbling the bag a little bit, and then when that happens, we start trying more and people start trying doing individual stuff, and then we're no longer playing any macro. It's very random. So yeah, it was a bit rubbish, but back to the drawing board, and now Alfia has to listen to me when it comes to setups, because he's like, I do this. I was like, what's the reason? He's like, I don't know.
Don't out him like that. He had a couple of big rounds as well. Now, map vetoes, I was very surprised because you and Fat, you're both great on Lotus, according to historically that you played. Both good on Haven. Their Haven looks really good. And usually you guys lean towards your comfort picks. You pick Icebox, you pick Haven, you pick Lotus sometimes. Same as them. They don't really deviate. So do you feel like maybe you both took a big risk today that didn't need to be taken?
Honestly, I don't even know what our comfort pick is anymore. Like, Haven. Is it split maybe now? Like, I know Haven's obviously, like, we like it, but I think we just like every map right now, and that's the problem.
Why did you pick Bind over Haven?
I picked Bind because they were having a streak on Haven, and I was like, do we want to play into that confidence? Like, I feel like we're just going to own them on Bind, and then, I mean, we should have. I mean, when we watch it back, I'm going to be like fuming, but it is what it is. I mean, I didn't get any kills, so that never helps.
Go easy on Alpha when you go watch it back. Go easy on him.
I mean, it wasn't his fault. I mean, I can't do anything. I'm a turret.
Oh, don't say that. Timmy, your turret was our MVP, so you're technically an MVP now. After what happened on Bind, because you don't really lose, you guys are never in situations, even against BBL, you had Kamek and the stakes weren't that high. How did you handle it? What did you say to the boys? What did Mini do? How did you actually get the mental back on track?
We went outside and got some fresh air, and during that talk, we just didn't talk about Bind. We just spoke about the next map, and we reminisced about Sao Paulo and how we were down there and we came back on the last map. So it doesn't matter. Split and Lotus are good maps for us. So I was just like, let's just focus on Lotus, Split and Lotus, and let's just make sure we're problem solving. Like that, it was always a problem with previous teams, and I think it's with most teams here actually, is like that on the fly problem solving needs to be faster, and you need to be quicker. So yeah, we were a bit struggling with that, and we got punished because of it.
You're still using the 11-3 comeback as like a source of inspiration and motivation?
I'm going to be using it till the day I die, you know. Yeah, but do you remember that time we came back on Icebox? Icebox is gone, Boaster. Nah, it's in here, in the heart.
I think if it works, it works. I do want to talk about the last two maps, though. You dropped just 3 rounds. How? Do you know?
I honestly don't. Like, I felt like I was getting abused both games, but the boys were just popping off. And the round we lost on Split, I'm actually angry about, because we VOD reviewed and I said there's no point swinging in heaven when the bomb's down, or in general, because it never really works out for us. And we did it today again, so back to the VOD review on that one. But yeah, I mean, the boys are just too good, and I think that's the problem. They think they're so blooming good that they think they can peek any angle, and that's what they do. And I'm there, sitting, wondering, are we going to win this round? Oh, we won. Okay, back out of my pose.
I mean, it helps when Chronicle wins every 2v4, 2v5s in the game, right?
That Lotus clutch, I don't even know what happened. I thought we'd lost the round after that Killjoy ulti, and I was like, boys, you need to put a lot of pressure, and Chronicle's going to get loads of kills. And then they put pressure, but they went crazy beef mode. And yeah, Chronicle came from the flank, and then I didn't even realize he won. I was like, when did he get the kill on the KO?
The reaction cam was hilarious. Millie didn't realize either. And very quickly, last question. I know Far just lost to you guys. They will have a second chance. They can still qualify for Tokyo. Do you think that they're good enough to do it?
Of course, you know, I know we got Alfia representing Turkey, but having a full roster of Turkish players representing their country is going to be like sick. And you know, not everyone has the opportunity to travel the world and play esports, so I think it'll be a really big memory and experience for them. So I'm hoping that someone new actually gets to go and travel across the world.
Oh, very well said. Thank you so much, Boaster, and congratulations once again, guys. One team already been locked in. It's time to find out who the second one will be today. After the break, we're going to be bringing you NAVI versus Team Liquid.
Nice! 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 The rock! Yeah. Sit down! Nice! The water recover! Nice! Good job! Oh my god!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase, like so long ago, about VALORANT fundamentals.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, Fnatic, they had us in the first half. After that bind win, it's been absolute domination for the next two maps. And Vincent and Ryan, I thought that we were going to crown the Lotus champion, but maybe we wait a little bit longer. I feel like FUT need a chance to get that redemption.
It's heartbreaking for FUT, but like for Fnatic, that's the kind of response that you want. Like, you go down a map, which in itself is surprising for Fnatic, but then dropping, what, 4 rounds most across 2 maps? That's the springboard that you need to get to Tokyo and be a threat again for Fnatic.
When your machete ain't sharp, the jungle bites back. And so what we just witnessed pretty much. Yeah, no, it felt really weird considering that, you know what, this is Lotus, right? Last time around, it was already very Fnatic-sided, but who would have expected a 13-1? Because to be honest, from that map 1 on, it was an absolute mental reset. This is like the A-team Fnatic that we actually witnessed.
I mean, as Boaster said, they might just be a bit too good. Like, even if they are mentally down, Ryan, they seem to individually be able to pull out rounds. And a lot of those rounds they pulled out, I felt like, were just like stupid, like almost actually stupid.
It's even crazy because there were some glimmers of like insane clutches that we saw even on Bind right at the start. It was just that second half where they were just a bit overwhelmed, like Boaster was saying in the interview, by the KO, by the fade, pushing them a little bit more. But it's the fact that Fnatic have shown this map hundreds and hundreds of rounds of Lotus. There's so many chances to anti-strap what they do, pick it apart. nobody's been able to do it yet. And for FUT, they've shown a lot, and it was clearly exploited.
It is particularly interesting because, you know, all those 3 versus 5, 2 versus 4, we've witnessed them on Bind, right? And they couldn't convert it Fnatic this time around. But when we're now swapping back to it, this is exactly the kind of clutch factor that you want to see from this team. It is not even that deep tactical thing that we could witness here. It was just get better, you know?
Yeah, and with that win, Fnatic have officially locked in Masters Tokyo. They are the first team from EMEA to lock in, and I feel like this is probably the biggest, the one thing that everybody unanimously agreed that if we're going to send anyone to Masters, it was probably going to be Fnatic. No one's surprised.
The press conference was fun for that, with the, like, basically the 6 IGLs of the teams talking about it. I think all of them said, yeah, we sort of expect Fnatic and NAVI to be the teams. NAVI we'll get to, but yeah, I think if you're to predict any team around the world getting to Tokyo, it would have been Fnatic, I think, at the start. And maybe a little bit more rocky than we expected, but everything else after this first map was pretty standard.
Yeah, I mean, to be very honest, I wouldn't be even surprised if they now even take the same kind of confidence for the remaining games to once more show that we're actually the best in EMEA. But to be frank, it is like the smallest surprise ever. It is like it is like the most predictable thing. After lock-in, it's like, okay, you know what? Can we skip this season?
It's like the pick'em that everyone's going to get right.
Yeah,
like everyone's going to get right. But for those of you that just tuned in and maybe you couldn't be bothered to watch the series, we're going to show you the team that we're sending to Tokyo and why you should be afraid. Because looking at some of this stuff on Lotus, the executes, the anti-strat, and how clean and on point everything was, Vincent, everyone else should be afraid.
No, I mean, it is perfectly predicted of what is going to happen with those players on the defensive side. The parents of FUT have definitely been understood, and from that point on, utility layer on utility layer on utility layer worked perfect. It was genuinely a master class of how to properly prepare and what to exactly do against the defense side of your opponent, and there was nothing FUT could do. It's not even one of those scenarios where, like, yeah, FUT was bad, FUT was horrible, it's all their fault. This is not happening on this map. It is a Fnatic masterclass, and it is absolutely phenomenal, period. And to be honest, some of those things, as you mentioned, were so stupid that they even worked.
Chronicle, basically, right?
Oh,
like
yeah.
how?
Like this 2 versus 4 as well. Alpha's got the operator attacking on Killjoy. It's just new Fnatic bullshit that they're always able to, like, pull out of their asses in some of these cases. But it is just, you said about FUT as well, I don't know how much of this was them just being anti-stratted versus how much the pressure just dawned on them. Like, you're in a 3rd map against Fnatic, you've taken 1, you've got Tokyo on the line, because some players just were not in the server in the last 2 games.
I think it's a little bit of both, maybe.
Yeah, like right here we saw it, right? Usually I would expect a full focus FUT to be actually swinging together, right? Finding a trade against someone like Chronicle in that scenario. That didn't happen. And right here, it felt so much like the pressure got to them. It felt so much like they didn't even know what they were doing. And at that point in time, Chronicle getting this kill was ridiculous. He couldn't even believe it himself. He was like, what happened? Did I actually win this round?
Tail was still technically alive.
Yeah.
He was down. He was running to plant the spike with 5 seconds left, and then he was like, oh, we just won.
All of them thought they hadn't even won that round, which is crazy. But that is what we're sending to Tokyo. And I'm gonna be very biased and go on the record and say that I think the trophy's coming home. Might not be Fnatic, but one of the other teams. We got 4 teams that we're going. It's coming home, mate.
I think what makes it even scary for Fnatic, they qualified with not showing anything new. It was just the standard stuff. Like there's no, like, I imagine like NAVI later might pull out some crazy strategies to surprise us, but Fnatic, it was just what they've been winning on throughout the whole year so far.
Well, it's time to see if another team will be joining Fnatic to Tokyo as we open and head to our next game. It is the rematch of NAVI versus Team Liquid.
Most teams are going to be focusing on qualifying for Japan, but we're focusing on winning.
I hope they will prepare good, because we're gonna for sure.
Continue looking incredible.
We are here to make our mark. Get ready to witness greatness.
The tournament has to buckle up, because we're about to unleash a storm of energy, synergy, and power.
We are here to play and slay and show the world what we are made of.
If you think that we are done, we're gonna surprise you.
F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to talk about NAVI versus Team Liquid, our second match of the day. I'm Youngsu, and I've got Zesht and Ryan with me. Now, this one, I feel like, Vincent, is a lot closer than the first one when it comes to expectations.
It should be. I mean, to be honest, I said that it should be a 2-0 for Fnatic, but now I'm with you, right? Fully. This should be, what are you looking at? It's a close game. It's going to be a close game we're seeing.
Yeah, this one
is a close game.
I would have said the same if it wasn't for Liquid looking a little bit sluggish tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday. I'm just mixing up my
got the
days
script.
entirely.
He's got the script. Yeah.
I mean, I kind of feel, first of all, it's Sandgren Bowl again. We have the twin coaches playing up against each other, but this time, Safe isn't sick. We don't have a German streamer coming in to be that sixth man.
To his disappointment.
Yeah, to his disappointment. We actually have both these squads at full firing power, which is great because Liquid, despite having a sub, were the better team in that series despite losing.
You leave my German man alone, first of all, right? All right, only positive words about my man Armin here. First. Second of all, yes, you're absolutely right. I mean, we saw a lot of disappointment technically from the NAVI side, right? Even though they won, even though they were successful with 2 firsts and 11s, I think none of them were like, yeah, we actually won. It was a good series. That was not the case.
It is a NAVI way, though. You got to throw a little bit, but a win is a win. And I also want to tell you guys how big of an occasion today really is, because, you know, we have Masters, we have Champions, we have qualification days, and we also have the annual CNED versus Safe Day. Happy CNED versus Safe Day to you guys at home as well. This happens genuinely once every year. In 2020, we saw it with CNED was still on BBL and Safe was on Bonk. 2021, it was Ascend versus Guild, and then, actually 2022 it should be the second one. And in 2022, the graphic is slightly mistaken, I believe. It was Guild versus Ascend, and that's when Safe actually got his revenge. So these two guys, despite being two of the best players in our league, Ryan, never really get to play against each other all that much.
Yeah, and they've sort of had a similar time of career, right? Like sort of dipping between teams at the start of 2020, Safe going on to Guild, and then CNED sort of being part of Ascend. Now on new rosters at the start of this year, performing well. You know, Safe has been, like, I think the player of the season so far, at least in EMEA VCT. So you reckon?
We're forgetting like the entirety of Fnatic.
I mean, in an individual performance, this guy's lightning in a bottle.
It's Durka, right?
I cannot remember a Durka kill. I can remember
yeah, because there's so many. There's so many of them you don't remember. I think there's a debate though. I don't think we can categorically say that he's the best player right now. I just think there's
I think the biggest shift up from what we saw last year to this year.
Yes, that is a good point.
Moving over, I'll sort of agree there. But like CNED, I almost kind of feel is just often looked over a little bit. We're in the Jet meta. He's still able to do that to an extent, but he is trying to branch out into doing different agents and different stuff. Maybe to his demise in some cases for like the Yoru or the Omen.
You know, this brings us to a point we're going to elaborate a little later. I wouldn't be surprised if we see two totally new compositions again, right?
From both teams?
No, but for CNED's comfort?
Yeah.
It wouldn't be too surprising.
It'd be an Angel thing to do, like you guys know what he's like, you know what he's like. But I'm very, very excited. Like you guys said, we're owed this CNED versus Safe matchup. Safe, of course, didn't play the last time they played against each other. And speaking of those compositions, I know the reason we always joke about how NAVI probably going to pull out something else, Vincent, is because they do.
Well, who could have thought that NAVI is changing compositions as much as they do? It is amazing. I said last year, I'm going to say it again. We have the best two teams of our region, and they end up on the opposite side of the spectrum. Every team outside of Fnatic has done something to their composition. And NAVI is basically rolling a dice every single time they play. Yeah. Obviously not literally, but, you know, I mean...
Do you know that for a fact, that it's not literally a dice?
I hope so, all right? I hope so. But realistically, it speaks to the identity of NAVI. And I think breaking the identity of NAVI down, it basically is some sense of unpredictability, which your opponent really cannot really work with, which then sometimes leads to a lot of success in my eyes, but also the potential to absolutely fumble it back.
I think last week, in particular for NAVI versus Fnatic that we saw in like the regular groups, it was one of the few times that I think I've seen NAVI play where they didn't look comfortable with what they were doing. This is a team that is so good at being able to like have a couple of scrims on a certain comp and be like, right, we can do this in an official. We're comfortable doing it. But certainly on like Split, where they're running like the Yoru and the Jet against something pretty crazy, there was so much like mismanagement of utility, sort of tripping over each other's feet when they're trying to go for an execute, hitting their own teammates with a paranoia flash from Omen, for example. I want to see them rein it in a little bit. This is why they want to be as chaotic as possible so you can't prep against them, but I do think there needs to be some reining in of keeping things a little bit more straightforward. Because it worked for Fnatic, it could work for NAVI.
I think this all creating chaos and all just messing up things is working great against any team, except the one where your twin brothers play. I think that is the only issue, actually. I think that is the only thing where this entire unpredictability is really like something I know this guy too well and I know this team too well and how my brother reacts, that based off of that, it might be not that surprising to him, you know?
Will that backfire though? Because we just saw a series where two teams tried to brain game and try and guess what the other team was going to do, and it kind of backfired a little bit. Are we taking a risk here, do you think, of backfiring?
I don't even know in which gear Navi is always. Are they forward? Are they backwards? Are they in break? You know, I don't know. I generally don't always know with the team because it always swaps up a lot. So are they outbraining themselves? Are they outbraining their opponent? It is always, though, the thing that I like so much about Navi, that they dare to do it.
I think my question is, Ryan, is today the right time to be doing the Navi thing?
No, I don't think so. I feel like even when you listen to like the press conference, so much of what Angel says is like, I don't mind losing to Fnatic at lock-in because we're focused on getting champions. That's the real prize. This qualification game has a huge impact on that. Like, sure, if they lose, they can qualify tomorrow. But if they don't make Tokyo, their chances of going into champions falls dramatically, right? So this isn't a time to like piss about, so to speak. This is a time to really get everything in gear and just get it over the line, especially with Eric playing up against Emma, the twins as coaches. There's a whole level of competitiveness to this where you don't want to throw it away.
Well, speaking of the twins, we do have a clip of them discussing this very topic we're talking about, so check this out.
Are you happy with the game?
Yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah.
He's not.
You should be.
He won. He should be happy, but you know.
I'm happy in the moment, I would say. Obviously, I don't think we played as good as we should, so there's some stuff to fix. Like, as a coach, I will never truly be happy and satisfied. I'll be happy when we win champions. Until then, I'm gonna be like,
how hard is it to be happy? Maybe if you were more happy, you would perform better. Who knows, you know?
There we go then.
How hard is it to be happy? I think this is a very deep question.
Shows the level of competitiveness where he's calling him out for not being happy enough. Like, I'm happier than you. I just lost and I'm happier than you. And Eric's like, yeah, you're right. Because it was like Navi not playing at full strength, but at their full 5, winning 2-0 up against Liquid with a stand-in. Like, that was the result that they wanted, but not in that way.
But there's one thing that we really need to add from this entire press conference thing about the composition, because you just mentioned, like, you know, in 2025 we're going to beat Fnatic and be happy, right? But the matter of but the matter of fact is, in the same press conference, Angel was asked if he is right now feeling comfortable with the compositions and the variety they play, and he particularly said, yes, it feels like from week to week we got more comfortable and more comfortable and more comfortable. And I think this is obviously something he would say, but at the same time, I believe him. Which is odd.
That's a mistake.
Yeah, I know.
Never believe anything Angel tells you. Trust me, I learned the hard way. But when it comes to these two teams, I think the other interesting thing, Ryan, is their eco stats as well. Both of these teams, they just win an insane amount of thrifty rounds.
Yeah, this is like the thrifties on here is like anything below 10k, I think it is, for the technical term of what a thrifty is, right? So this is like maybe a stinger at most, but mostly sheriffs, half armor, little bits of utility. These are two of the leading teams when it comes to these kind of things. But when you actually like look into sort of like the half buys now, especially with some of the second round, bonus round stuff that NAVI do with having a rifle, having a sting in some hands, their win rate is still exceptional, right?
Yeah.
It's a case of like both of them are very good at turning things around when it's not in their favor, but also I think both of them struggle when things are in their favor and they also get thriftied a lot as well. Like, it's just, they live and die by that sort of just the crazy rounds that you can't predict.
I mean, everything is so close as well. I mean, here's the leaderboard for the eco win rate, but the thing is with Fnatic, they rarely play their eco rounds.
Yeah,
They're very rarely ecoing.
So this is more like the sort of 15k money. So this is like kind of a little bit more maybe in favor of what these teams can work with because they're sort of pushing the economy in that way. That's where Navi is good. Like, if they give Angel a rogue rifle and the rest of the team are on like stingers and stuff, the results actually kind of work. Maybe not for Angel, he just dies and the rifle gets to go to somebody else. But the actual win percentage for Navi in those cases is actually super strong. It's just when you're on 2 full buys and both teams are at full strength, that needs to be a bit more concrete, really. Because they do throw those rounds a little bit.
The FPX buy, well, now the NAVI buy speaks for itself, right? They're still the only team that really does it consistently. I'm surprised that other teams didn't kind of pick that up, the strategy.
Yeah, but it's always about your own identity and believing in it. And, you know, they're also believing in the Euro, right? So we're always, yeah, I mean, they're always innovating things. I think it is a good thing to a certain extent. I like it. There were adaptations to it. There were teams doing this and that to it. It just speaks to how NAVI works. And I think so far, you know, that the FPX/NAVI buy has showed its success. It's like one of those little niche things that they invent and then brings them an advantage.
It always works, though. Always works.
Exactly.
I can't imagine what Angel's like in comms, because it's going to take the IGL to be like, okay, you've got the gun, you need to be very careful, don't lose this gun. I can imagine he's just like, no, don't die there. Like, just go, like, now somebody needs to go pick up the rifle. Come on, just like shout at the scene. Right. Like, I'm sorry.
I mean, that's rich coming from Angel, right? If he ever did that.
Yeah, if he's calling somebody else out.
But I would like to tell you guys at home that we are experiencing a slight tech delay right now. It's an ongoing audio issue on stage that we're trying to sort out. So we're going to take a break here from the desk, but don't worry, we got some great content for you guys. So in the meantime, enjoy shedding some tears at this throwback of the Ascent documentary.
My name is Santeri, bone called Sassi, and I am the IGL for Team Ascent.
Hello, I'm Starza and I play for Ascent.
Hey guys, I'm Alexander Zygmunt from Team Ascent.
I'm Sinet, I'm from Turkey and I'm playing for Ascent.
My name is Kiles, I play for Ascent and I'm a Sentinel.
Our strongest point in Ascent is definitely our just friendship. I think we have really good synergy.
We're like really good friends outside the game. We feel like super family and we're really close to each other and we want to win together.
I feel like that's one of the reasons why we are such a consistent high-tier team, is that communication, giving critique, sharing emotions, and just being happy overall if we win or we lose.
Ascent here to win? Yeah, of course, we want to claim the trophy.
Who finally gets denied by Starzo. There's a chance! And he gets ripped away, Redgar! It's 10 seconds! It's over!
Peek for me. Peek for me, he said.
Ascend are your VALORANT Champions winners!
All right, cool. What are you thinking about right now?
I'm a world champion, I don't know.
After winning, to actually, you know, like kind of sink it in that we actually won.
1 year for me. Like, after not achieving anything, I understand it's a big thing to win the tournament, you know, win the champions. Actually.
Yeah, after 2022, yeah.
It was such an unexpected and special moment, like you never feel something like this in your life. I felt nothing and everything at the same time.
In that moment, no one was expecting from us to win champions.
The feeling was amazing. We could never expect this to happen in our lives. Probably nothing can replace that.
It felt pretty surreal. The moment itself was kind of, yeah, like you didn't really believe it, that like we were the team winning it. But after I realized that I am one of the best in the world, it did give me like a nice bit of like, nice touch of confidence, let's say.
Only me in the team was like in the play in the high level, I will say. But other players, no one was knowing and no one was expecting something from us.
It was our first LAN experience, like the big LAN experience. So we crumbled under pressure.
The path, it's very tough. There will always be, you know, like ups and downs. You will never have, you know, like things that are just going like up and up and up and up and, you know, like it never stops. It's always all about, you know, like you go up a little bit, but then you have to dip down to actually, you know, like get up again.
We had a lot of fights because we are both like strong characters, and I think we both fought because we wanted like the best for the team. and that's what made us improve, you know.
With Zeke, there was like kind of a love and hate relationship between us because it was always kind of like we both have like super strong visions like how to play the game. It was always we were saying, you know, like I don't like that you're doing this, he doesn't like that I'm doing this, but then we always could like make the team better out of it.
It's never easy. Like every team, everyone has problems, but at the end of the day, like it was like a family, that team, so everyone tried to do their best.
Hello guys, this is Monk, and today I'll be cooking for myself and the rest of my team some nice chicken.
Yeah, I think everybody was enjoying the meal that I did.
I don't remember actually. I didn't eat, I think.
You were on the PC and me, Kiles and Starkso were all looking at Bonko's cooking and we were like outside the window like laughing at Bonko's cooking.
At some point, Sigi just came in and you were just looking at it, looking at the pan and... How is it, Kiles?
1.5 minutes.
1.5? 1.5. Yeah, but that's Kiles. That's good from Kiles. That's like the 10 you get from Kiles.
We recording already?
I do.
Hey, Kiles!
Hello guys, long time no see.
Okay, Esports, we won the first split on the Spanish BLR. We are starting the second one, which is the important one to go into a session and to win a session.
How's the weather in Spain?
I don't know. So my room is good.
You've just been outside.
Oh, yes, true. It's good. A great team right now, but there's never will be something as good or as special as that team. Everything connected, like those 5 players were special altogether.
Kiles, he was just like the pillar of the team.
The guy that brings us the positivity also. Since after Champions, I miss him a lot until today.
Kiles, I think his personality, like him as a teammate, he was such a good, he was the best teammate I ever had.
Kiles, everybody said that you were the bond of our team and the main core.
The guy that glued us together. How do you feel about it?
I did literally nothing, so that's a complete lie.
The thing that I talk about the most is like when we won, Kiles jumped on me so hard that he didn't break my finger, but he did something to my finger, and I had to go on the party after we won. I was going with my finger in ice, and it was swollen so much.
Zeke is like a little bomb, you know. It's unpredictable, the guy.
He understands the situation instantly and decide what he's going to do. He's smart and he's really a talkative person.
He was like the main guy who was actually pushing us in the team to actually get better.
When the game was still in the beta, I started playing with Starkso. He was my kind of a fan.
I was watching his streams and I really wanted to play with him because I saw he's probably the best Polish player at the moment.
Nothing but love for my boy, Patryk Starksito, with blue eyes, blonde hair coming from Poland.
In a sense, Starkso was a really fun person, I will say. He was really fun, he has a lot of energy.
I was playing on a stream, and then I invited viewers to play customs with me, and then Starkso went to play.
The chemistry is going, and we're super good together. So we tried to make a team, and we said that we will compete with the best, and we will make everything to make the best Polish team.
He popped 50 kills against me, and then I told him, "Yo, you wanna make a team?" And then we made a team.
I was always quiet and shy person. I don't like to be socialized, I will say. That's why I was shy. In the beginning of the VALORANT, also my English wasn't that good because I never talk English with someone from internet.
I think the biggest problem for Senat was always his communication. with language problems, but you know, he was the star. And I think when he was spending time with us, I think he was having fun too.
In Turkish people, there is a lot of shyness because of they think when they talk English, they think people will love them because of they are talking wrong.
I think the biggest talent I played with, you can just look at him and you know that you're safe. He will get 2, 3, 4 kills every single round.
All of us was skilled. Now it's not a surprise that everyone is in VCT EMEA and representing different teams.
Obviously, I feel proud of my teammates that they're still competing in the highest level. As I said, we're waiting for killers to come back and maybe we make team together, who knows?
Gilles, we wait for you in franchise. You need to come to us.
I trust you. Okay. You're gonna qualify, bro. Goodbye, Gilles. Good luck, Mr. Gillesito.
I love to see them playing. I wish I could play like alongside with them like back in the days because it was so much fun.
I think they won the last Spanish league, no?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, I think they have a chance to get better.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Yeah.
All 5 together, we can.
Then we create a team.
It's very nice to see them to do the same as always.
I feel like, like that experience we had from coming from absolutely like nowhere, from being absolute no names in the scene to so fastly, like just winning tournament after tournament after tournament for all of us, like it was very much of a life changer.
I'm proud of every player of Ascent because it was a really funniest time of my life, I will say.
It was pretty special to be the first one. Yes, like you mark into the history of the game, like it's the literal beginning of the game, and it just you will be there forever, known as the first one to do it.
Thank you everyone for bearing with us. I have a quick update for you guys. Our technical team are still working with a player to fix an on-stage audio issue. We want to make sure everything is ready for our players before we start the next game. So thank you for being patient while we get everything sorted. We'll keep you updated. And for now, we'll see you hopefully in 10 minutes.
F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
NAVI. Team Liquid.
Well, Team Liquid, they are running the gauntlet against the teams that beat them in regular season. They've taken down Team Vitality already. But things are going to get a little bit harder here for them, you guys, because the way that they lost to NAVI, I know you guys weren't happy with the way the NAVI played. It was still a 2-0. It was still clean in the end in terms of results. But Ryan, just how tall is this hill, do you think?
I don't know if it's tall at all. I think it's more of a question of looking at NAVI. Are they really that sort of like second place team level? Because they've pretty much beaten everybody other than Koi and Fnatic for the regular season. They've had some really good series. They've had some ones that have dropped off. Now it's just to sort of put everybody's minds at ease that they are just experimenting, that they are doing a light bit of trolling to see what they can get away with, what they can try, versus them kind of being a little bit flustered in every series that they're playing.
It was never that overly convincing, I agree with you, but at the same time, I think I would also be very surprised if they just drastically changed their identity and have the most meta comp in the universe that we could expect. That would be actually surprising me a lot. So I think it's just part of their identity. It's more the way they approach the game. It's more the way to stick to their protocols. It's more the way that they have 1v1s, which they then just give away to their opponent.
And to remind you guys at home, the last time these two teams faced each other, Safe was not here. Safe is here today. Do you anticipate them to lean towards the same maps as we head into map select and have a look where they're going to go?
Potentially. I think the bans are going to be fairly... So this is Liquid banning out Pearl. Makes a lot of sense. NAVI have a lot of crazy ideas on there, and they've been consistently banning out Haven. Have NAVI, they've added to it.
It is going to be the bind. We saw the bind already yesterday. But what I'm a little bit more surprised about, and the split, is that NAVI are the highest seed. So they had the choice of choosing which team. And Fnatic chose Team A, but NAVI have chosen Team B here. Why do you guys think that is?
I guess the choice of what that third and final map could be.
But the thing is, the third final map, you don't get to pick sides if you're Team B here. So whatever it's going to be, Liquid are going to be able to get to pick side here if we go to Fracture. And as you saw from the Fnatic game as well, starting on a side that you're comfortable with, it's pretty important.
This map pool isn't bad for Liquid at all when you look at it. Like Fracture is, these are I think the 3 most common picks that Liquid have been running as map choices. I guess NAVI picking Split's an interesting one really, especially after their result last week running the double duelist with the Euro against Fnatic and losing.
I think if we go to Fracture, it's GG for Liquid. I think
Really?
take that, yeah.
I think that's a close map in itself. Like, it's going to be interesting, really, but both teams happy with the map pool. It's not like they're trying to exploit each other. It's just what kind of maps are they strong on overall?
And for the fact of Fracture, I think NAVI has to bring something super new because Liquid was very ready for what NAVI was running on that map. They were very ready for every single of those setups. It wasn't enough in the end. I think particularly the fragging power was missing in that department, as we obviously had a stand-in. But I still think if we go to Fracture, I wouldn't even lean that much on the side of NAVI in this.
We might not go to Fracture, but we will go to Bind.
Yes.
And Vincent, speaking of Bind, I know you have something you want to break down as well, of course. This is a map we saw already yesterday, so it is still relatively fresh in our memory.
Let's take a look at it. Let's get myself this wonderful piece of technology to show you what we got. Why are we talking about initiators again? Well, because we have to. We have to. We're talking about a different composition on the sides of Team Liquid. So what do they have? Well, they're on the defending side here. You see a Sky and you see a Fade. Okay, why do they have that and what do they do? Let's take a look as we take this example of round number 5. As we're starting things, we first of all are going to increase the speed because we're not 80 years old, like Loafer. There we go. So here is coming a little flash, pushing down into B long. So the classic thing, gaining information. Finn goes on with the same thing over here in front of Bath. Okay, so now we have a bit of information about this part of the map and pretty much about this part of the map. It's classic info gathering that we're seeing. So from that point on, you obviously can be very diverse with how to use your information utility and how to use your flashes. We see the same thing happens here again. Basically, Yampi is trying to gain a bit of information towards here whilst we have a rotation. So this is where the information gather exists quite well on the side of Team Liquid. Now move on. This is where not very deep in the round. As we see further and further, this is another cycle, 1 minute mark, where the dog gets pushed through, and here it comes. You have good bit of information due to Sky, and now what the Fate could do, obviously, is obviously Prowler in that direction or Prowler in that direction, but there's no need because they obviously have this very aggressive setup where Redgar often pushes through. So what does this lead us with? The Fate is a great retake kind of agent within this composition. Here they're clearing out Bath, another one of those is available, another one of those can be used. So now they can pretty much just hold it as long as they want to, play it very defensively. It unfortunately just happens that, you know, they're dying in 1 versus 1s, but either way, Team Liquid takes the round, and here you see the changes in information gather and how Double Initiator can be well used.
I mean, you guys spoke about that Navi need to bring something new, but let's not forget, Navi were watching yesterday. There is no way that Eric and Angel weren't watching what Liquid are doing, and Liquid played a lot of rounds on Bind, Ryan. There are definitely weaknesses that the side of Navi can exploit.
Oh, for sure, and that's just sort of what they live and breathe on overall. These are teams, certainly at the head coach level, are going to be familiar granularly with each other's games, what they like to do, their tendencies, what they would prefer, what they're going to try and fake. I think this map in particular, we've already seen Double Initiators today be pretty successful for Foot. It's won and lost on attack and defense on the extremities. How much can Liquid take control of showers? How much control can they take of B long? That's the areas of the map that they want to keep a hold of. Navi's going to try and fight for that space as well.
Well, let's see if Navi do keep the Yoru in here, which is what they ran the last time. Well, no, they don't.
All right, they go for actually something safer, and of course.
Okay.
There's an interesting change. I mean, Sugetsu, yeah, sticks to what he does. There's not too many changes on the Liquid side. Let's say none. But obviously, Navi is going for something more, I wouldn't even say traditional. This is like the most vanilla we ever got Navi.
I still find it weird looking at CNED playing Raze at this point still. Like, they've taken the Fnatic comp, essentially, like what they've been running with Althea on the Cypher, and likely to do something similar. But Liquid, this is something that's been working out for them, other than that series loss where they played up against Navi in the regular season with the sub. They've been pretty strong on this overall, like, vitality yesterday, a little bit more awkward in some cases, but ultimately, it's the comp that seems to be comfortable for everybody playing. They just got to rock, and Soulcast Yampi especially I'm looking at to be their win conditions.
Yeah, I also want to just reiterate that I still don't like this Omen pick on Bind. I still don't get it. I still think the Brim is a lot stronger. And also, Redgar yesterday was shaky, Vincent. He was fumbling a little bit here and there as well. You don't want to see him do that again today.
That's not my IGL. I mean, it really was Redgar having some very weird teleports, some very good smoke usage. He was just not focused. He seemed like he was not on point. And I would not consider him the win condition of Liquid, but we know from past experiences that he's individually blessed enough to take a crucial part in this fragging department for Team Liquid. So I just very much hope he comes back to, you know, the strength we have, because he has a very competent IGL on the other side to fight.
Yeah, and Boaster called out Althea for his Cypher setup, saying that it wasn't adequate. So Ryan, I want to see what Angel can bring here on his Cypher, and we're going to see in just a moment as we head into Bind with your casters who definitely had nothing to do with the tech pause. It's Pansy and Hypok.
Yes, of course, we had to delay the game. It's what we like to do. But no, thankfully, we can now get towards this highly anticipated matchup here. Looking forward to this one. We got a glance of Liquid just a day ago, really. So we get to see them in full force here up against Navi. I think the biggest question we had was what Navi were we going to see? The experimental force that was through regular season, but where are we now?
Okay, I have a different question, though. Because
go ahead.
It's what Liquid do we see? I wasn't particularly impressed with the bigger picture review of Bind overall. I think that's a fair assessment. It comes down to that kind of 2-round momentum peak that Liquid are able to hit. There's no reason they close it out. In my eyes, Vitality should have.
Yes.
And coming in here, there were a lot of concerns that I think a team like Navi, they like playing towards, you know, making their opponents feel uncomfortable, be unpredictable in terms of some of these composition changes. The key one being actually Angel now slipping onto the Cypher. kind of puts a little bit more pressure on Nats, or at least nerfs him a little bit in his ability to find space on the lurk. And one thing that actually Vitality were excellent at doing yesterday, particularly on Liquid's attacking side, was exploring behind that wall proactively. When you hit that 60-second marker on the clock, they're actively clearing short.
Crowd seems up for it. Good little matchup here. And yeah, if we're looking at Nats and the pressure he was receiving just yesterday, want to see if that happens again. Is it another target focus towards it? We'll see.
But think about the start of the series yesterday as well. Nats had a
Lotus.
It was like 4 first deaths in the first 7 rounds or
Maybe
something.
even more.
Yeah.
Struggling on that one, but we are live into this now. NAVI defending this map as best they can. Liquid, let's see what you've got. We were up and down on our thoughts towards this. A couple of issues presenting, but they did get across the finish line last time. This time a totally different opponent now.
We'll start initially here with Soulcast finding Deep Shower's information. Here the TP comes, so actually it's a double TP here. CNED and Zipan both find kills. CNED going to be tested here at Hooker as well.
And the low sense fights back, but Yampy just swinging on through it. A little isolated, not able to make much of the flash that he sent through Shower, unaffected by it. Can't quite hold his nerve against the flood of Liquid coming through. So the plant's going to come in.
Made it doable.
They've made it very doable after that crunch that looked formidable. Now, the flank is going to be there as well, so we'll see what this post plant looks like.
Angel actually looking for something on the flank here. Actually, we'll put the spy cam into Hooker, records it now, but that will be heard. Information will be given away. Redguard, I was going to say, overstaying his welcome slightly here, and Safe now put in a clutch situation, a 1v3 for him in the pistol round.
Not easy at all. Trying to play to that cross. Could catch Angel, doesn't. Angel. Wow.
Snaps on him.
Yeah, really quick. Read that post plant perfectly. Comfortable in the end there. Cleared him in one. NAVI, let's talk about though, that crunch coming in was just so decisive.
Yeah, again, a very quick pinch through from the B-long TP. Make sure that they can find that kill onto Soulcast and Showers. And one thing, actually, yeah, even here's the first one onto Nats. And one thing we did note yesterday, and certainly something I've got my eye on, is this attacking side default from Liquid. A number of times that overcommitment to a 1v1, a 1v2 situation, not necessarily in a position to receive information, but even then when it's Soulcast out one side, he's not putting utility out, it was resulting in deaths time and time again. I think last time they played, yes, Harmy was there, but it's a similar trend because they were conceding first bloods massively on their attacking side. And I think actually overall managed 4 rounds in total.
Does that rear its head again here in this matchup? Have to see. Remind yourself, Liquid leant back into that Shower piece that we were discussing before that kind of got them out of that previous matchup. Now, if you're NAVI, you've watched that. You watched it live, you watched it back. They're going to be hyper aware of all of this. And Angel may be tested here. Does have support on site, so gets tucked in towards Lamp, so not too worried about it just yet. And Redguard going to get contact. So trying to keep their attention here. Spike is not committed anywhere.
They dealt with this trip now, so NAVI will be aware of the progress towards Showers. Some utility thrown out, but doesn't even find a ping off that.
Oh, the flash didn't even go really towards Heaven. And they do get the trade, surprisingly. Soulcast there for it. Obviously unrecoverable weapon, but it has at least brought a possibility. Okay. That makes it a bigger deal. But the spike, keep it in mind, it's still left all the way back in middle. And with all this success, it could still go wrong. You can see that Bulldog picked up, but now CNED's got the punish on Yampy. They've got to recover that spike. And again, if you're NAVI, you're questioning what the hell's going on. That was not pretty from Sugetsu. Soulcast gonna lap that up. And Liquid making something out of this, but CNED's got the read. He's in the right place for this. Plant's gonna come down.
Tricky position from Nats as well.
Spike planted.
Oh, wow. That is a fairly horrendous fumble from NAVI, to be honest with you. And just when I was mentioning the overcommitment to some of these 1v1 situations, 1v2, 1v3, Angel the first to fall. Zipan just looks completely blown away by the fact that this angle is even a possibility when Yampy finds him. And one of the rounds is actually a stark contrast to yesterday, where Liquid is spread very thin. Yes, there's 3 heavy towards Showers, but it's well contained initially by NAVI. They actually win out a couple of key engagements here and create some openings. I was saying, actually, if they were doing that yesterday, it would have been the perfect approach, but they didn't have another look to the default, and that was the concern.
Interesting seeing the two sides of the coin here of, when that sort of approach actually favors you, gets the reward.
There's your example in a Thrifty.
It's exactly that. The round it felt the least likely to be rewarded. We saw this last time again. Soulcast sitting super deep.
Yeah, and the two concern points yesterday were obviously this position towards Fountain, where Redgar was isolated and Soulcast playing much deeper towards Cave here, but outside showers in general. Yampy doing the same thing as yesterday as well, floating between supporting Hooker and Redgar on Fountain. Cena doesn't give away the fact that he does actually have that rifle.
Yeah, trying to keep that little trick up his sleeve. I don't mind it either. Well, the default has been held long enough, but they are going to go for that B site investigation, slowly but surely. We're down to about 40 seconds here. First smoke invested towards CT, and they do need to build off this. They don't have a great deal to work with beyond that, but the weapons at hand should be more than enough. Again, keep in mind it was just CNED really with that rifle, and he's over towards A. He may even cut his losses at this point. It's looking very unlikely to be able to do the damage. Spam through the smoke, and Liquid looking very robust on this site take. It's all theirs. And the last two probably not feeling all that enamored with the idea of going for anything.
Potentially looking for Nats here. Cena and Sugetsu maybe even looking for an upgrade. I'm not even sure actually if Sugetsu's going to 1850. Can probably go for a kill here. That might just be caught off guard here with the timing. And he is, yep. But it's only a Guardian conceded. I don't think Sugetsu's going to be totally happy saving that across.
No, would they
might look for another.
More, yeah. Let's see. Timing on the cross. Oh, that's the rifle. Needed to get that. No. Okay, big work from Liquid there to actually get the other two. Navi trying to make something out of it, maybe trying to get that better prize, cost them something slightly more, but for now, Navi held on one, Liquid with two.
Another thing I've immediately got my eyes on is actually Nats' position and the timing at which he looks to regroup with his team here. I said it is a concern having the possibility of a Cypher anchoring the other side and Nats being unable to really find much value in the lurk or backstab any rotation when they do decide to hit B. We did see this variation of the wall yesterday as well, and it was a round where Liquid were happy to brawl for A site, and it's looking like that might be the intention again.
Yeah, Angel just got punished for that. He's going to be put on notice after this. The Seeker's just going to be sweeping through the site, keeping Sugetsu forced back. I don't know how he got that while backpedaling, but yeah, that's unfortunate almost for safe to an extent, but they're going to have to respect this, sit towards CT for this retake, as Liquid will be able to get the spike down pretty comfortably, but they also have Seekers in response.
And that's Soulcast now committed towards the back line in terms of that utility, but Yampy does find one. Sugetsu good for the trade, though.
Surprised he even got that one there. Felt pushed up towards CT. He was almost too committed. Redgar needs to respect this. Back away deeper and deeper. These Seekers going so far here.
First
they know this. Well. Time being purchased a little here. Not on the spike just yet, though, but Navi starting to sweep on through.
Second molly from Nats is out as well.
Waiting for that reveal. Soulcast holding until that tap on the spike, potentially. Sugetsu ready. And now needs to find the kills. He's done so well, Sugetsu! What a goddamn bit of aim that was!
That was absolute filth. I mean, I saw him tapping away in Aim Labs before he started. That looked like another example, Lauren.
That was 3 different angles. One was up on the box, one tucked to the right. That was very nice. That was genuinely filthy aim.
Sugetsu saw safe ace yesterday as well. I'll give you a go in map 1. I mean, the first was ridiculous.
The backpedaling on that, the drops, like, okay, up here, cool. Oh,
look at the timing of these swings as well. It's not even as if Liquid are... Wow. If that's the Sugetsu we get today. Oof. The same wall once again, and we did see this set piece yesterday as well. Like I said, this wall is usually the indicator the Liquid are going to look to quickly progress onto A site.
No. Oh, he committed!
Oh, he committed? That's a spike!
Oh, Redgar, what are we doing here?
It gave Sugetsu the Viper's Pit as well.
Oh no, it's gone from bad to worse. Sugetsu was already a monster as it was. Nats gets handled. Yampy, the only one trying to fight back here for Liquid, but he's been dealt with too. This has gone from bad to worse. A tragedy in motion. A poor choice made by Redgar there, feeling like he had the opportunity. Sugetsu absolutely denounces that as Soulcast now. Your last bit of hope, and he hasn't got a shot in hell of getting in here.
Am I missing something there? Is like Soulcast's utility? I didn't even know where he was at the start, but did he think that Sugetsu's audio was cut by something? Obviously, he's TPing, so the paranoia is not going to be a factor.
I'd like to watch that one back to see kind of what happened, because it didn't look like
it's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah, and there's the inevitable NAVI. Wow.
What was that?
Yeah, please get us a replay on that, because I'm really interested if there was something that maybe cut his audio, brought his attention elsewhere, because that didn't feel like a good choice. He just got baited. Just, what? I don't know what Regnar was thinking there.
I want to hear the pre-round comms there of what exactly the intention is. Again, they have the paranoia, they have the ability to cut sound, but in a round where Soulcast hasn't got an ult or doesn't land that utility,
you don't.
Or maybe it's just Redgar not cancelling. But he's got a spike as well. It's just
there's a lot of question marks around that one. He's gonna have to shake that off as well. Feeling probably a little silly after that, if anything. 3-2 now, giving so much opportunity over, and Sugetsu loving it, right? He's just had an ace, and then he's just done that.
Yeah, the kill gives him the pit as well. So to lose the spike in lamps, it's completely unrecoverable.
Scout destroyed.
It's that default test. A little bit of that utility being drawn away from A.
We see a small sample size, but I haven't seen that same trend be an issue already today. It's definitely a positive. I think last time as well, these two teams faced, yes, an asterisk with Harmy, but they massively lost out in terms of first bloods. I think it was a bad ratio, like 9-3 in terms of Liquid only finding 3 first bloods on their attacking half. I was gonna say, actually, yeah, if that poison wasn't up, Sugetsu, but NAVI. Angel there to find the spam. And this A site holding up once again.
The challenge now swings to the other side, though. Let's see how Zipan holds, see how Xiao handles what's coming their way. This time a little too much there. But 13 seconds is getting dangerous. And, well, that went astray by some margin. Xiao, though, holding on to the position is critical because the spike just out of reach. I don't think they get back to the side. No, they can't. Soulcast has to admit defeat on this one and just fade away here. NAVI buying time and then some on that site.
I'm hoping to see a timeout called now, to be honest with you. It's like I said, the adjustment came way too late yesterday. And it wasn't even a total overhaul to the approach of their attacking half. Yeah, perfect timing for the neural theft to pop, actually.
Just
put Xiao in a position where you can just dig his heels in.
Find you.
No timeout. Maybe feeling that Liquid still have a plan in mind here, or maybe just not for this round. They've got plenty.
Maybe for the buy round that follows.
See what they can find here. They need some information because it feels like A's on a platter, right? But between Sugetsu and Angel, they've been making it such hard work.
I mean, Sugetsu is committed towards this lamp hold, right? To deny that space. And Vitality were excellent at doing this yesterday. The other thing being, there's utility here from Angel being on the Cypher to actually have that contingency in place for showers. I'll be here on the swing out from Hooker. We'll find Redgar. And it forces them into this setup.
Yeah, between the two, they're making it incredibly hard work to get to this side. That's not bad, though. Actually finding Angel drifting a little further out from the try box. And they need to respect this now. They need to fall away from the side, wait for a little bit of support here, trying to play out from CT. And they don't want to give up lamps. They're playing back into this. Can they get the plant, though, safely? Somewhat, but Nat's burning through utility early.
See, ultimate committed by Soulcast as well. A 4v5 for them.
It's the buy, it's still
it's 2 Sheriffs and a Spectre alongside Soulcast's rifle.
They don't have masses of post-plant utility to try and purchase all that precious time, so this is where it gets deadly now. Back in towards the site, no trade. Good work from Soulcast. Cleanly gets it, dips away. That takes down Angel. Next layer, there it is. Just hearing that getting popped and away, it gets sent. Safe does find Zipan, but NAVI taking every single kill. Now it's just Yampy in a 1v3 with barely any more HP. Just 4 by his name. NAVI navigating that retake so diligently.
And there's a chance there with the Showstopper being online. Actually, if any push comes towards lamps, or even then, they retake default and have to look towards short. Safe can find massive amounts of value. But it doesn't come through for Liquid.
Where is the timeout?
Well, I think that window of opportunity is now closed with 12 seconds left before the round will start.
Maybe they still... I don't think they've found the cure to this A-site hold. Maybe they think they've got it, right? Maybe they've got the plan in mind now.
NAVI are switching it up now, actually.
Yeah, the kind of heavier lean. This is... Oh, Angel! Filthy on the punish towards safe. Catching him perfectly and drifts away, and that's the adjustment. CNED's even here now as well, early. Well, the additional body on the site. Feeling that pressure, though, coming through. May have to relinquish a little bit of the control, Angel. I don't think he's actually seen a player once this entire round. There.
Starting to crumble already in this half for Liquid. A 3v5 now. The fake flash will find one, but Sugetsu good for the trade. CNED
There's the third
follows
man.
up on it.
There's CNED, already there so early off that contact coming in through shower. He was on rotation. Yampi has to pull the plug on this.
The awareness from NAVI of what actually worked well for Liquid yesterday is on point, because they're shutting down some of these quicker hits towards 8.
Can you reiterate that a little bit more as well? Because
this is also just down to first bloods. This is another example of Liquid conceding first bloods and then still trying to follow through. This is the only difference being, isn't this widespread default that's getting picked apart here? Even on the fastest that did look good eventually, yesterday versus Vitality,
wow.
It just gets caught.
Got the timing as well.
I mean, that's an unfortunate one. That's a very different type of first blood than what I'm referring to yesterday, but unfortunately, the story is the same. Liquid unable to recover from those situations. And this is where bigger picture becomes a bit of a concern, because now we're seeing actually the default doesn't work and Liquid's approach towards this A-site hit isn't successful, so...
And that's all they had against Vitality.
Yeah, what have we got for B? The focus actually laid towards B yesterday, so Liquid almost trying to play into their own successes from yesterday and think, oh, maybe we can actually find something towards A today.
That, yeah. Wow, this is going to put a real conundrum with Liquid here, because as you noted, as we highlighted even yesterday and coming into the game today, those adjustments were limited from Liquid and they got away with daylight robbery in those last couple of rounds.
I was going to say, it came far too late on.
So now...
And like I said, they hit like a 2-round momentum buff.
Yeah.
Which it was basically just like, that worked, let's do it again.
Run it.
We're closed out.
Yeah, you take those when you get them. But now the bigger question is, what else is there? Because they've walked into this map knowingly. They picked this map. This is Liquid's choice.
I'm curious now if they're going to rely on this wall to be the indicators towards a fast hit onto A. They're stacked up here once again, so I think they're going to try their chances.
They've got, I guess,
Same C's going to go outside showers. Variation once again in the trips, but this time around Sugetsu's not even committed. It's just Angel to try and lock this down. They do have the orbital strike, so maybe deny some time here on the plant.
Always handled. Vast majority of the Seeker's TP. It was a quick crunch. This time Yampi all too aware that pistol round ain't going to be happening again. Turns around, catches CNED. And now the site's looking very good for Liquid. They should be able to plant. This is when you see Nat's ults come online. He should be able to get the plant through that, or at least Redgar can. So they should be comfortable now into this post plant. Make it very difficult for NAVI to find any pathing through this. A shot in the dark, not far away from finding value, but doesn't get what they want.
Redgar's actually slipped into the backside of this pit as well, which will fall, so Nat's probably relying on the snake bites here. First one committed already. That's pretty early on, to be honest with you.
Ooh,
the half stick's coming through, yeah?
And they get away. That's perfect. That's everything they wanted.
That's a big problem.
Tries to make a push out of it, and Xiao's already denied this. This is massive work from NAVI. They're on the halfway point here. Maybe Yampi. Yampi's position could be everything. They're none the wiser. Maybe Yampi can hold this safe. Another tap on the spike. They want to draw the attention. Everything revealed. Everything noted. Yampi playing from that tri-box so well. Tees up Nats for the swing. And Liquid hold in the post plant. Well, they burnt so much getting there.
Again, I almost thought the timing had passed on this when that first snake bite is committed, but the reveal from Soulcast is everything. Difference being, last time there was this triple face that Sugetsu absolutely ripped to shreds.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
One enemy remaining.
The timing on the swing between...
I'd say, actually, yeah, what Nats finds a second there with... I don't even know where Xiao was, to be honest with you.
Don't think it mattered.
But yeah, the reveal is huge from Soulcast.
That was the round that we did see the solo holdout of Angel as well. We had already seen that rotation, I think, from Sugetsu. But this time they've got 3 bodies here. This is when they struggle because you had Sugetsu back where he's meant to be. You've got CNED still here. This is when it gets difficult, but the pressure coming towards Sugetsu is huge. He still finds safe. This man's a monster. CNED has fallen though, but can they find Angel? They absolutely can. Messe, but he gets it. Sugetsu still there as well. Sugetsu is having a game and a half. And now Nats all alone, surrounded. And this time Navi make no mess of that. That was perfection.
Feeling slightly outclassed here, especially with some of these individual performances from Navi. Angel and Sugetsu just looking fantastic. Safe there, just trying to force the issue.
Yeah.
Maybe try and catch Sugetsu off guard, but there's a snake bite underneath that poison orb. And like I said, this is almost tailor-made to deny Nats any value in the lurk. It just so happens that with this A-site hit, time and time again, Liquid are almost playing into it.
It's quite
He's got another
something
pit.
to see, yeah. Oh, that's showers off the plate. This
little misdirection here.
That's nice. Didn't work out last time because I think the flash came through at the wrong time. No. Okay, Molly, are they ahead of it? Yes. Okay, so at least they can go to their death quicker. There it is. Xiao, light work for him at long. Spike on their side, Yampy seen, and the second. They've got everything they need. And oh, dearie me.
It is
Navi,
textbook from Navi.
It really is. It's beautiful to see them in this form, though. It's damn good Valorant. It's a nice treat to the eyes. And again, I'm a little surprised to see Liquid lean back into this map, if I'm honest. Angel could get caught here. Yeah, Yampy, okay. But Sugetsu is the
They're everywhere.
boss. Yeah, there's
They're
no
literally
escape.
everywhere.
I'm just so impressed with Sugetsu's hold so far. It's been meticulous. As I said, the only time Liquid truly had success on that A site was when he wasn't there. It was just a solo hold from Angel trying to delay.
Yeah, because I think coming out of timeout, Angel's thinking, yeah, let's stack 4 towards B. Surely now is when the adjustment comes. But it's another round here where it's just Sheriffs.
Yep.
I'm not even sure if there was any investment. I see Redguard down at 1,050,
30
but
seconds left.
it's this round that Liquid then try to deny some information with the smoke on Fountain. And that's just found one. Nothing else left to find. Yeah, this is, like I said, they got 4 last time. Yes, with Harmy in, but it's just beautiful from Xiao. The fact that even in that, he still gets the molly off and still denies that angle from the swing and avoids the paranoia. Beautifully done. And a great half so far from Navi.
Yeah.
In total control here.
It's very impressive to watch.
Back to the A hit.
But here's again, I think Angel keeps expecting them to hit this adjustment and they just aren't.
Because now it's just Sugetsu.
How much can Sugetsu do though, right? This TP should be quite nice because no one should be able to check on this, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be awareness from Sugetsu.
Yeah, Sugetsu's heard that 100%.
It's now committing back in towards Lamps, the late time. Safe, put your knife away. You have not had control of that area once this game. The only benefactor of this is really maybe Redguard. They're so aware of it though. He's lost a little bit of that potential from the position. The Seeker's gonna note everything, but again, this has to be a very diligent hold.
Orbital Strike, Showstopper, and the Neural Theft here.
Hello, Redguard. Gotta get away. He's not going to. Audacious, an attempt made. Cena trying to just use this to clear space, find anyone he can. Oh, that was not what you want. And a 4v3, Yampy, Nats, and Soulcast. How much can you do? How long can you hold? Nats gonna be going for the time purchase here. They need to close that gap soon. Cena's gone down. Liquid finally holding this one back. Sugetsu, though, dives on in. By the time, you can hear it ticking. It's been taken away from him. There's not much he can do now. Finally, again, Liquid through just sheer brute force. Make it work.
Made it doable, yeah. But yeah, very concerning to see, I don't want to say similar trends, but similar problems with this half from Liquid, to be honest with you. And Navi seemingly so aware of what Liquid struggled with and almost with the perfect response to it.
I think, what, 2 rounds, they basically read ahead of where Liquid were going, right? You had Angel in that round just prior.
Because this is much quicker. They weren't relying on this default time and time again, and Navi didn't even really get forced into a position where they had to play proactively because they won a duel very early on and were able to reset off it. Then they have both Angel and Sugetsu to completely shut down both choke points towards A site. And like I said, Liquid just, it was brute force and ignorance on a couple of those rounds.
It was certainly no like surgical precision. It was like a sledgehammer.
No variation to the set piece either.
Nope.
If there was some other way to address this, sure. Again, it's not exactly something you can completely overhaul in just an overnight kind of split between these series, but
then if this is your map pick, you've got to be showing me a lot on this, right? Like, either your veto is absolutely bananas, or there's more to be seen. I don't know. I wait to see the second half, obviously, but I think you're right, kind of being haunted by that previous game still.
So disgusting.
Oh, this is still one of my favorite bits of aim, like talent alone. It's just unreal.
So that is, well, yeah, no, safes are still better yesterday.
Yeah, safe wins, but it's very impressive. If you're a connoisseur of nice aim, you're loving that. This was around when Angel, I think, barely saw anyone. That was quite nice, obviously.
Where is Xiao there? Is he towards Cubby?
I can't even say. Yeah, it's just the highlight reel of Sugetsu.
Yeah,
whole
literally.
Day. He did.
Just Aim Labs.
Yep. Really quite impressive.
So yeah, it does make it a little bit concerning to come across, because 8-4, I mean, it's doable. They need the pistol here. NAVI are going to be in a fantastic position to get themselves to double digits off the rip here. So yeah, a little bit of a blip with the round 2 in the first half, but even so, if you concede that and still close out 8-4 in the half, you're pretty happy about it, yeah.
Yep. Oh, the eye contact.
Emil just always smiling.
Yeah, he's just happy enough, isn't he?
I know that smile. That's the I hope I'm not on camera right now smile.
I feel that one.
Yeah.
Trust you me, I feel that. 8-4 though. An opportunity here for Liquid if they do get the pistol, if they do everything right off the back. I would still say though, NAVI, considering how Sugetsu's looking, we haven't even seen really CNED having some of those massive impactful rounds yet. There's a lot that they can still bring in. Obviously, the same could be said here. Safe, very quiet. Certainly not to the caliber of what we saw yesterday. I think 4 kills so far. Just struggling against Sugetsu, who's pretty much the defining factor of how much success he could have on that A take. However, obviously, the shoes are on the other foot now. NAVI on the attacking side, Liquid on the defense. And Zipan struggling to find as much value as he'd like from that. And there's the kind of counter in motion. A little bit of an exploration through Shower, and they meet Angel.
NAVI has 4 though, looking to themselves onto A side fairly quickly. Safe and Soulcast desperately looking to find Angel here. They're actually all the way deep committed into this.
That's the spike, though. Hold on, if they can hold the line on this. The wide swing tees up Xiao for it. Angel sacrificing himself, but they are down to 2. So CNED and Xiao, what can you do with this? Overwhelmed. CNED can't deliver on that, so it's on Xiao.
30 seconds left.
He's feeling uncomfortable here. Can he define these angles? 25 seconds to try and make this one work. Smoke goes in. Lovely work on one. Couldn't quite control it towards Nats. So Liquid take that first step in closing up this score.
Like I said, needed the pistol. At least the first obstacle overcome. I think last time it was 7 on the half in terms of the defense for Liquid. So don't get me wrong, there's a chance here, but this is the first step. I think even yesterday, it was 8-4 as well for Liquid on the defense on Bind. Could say that it does lean in their favor this half, but
yeah,
clean round 2, please.
Yeah, I don't want to see anything messy. See if they can keep cool in this. There we go. So there's some players towards long. Don't know how many. NAVI will be waiting patiently on the other side. There's no hurry on this. They would love to catch a couple players out. Take 1, 2 of those Bulldogs away. Dreamy. Whether or not they get that opportunity yet to be seen. But also early kind of checklist of how Liquid are looking in this. What are they up to here? Where are they trying to find that potential? So a lot of contact now felt towards B. Pressure on long. Handled. Redgar, good for it. Angel goes down. Smoke to follow.
Japan going to try and find something towards Hooker here. Almost has the advantage here in terms of Sheriff v Ghost. But does also have Redgar slipping inside the smoke now. Just staring each other off, and Another couple of seconds left on this, and Yampi actually wins out.
Safe watching the cross up. Yeah, this is super nice. Lovely. Little pieces set in, just making sure they're holding each of the angles. Not making an easy 1v1 out of anything, and I quite like that. I like the fact that Yampi wasn't left alone. I like the fact that Redgar moved with him. Yes, they'll lose Yampi, but again, I want to see that. That's, yeah, fine.
Absolutely fine with that. If anything, Yampi's probably going to be level pegging in terms of the finances here, even after the purchase. There's no gap created there. Safe. Some decent progress towards that ultimate. Won't have it available in the next, unless we have a pop-off round from him. I'm seeing, once we get to the buy round, because there was a concern yesterday in terms of the A-site hold for Liquid. I was unsure of whether or not it was to kind of counter the Sage pick, right? To have two people available to spam that. There was a massive gap in terms of the A-site hold. Very different here initially, actually. Maybe just this is a bonus strat, but so I guess it will actually catch Safe. And 1 TP'd as well, so a bunch of information available for NAVI and 2 kills found here. I mean, they're actually unsure if this is a stack. There's no follow through on this just yet.
This comes into that kind of conversation of how do you want to approach this then. Do you think it's genuinely a stack behind this? Because that hyper-aggression does kind of lead you to believe so. Then do you double pump towards, back towards B with the spike? Or do you think, okay, well, they've got to have then gone to the other side? Like, how do you read this? As it stands, it looks like they want to just go as 5, right? NAVI just power on through. There is still a lot of presence here. Redgar being one of these players. Oh, the timing.
No.
Oh, the timing on that. Could not have been worse. And yeah, Zipan's gone nuts. So it looks like Soulcast, I don't think he's going to get much playing through that smoke. No.
It's a deja vu from the hooker smoke yesterday with the judge.
Oh, poor guy.
There's been a number of situations where Redgar's just been caught out with his pants down, honestly, in some scenarios. NAVI back on the board here, and oh yeah, safe. Another half a second and he slips through.
Hello.
Oh. Clean.
That was a nice spray, that.
Clean on the replays there, both.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff, really.
Fantastic examples of mechanics.
We go from Sugetsu's like the most gorgeous aim to this. We go in though, and CNED finding safe this time, and the trade is there. Redgar's now in a really dangerous position. Hold on.
I thought he was about to TP
hold
into
on,
that
Redgar,
paint shell.
relax a little. I know your timing's been rough, but let's ease off a bit. But he's at least quelled that initial threat, so you've traded out Safe for Zipan, but surprised that CNED was able to find Safe so easily in that.
That's dropping this very early on, actually. Very confident that there was nobody behind this. It's potentially on the back of Soulcast's utility. NAVI are drifting towards B. Angel here, though, to maybe imply otherwise.
They've drawn the play. I mean, the flash found nothing at long as well.
Yeah, Redgar is considering this rotation very early on.
I quite like this.
And if Angel finds a kill, it's... Well, Yampi's going to be heard here at least, and they look to double swing onto it, but... Okay.
Okay, talk about over-delivering. And Angel only does a little bit of damage on the other side of the map, but they need to make this work somehow. Yampi is patrolling, keeping control of that spike. He doesn't want CNED anywhere near it. And he's got so many problems. Redgar not landing that shot as he'd like. CNED seeing a potential victim and flies on through. But look at the HP, so low. Yampi the MVP of that round.
He's potentially in, what, a 1v3 situation there?
Yeah.
And finds both kills on long, denying the possibility of any pinch coming through from hookup. Huge round for Yampi to honestly win single-handedly in terms of those kills.
Oh, wow, beautiful.
One enemy remaining.
So even here on the reactions, well, Angel very confused as to why Nats is still there. I think he's confident as well that they've sold this, right? There's maybe going to be a heavier lean towards B there. And yes, there's a chance of the TP crunch coming through, but it almost felt like it was a little off timing, to be honest with you.
Well, 9-7. Let's game back on a little bit here. NAVI being tested, and okay, so in that round, I don't know if it's the perfect way to play, depending on Yampi to be able to bail you out with two, but he seemed good for it. I want to see if there's an overall overhaul from Na'Vi now, as this is their timeout that they want to maybe address a couple of things. You can see Liquid starting to come alive a little bit here, starting to look a little less stressed as they've been able to close in towards evening this scoreline up.
I think as well, you think back to the performance yesterday, and it was isolated incident. It was, think about Ascent, right? A bailout round from Soulcast, then the safe ace.
Yeah.
Safe then follows up with another 3K in the following round. These were how Liquid managed to drag that series across the line yesterday. We've got a couple more of them, of those rounds in them today. Looking here, CNED 2 off the showstopper. Orbital Strike available for Shout. A ton of spam comes through.
That's devastating. Oh,
they get the second as well.
That was just 2 kills straight through smoke. I mean, maybe after getting the first, you're expecting someone else to have been there, but completely devastating for Liquid to lose out on Redgar and Safe, essentially for free.
I mean, is this a read that they want to go for this orb? Because the Stim's committed there.
Yeah.
They're on that angle so quickly. Well, Yampy,
here we go.
You got to have another one, mate.
See what you can do. Iceman himself.
A 1v5 this time.
A little trickier. 1 flash to play with. Smoked up, spammed out. Support a million miles away, and they will be noted.
Spike planted.
Can't even limbo under that one. Good luck. I like that. They're nice attempt.
Empty.
Well. They're giving him nothing.
Yeah.
They're completely staying away from any sort of threat, and you're right, because look at the other two. Nats and Soulcast already rescinding away. They didn't get the flank they wanted, not able to make that timing work. This round was defined off of 2 kills straight through smoke, and there's not much else that Liquid could have done.
Yeah, Liquid looked as if they wanted to get proactive as well. They wanted to pressure this extremity very early on in this round. Like I said, I'm not sure of Safe's progress towards the showstopper. I'd like to think it's not Redgar 1 off the ult when they go for this B long orb, but
yeah,
crazy things have happened. So I think Redgar's already way ahead of the orb. So again, yeah, flash pops here, but this is a spam onto the front corner, literally on the outside of long.
Yeah.
This isn't towards the orb.
Yeah.
He's not even spamming onto the orb there, he's spamming onto the shoulder angle,
corner, yeah. Wow. That's how they make double digits. That's going to be a bit of heartbreak there for Liquid, but they can still fashion a buy-in. Ult-wise, how close was Safe? I mean, 1 away, yeah. Yeah, be early info, but no commitment off the back. You can see this test across the map of presence. And a committed fight from Safe there. Outdoes Angel. That's the win on the extremity. Tick in the box for Team Liquid this round. Does the answer come in the form of CNED though? Creeping slowly closer. Haven't seen this just yet. Yampy could be on the chopping block. He is. CNED, swift work, and wants to maybe get towards that side as quickly as he can. Nats though, just about holding on here. Pressure now, and Nats up to the challenge. Holding back 2. Leaving so few alive as Sugetsu does find Safe, but Nats on the trade. Nats is doing wonderfully this round. He's gonna just seal this one up. Nats showing exactly that diligence he's known for.
Even the paint shell coming over the top here from Safe lands perfectly underneath that poison orb. Yeah, one of the few isolated examples actually of Liquid finding that freebie to open a round.
1 enemy remaining.
Angel maybe looking to pick up the pace a little bit in this lurk. But everything available for Na'Vi here.
Yep. Full ults. Okay.
And they won't break the bank of Liquid, so it's not as if they can almost close this out with the 1 win. At least lots of tools to throw at this one.
It's a big challenge here between Yampy and Nats to hold this back. This is way more all-in. And this is now scary. Yampy's, oh God, careful now. No, CNED's on the way. Does he get away? No, catches him. And this time he finds Nats and he wants more bloodthirsty work from CNED. A little too far, is Safe sharp with it. Pain shot to follow, does it find what he needs? Denies the plant as well. That's not bad. They're gonna buy a couple of seconds for these rotations.
Na'Vi are dumping everything in this.
Sugetsu already gonna take the fight towards CT this round, where he looked 1. I don't think they needed to invest this much. Soulcast and Redgar. There's not many opportunities here for them.
Because Redgar's got a judge as well. Yes, he has the Sheriff, but at a 2v4.
Last player standing.
Make that a 1v4. Like I said, this isn't the one that will break the bank. Everything but the pit invested here. Liquid were close to a couple of ultimates, but I'm not entirely sure how many will be available here. But NAVI find 11. Off a pace change here that initially Liquid start with a 3-man setup towards A site. Yeah. Seen it with 2 beautiful openers. Yeah, not much you can do in that round, to be honest with you.
Nope. Seen it just crack it open the side.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Yampi's close enough to still be caught off with that utility. Pit available for Nats on the operator. Seekers for Yampi.
It's getting weird.
We have seen him dabble a little bit. What does this Seas land?
It certainly does. Zipan's in trouble. Yeah, double that down was safe and Soulcast finding it.
Sorry, did Nats take the TP to flank there with the op?
It looks like he did.
Oh, no.
Oh. Oh. Hello and goodbye. Sugetsu trying to snake on past. Not going to happen. It's Angel and Xiao now left in tatters. This team, there's not much left to them. And the spam's enough for it. Yeah, Redgar, lovely work. Poor old Xiao. So much work in front of him. I actually quite like the little Xiao crunch coming in, but maybe not with the operator.
He's obviously deafened, so I think he's just hoping that
like,
it's only one person in there, or both are caught by the Seas. But
wow.
Yeah, certainly with the operator, you don't want to be the first one going in to challenge or backstab that shower setup. Well controlled here by Liquid.
Yeah. Flawless.
They've got to chip away at that cushion that Navi had, and obviously with the investment in terms of the ultimates. But another round away from really capitalizing on that. So obviously, the timing is.
Yeah. There we go. 11-9. We get to see the test of the operator in Nats' hands. Not known for it.
It's a leg.
And a leg.
I mean, like I said, we saw him dabble yesterday as well.
Oh,
Yampi's looking to get back behind this.
This makes me so nervous. Hot flash there.
Yampi desperately trying to bait a peek for Nats.
Oh,
and he gets one.
That one will land. And now Angel trying to apply the pressure on the other side, but woof! That bullet just whizzing on past. I mean, he's had impact. It's slowed the roll for sure. Yeah, there's the change up though. Safe fancying a go on it now himself.
I think as well with him losing some HP and having to get healed up. That light shield for Nats could make all the difference here. I was going to say, Angel committing to a number of these angles, finally gets tagged. We'll get healed, but I'm not even sure actually.
How much can he heal?
If Zipan had already used some of his regrowth.
It's crazy, that's what it's called. Wow, okay, Xiao. What a shot on the opener. Walks through, just decimates Nats. Sugetsu's done the same to Safe. They don't expect Yampi, surely. No, they don't. 14 seconds now, there's trouble.
The reveal.
Brewing. Perfect timing on it. Wow, okay, we've got a game on our hands now.
Nats still has that pit, been sitting on it.
Yep. Lots of money in the bank, full buy-in effect. Oof.
Could be the one that we see it invested. Does have the shorty in hand initially, and actually purchasing the Phantom. I feel like it might just be this round that Nats will look to invest.
One enemy remaining.
And I think Navi will still, actually no. Sorry, just while that replay was happening, Angel down to 100 credits. Sorry, zero credits.
Yeah.
Seeded on 50. Not going to be a full purchase behind this. Comes at a fairly awkward time as well. This is for Liquid to equalize and potentially have an opportunity with Navi on a terrible purchase to actually find 12.
Okay, adjustment in place as well. 3B, you're going to be seeing Nats over towards Lamps as well. This is a totally different approach to this round. Maybe feeling they've dealt with this B piece enough that there's surely not going to be another look from NAVI this side.
I was curious if actually on the back of the Trailblazer, that's when Nats would have invested the pit, but doesn't come through. Yeah, so now 45 seconds left, going to try and force the hand of NAVI towards the B site. Do they explore into this?
All the timing, come off it! Nats, how do you get 2 from that? It felt even fortunate to find the first, let alone the second. The timing as he just hopped up on that box. I thought he got caught, but no. And now NAVI have no access anywhere. They're basically stuck in spawn.
You almost want Xiao and Sugetsu to try and hold on to these rifles, to be honest with you. Redgar and Yampi, yep, going exploring.
Sugetsu, banger, the shot. Oh, come on, this guy. He's having a field day. But it won't result in a round win, and Nats wants that rifle out of his hands, and he wants it gone soon. He's hunting him down. 4 more seconds till the round closes. Sugetsu.
Well, we can see on the X-ray just how close actually Sugetsu came.
Does he even turn? There he goes. Okay. Couldn't get the final one out of hand, but there's the timeout because their money is in bad condition.
Yes, so CNED and Angel going to struggle here. There's no showstopper. Again, option for CNED to just satchel onto site with a judge or something. But again, the investment here could be questionable. Like I said, they're in an awful situation here in this round, but ultimately it gives Liquid access to closing this out.
Yes.
Because if you do full invest here, then you have...
Wow, 11-11. Considering how that first half went, I did not see this coming. Had to get to an absolute heater of a performance.
I mean, yeah, he's at 24 and 13.
He's not really stopped.
He's still maintaining.
But the fact that they are able to hold on to this and bring it back to 11-11, break the economy at the right time, or at least put them in a very unfavorable scenario
Oh,
here.
definitely. I think NAVI will maybe invest lightly here.
You think so? Okay.
I mean, maybe a Guardian, a Bulldog, but
Right.
I want to see some money brought across into the next. They almost have to concede map point to Liquid here. Well, he's conceded the 12th, sorry, to Liquid.
Yes.
And yeah,
They're
Guardian, Bulldog.
Absolutely right.
A frenzy in the hands of CNED.
Redgar operator. They've just...
He was playing gun game yesterday. It was just... I'm sure somebody had...
There we go. Gives them the go signal to be able to work further forward off the back of the flash as well. Keeping that space as their own territory. Putting Yampi on red alert though. And it's pulled Redgar's attention. Trying to maybe play in Yampi as best he can, but at this point he had to rescind away from that. They haven't seen the full picture.
They hear the op though. You can see Navi immediately retreating away from this.
But Safe's rotating over, which is interesting.
And Navi are reconsidering it.
I mean, Safe knows more than me. That is very true, but I'm surprised they pulled that because once you identify that operator, surely you work away from it, or traditionally you would. But
especially on this round where you don't have multiple rifles to post up or swing the same angle.
Maybe even a lack of utility could hinder you as you try and work your way in.
Is this Redgar takes first contact, Yampi flashes, or just now gonna confirm presence still?
I guess it's at least make you feel better of keeping that third player here, but can Angel dissuade this by any chance? How much can he do here? But it's Angel, so you kind of almost put it in its own pocket, and now this is going to be a very interesting battle. Flash between the two. Shot goes through, but it doesn't land where they want it. Yampi holding it back. Taking down Sugetsu. Zifan's going to find Safe. Hold on. Xiao still standing. Redgar, you better be good for this one. You've got a problem coming your way, and it's CNED. Oh, the timing again! Post the paranoia. Does he get away from the CNED? Trying to hunt him down! Back in he goes! Redgar falls, and now Xiao tries to make an adjustment, but he's taking the strike over here. 13 seconds. There's two players in front of him. He needs CNED here now. He needs him fast. I don't think he can do anything in time for this one. Oh, the pain shell so close to his own teammate. CNED, he's got Soulcast. Time! Can he find the kill? He has to run, he has to fight him, and he can't get there in time.
I mean, Navi make a damn good go of it. Timing and Redgar in the last couple of series has just been so awkward to watch sometimes. This is so awkward. Yeah, it's literally half a second.
Yeah. You can't ask CNED any more than that.
Curious how the ultimates will sit now, because Zolkas, very early investment. Look at this.
Saif's already down. Huge. Sugetsu didn't even hear it coming. They had no idea. And now the second layer, Nats comes in. It's a brutal potential final round here. But CNED still has an operator. Hold on, how much can one man do to change this? They are right pushed up. They have no territory here, Navi. Back to the wall, Valorant. 2 flashes. Sends it a little too deep to fully know Redgar's this close, but he should be very aware.
Again, they know Zipan's here from the Trailblazer, and obviously, I assume taking a chunk of damage from the Showstopper.
They've got to work in perfect tandem to make this anything. Showstopper, full kit of util.
2 players stacked up close on short, though. This should give CNED an opportunity to find one with the Showstopper, potentially.
Let's see if he can isolate one. What's he got here? Got to clear so deep. Safe, got him down, hold on. They want to go fast off the back of this, could be dangerous. No, they pause for thought here. There's still a player, Soulcast. Switching on out to the Phantom, they close on in. Soulcast looking like he might want to shift in towards maybe Shower by a little time, wait for that rotation from Redgar. There's that Showstopper. Do they find anyone? They want to at least just defend the plant. That's the goal here for CNED. It's in. That's as best he could do. Seeker's going to come through as well, though. Noting Shower, noting Heaven, and noting CT. Now they unleash CNED. He wants to work a little closer. This is audacious, though. 2 players, how much can he do? It's not enough. He falls to Redgar, and now Zipan left in a world of trouble. A 1v3 and then not favorable positions to try and fight against. Soulcast first challenger spots him. Smoke on the spike. Seas comes in. He's got 1. He evades the Seas too, but look who's sitting on the defuse. It's going to be sat the whole way through. It's defended as Team Liquid turn this on its head.
In that defensive side, definitely suiting them better. Still lots of concerns in the first half, but like I said, a couple of those individual rounds for Liquid give them that boost in terms of the momentum. And like I said, they string together a couple more rounds today than it was yesterday, but really well played by Liquid to close this one out. And like I said, it's just there's a moment there where that 5 ultimate round from Navi, where at the time, sure, we can stand there and question the investment, but they get the round on the board, and then it's like they don't have enough tools to really string together that into 2 or 3 rounds, which they needed to break the money. Liquid were so healthy behind that.
I can't believe it just got that close after that half. I was almost mentally checked out, but absolutely not now. Liquid, again, close affairs on this map for them seem to suit them just fine, but we have plenty more to be seen, so do not go far away.
Nice, boys! Let's go! Nice! Nice! Nice, boys! Let's go! Nice! Good job, Tommy! Nice! Nice, Igor! Nice! Nice, boys! Let's go! Nice! Nice! Let's go! Nice! Nice! Let's go!
Red Bull gives you wings.
I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, you know, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
Oh, Team Liquid, they managed to close it out against NAVI here on Bind. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Zesh and Ryan. They got their revenge on one map at least. You know, that's better than the last time they played against NAVI, Ryan.
Yeah, and it was kind of similar to the last game where Liquid, I think, started a little bit slowly, but ultimately they started to ramp up. They were in full control, and it's a real testament now for NAVI to go and map down. Are they trolling? Are they, like, sort of hiding a few of their strategies? Or are they being outclassed by Liquid seemingly again?
I'm just mostly happy that they finally got themselves the comeback they have deserved, because last time around, as mentioned, was also a 13-11. Sure, it was very tight. Sure, there were a lot of rounds that NAVI also kind of felt like they gave it away a little too much. I personally was not too convinced overall in one sort of change they have done. Either way, it still felt like it felt for me a little bit like Liquid could have done this in a way safer fashion. I personally didn't feel like Navi was in the driving seat for this game.
Yeah, at all, even when they were ahead of the half?
yes, I see your point, but you know that is it sounds stupid. This is the first half. It's a very stupid argument. I know. But at the same time, I just personally felt a lot like Liquid really got themselves in a better fashion on that defensive side. Though they had a few weird rounds where they, for example, were really punished when they were doing aggressive setups. They really kept their cool, and obviously they benefited from what seemed a weaker or unfocused Navi.
I mean, there was a few weird rounds, but also a few very important rounds. We're going to take a look at one right now, because this, for me, Liquid winning this pretty much, not seal the map, but Ryan gave him such a good chance to just take this home at 11-11.
Yeah, and we start with some, like, Redgar happenings, I think is probably the way to put them. He had a fair few of them. But I think what was impressive about Liquid's defensive side is we see them sort of play a bit more defaulty, slow on both attack and defense. Then a few rounds in, they start to up the tempo. When they did that on attack, they just ran into Navi, they couldn't do anything. But once they started to play a bit more aggressively on the defense to pick fights and to go for those engagements, it started to work out. CNED was really trying to claw it back here. This was a lower buy for Navi, but it was just the fact that the round following, that's where Safe comes out with a showstopper, pushes down Sands, gets super aggressive on the defense, and it just catches Navi completely by surprise, which usually they're prepped for that kind of stuff.
They would be technically kind of prepped for that kind of stuff. I still felt like what you said with upping the tempo, I think suited them decently. There were odd scenarios where, for example, Safe in their first buy run was just pushing for mid with double satchel, right? Instantly got punished. There was a scenario where we saw Redgar and Yampi lining up basically on B-Long, getting punished for that because, you know, they were going a little too aggressive. At the same time, I think it suits their identity well enough, and maybe it was something about discomfort on the Navi side that you try to intend.
Yeah, it's like the focus of Liquid, I think, was much more consistent, whereas Navi, even though they were 8-4 lead, some of the rounds started to drift. Maybe like comms weren't as clean as they were. They let a few rounds drop, but it's just how much Liquid was able to pull that back, because that can't be easy when you're playing up against Navi.
I mean, every time they lost a round as well, it was the smallest of margins, I felt like, every single round from the outset. Of course, Safe, he hasn't played against Navi yet. This Navi here at VCT EMEA, he has now. Okay, give me a chance to explain.
No, there's nothing.
Okay.
No, let it be. Let it be.
Explain this, because obviously Harmy was stepping in playing Raze the last time they faced Navi.
Yeah.
But the thing is, this is what we need to commend teams for, is that, Vincent, they don't even need Safe to play at his best in order to win, and that is a good sign for a team like Liquid.
I mean, I think it's a clear sign for me to sub in Harmy on map 2. I think it's... No, but to be genuine, I think this is what makes it a little weird, because we're talking about winning conditions, and I think the fragging department of Liquid can be a winning conditions. I mean, we saw it yesterday, what kind of performances Safe pulled off, particularly the split one, I think we all will remember. So it feels a little weird to think that he's so slow right now, because it could really accelerate Liquid in such a better fashion, because to be honest, you don't want to win in the way they did just won.
It's more of the same from Liquid, though, isn't it? Like attacking side, like Safe only had 4 kills, I think, at the half.
It was weird.
I'm going to disagree with you and say Liquid do want to win in the way that they just won, because they were 8-4 down. They're against Navi. Let's not forget, Navi are one of the best teams in the world. Yeah. And the old Liquid, I don't think... Cast your mind back to Liquid versus Gambit on that icebox. Even though they brought it to overtime, they couldn't close it out. This Liquid, without even needing someone to hard carry them, Ryan, still managed to close it out.
That's what I mean about like the focus. It was like, even though Redgar was having some like howler rounds in particular, he didn't seem like rattled too much. Like, it wasn't that they were starting to fall apart. They were still consistent throughout. I
love you, Redgar, Eagle, I really do, but I just need to show this real quick, because Redgar did this on Fracture as well that one time, and it's just like,
I have my theory about this.
Yeah.
So pro players have complained that like it's hard to hear the Ominal. I think Soigetu was pretending he didn't hear it, and then at the last second swinging around, because I think we weren't expecting Redgar to stick it, but I think because he saw Soigetu didn't turn around to check him at all.
You're overcooking all of that is fine, but why take the spike in there, though?
You're overcooking this. I don't think so. I think it's a human reaction to turn around, but I think it could be. I don't want, because obviously he's a superhuman to a certain extent. Soigetu is really good. So I see your point. The spike, well, it's not the only TP. We could have made a longer combination out of that.
Yeah, I'm just an Omen hater on Bind. I'm sorry, guys. It's not Redgar. It's Omen, okay? This is the thing. It's not Redgar. But let's talk about the next map now, because Navi, they are one map down on Bind. A split is going to be coming up next. So at least we get a little bit of variety here. So what do you think? What do you guys think about this? Do you think this is where Navi make the comeback?
You know, I have to be honest, I like the split so far we have witnessed from the side of Team Liquid. I particularly enjoyed their aggressions towards middle, for example, when they were on the attacking side. They're starting on defense this time around, so we're going to see it later. But I overall think Liquid on this map is looking quite solid, and it could be something that also suits Safe quite well.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that Navi went for this map as a choice, really, because their results they're fine overall. Like, they lost against Fnatic, but beating like Giants and stuff, like, there's nothing that's like this is a fortress for them to go to, and it's not a terrible map for Liquid either. So it's weird with all of the choices that Navi chose to bring it here, I think.
I think it's particularly interesting considering that besides the wonderful homage troll composition with the Chamber and Neon we saw last year,
last week.
Last week, but we also saw it 2022. But most importantly, otherwise they would have been undefeated. They would have been undefeated on the map. They would have otherwise had a 4-0 record this year.
Yeah, I also, for Na'Vi, I thought we were going to go to Ascent. I thought maybe Ascent would be the one to come out, especially, like you said, a comfort picks of them as well. We are going to head to Agent Select soon. So Ryan, talk me through, I guess, Angel in general.
Yeah, what do we got?
Yeah,
what do we got
just Angel.
So I think it's whether they use the Yoru or not. I think ultimately my point looking at like the Yoru Raze compositions that we saw from Navi last time is even though we're seeing that Yoru, even though we're seeing an agent that's a bit more like out there, the way that they play it is not much different to how teams like in Americas run the Jet Raze.
Yeah,
Just as fast A executes and fast B executes. Sure, you've got the Yoru being able to TP from like fake towards B, then teleport, then go for fast A execute. But ultimately, it's not too much different. We've seen Fnatic talk about Navi before overall when it comes to like these stats and how it plays out overall. So Angel stats against Fnatic, it was fine, but it's not like it was too surprising for Fnatic to deal with. In fact, we spoke about Alpha like playing on the Cypher earlier for Fnatic. He was just sat on the A side, pretty much unfazed about all that aggression coming through. He just stayed there and held it.
The only difference I see with the compositional aspect that we are just talking about, and you know how double duelist is also popular, for example, in North America, it's a matter of fact that there's a breach in this. Because I think the only issue I see with all of that is you usually want the more dynamic factor of a Sky being a part of this. At the same time, yeah, I at the same time feel like it is a classic Navi thing to do at that point in time to you know, change things up a little bit in that sense.
Yeah, I mean, I want to hear more about this Yoru pick because I'm not sure if they bring it back out or is it just like a experimentation thing.
Yeah.
So, Ryan, break it down just in case they whip it out.
So I think mentioning the breach, would be a pretty good place to sort of start overall when it comes to some of the strategies on the side of Navi. But I wanted to start on their attacking sides, looking in particular over at what and where positioned the Yoru is. Once I could get the pen out. I don't know why this is designed in such a stupid way. I don't understand this at all. So right, to begin with, if we actually move it back, we actually have the Yoru positioned towards B. Now, I think a common complaint for teams when they're playing these kind of compositions is that the defensive team can check B without much aggression because there's so much focus from the attacking side to actually just go A with as much utility and as much firepower as possible. Checking B early for defensive teams can be really important, and it's something that Fnatic do. You have Angel pushing up, he gets flashed, and they just back off, and you sort of see this whole rotation going more towards A. Now, the big thing at the moment, especially with teams running a lot of Viper, like you look at the likes of Loud, NRG in particular, they're going to have a lot more focus with putting like the Viper wall in mid, and just as defenders trying to keep control of all this. And the reason why I want to highlight this, even though we don't see any Viper from either side, is just how much pressure we're looking at the Yoru. He's over towards B, shows himself a little bit there, then he's over in mid, very happy to break the alarm bot as soon as Fnatic throw it out. Dirka's about to throw it out here, and you instantly see the Yoru break it. This is because basically at this point, the Yoru wants to put as many question marks around the map. He's shot himself for B, shot himself mid, and of course this is looking in line to be like a fast A execute. So we can speed this up whilst everybody's basically getting set up into these positions on the side of Navi, and it's pretty much straight into an A execute. This time Alpha's playing off of the site, tries to peek out like we saw him get the multi-kill for Chronicle a few rounds ago. It's just these kind of cases of, even though the Yoru might be a bit of more of an interesting pick in some cases, it's still about feigning in one direction, then instantly firing into one, especially going for straight A or straight B executes. They're the end game for these teams on attack.
Well, Chronicle said last week after they beat NAVI that they had 45 pages worth of notes, including a whole bunch of stuff that for the Yoru, because they're always prepared that Angel could just whip it out at any time. So I wonder if Liquid might have a similar approach.
Yeah.
You'd like to think so. But also, Vincent, you speak about how NAVI have so many different comps. They ran 3 different comps all 3 times they played it. Are we about to see comp number 18?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I genuinely wouldn't be surprised. I mean, previously they were going for the safer approach of Viper as well as Astra, you know, having the Jet, the Sky, and the Cypher in that. I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to that, but at the same time, I wouldn't be also, you know, totally unbelievable if they would be just adding a new spice to it.
Yeah, there was the Gecko that came out.
Yeah, nah, I'm good.
Ryan, so let's see what they're going to get here. Let's see.
I mean, a NAVI could be anything at this point. I do want to see more of the Viper.
There we go.
It seems that maybe like NAVI, even though they're attacking first, they're going to be full control, and Angel on the KO is a nice twist.
Yeah, this is very different. Zip panel.
There we go. All right, we go in double initiator, double controller, no sentinel.
Was it
this was.
Yeah.
They didn't have a Viper though.
Oh yeah, they had double dive. I think they.
So
had.
there's no sentinel really that's going to keep. The thing for Liquid here is just going for the flanks. If there's nobody mid, push mid, try and go through sewers, get in behind NAVI on these attacking sides because they don't have a tripwire watching. They don't have like an alarm bot.
Yeah.
It's so easy to get around and flank them. It's just whether Team Liquid want to risk that overall on the defense. If they want to overextend, try and flank, it could punish them. But I think for this Viper control for NAVI, it's more pressure on mid is what I want to see from them, and not to get flanked from the lack of sentinel.
I just personally enjoy this composition a lot in so many ways that it is so infogather heavy, right? It is so heavy of actually making good executes work in the sense of how much flash utility you have, and the kind of room you can deny, the kind of vision you can deny, and the kind of opportunities you have in actually getting onto the side with Astra and Viper is just amazing. And I think this will allow us a lot of executes of the NAVI side.
I also want to interject some hopium because the last time and the only time Angel played KO this season, 218 ACS.
Yeah.
What you saying? What you saying?
I'm taking a deep breath on the copium for NAVI. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, and he went evens, first kill, first death. Which I think is even
staggering for him.
Yeah, 3 and 3, which is not too bad. But you have to wonder, do you think that this is a comp that they cooked up specifically for Liquid?
It could be specifically to just bully Nats, just getting those KO Knights on the Cypher, breaking those setups. Nats has to be careful, but he's used to this. People gunning for him in particular, he's going to be able to dodge around those knives, especially if they start to be a bit obvious in what they're going to be used for.
It's just really a matter of fact if Liquid in particular will right now have, you know, because I think their attack side, I enjoy that a lot from them. So I just want to see if they can actually find a way to, let's say, survive the first half in case it becomes problematic. I think this is the most important part, to see if they will succeed once they are in the driver's seat on how to set the pace.
And what about Liquid, Ryan? Because if you're Redgar right now, we have a tiny bit of a tech pause here to sort out some audio issues. But if you are Redgar, the clogs in your head is turning.
Is Shout cold, by the way? He's like sort of shriveled up in his arms at this point. I guess keeping his hands warm, but I think for Liquid, I'm looking at Soulcast a bit more overall. Like he's on that Sage. This comp is pretty much unbeaten from Liquid at this point. Obviously they lost last week to Koi, but they ran something very unique and very different.
And they still nearly won.
Yeah. I mean, it says a lot about the individual power overall, but I think that Sage wall can be so impactful. In the early days, we just saw the Sage wall put in mid, for example, just to allow fast rotates through mid for the defenders, but teams have got very good at just breaking that instantly. So Soulcast, the timing of putting that Sage wall down, either for a post plan, either to stop and execute with like 20 seconds left on the clock. That utility is really hard to use, but really key.
Yeah, sorry, Vincent. Game is ready now. I'm going to throw this over to Pansy and Hypog. Liquid, they are so close to Tokyo, guys. I could almost taste it.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, I don't know if I can taste it up here, but yes, it's quite palpable, I guess you could say. Yeah, quite exciting though that they are now one away potentially, but
potentially.
then,
I mean, this does feel like it probably sways towards Liquid, but there's the chance here that Na'Vi lean back into what they know and love, which is pulling comps out that make other teams feel uncomfortable. Yes. So, but also, in terms of Liquid, we're not ever really concerned about the game plan. It's their ability to actually execute and find success in the lobby. So I'm not sure if this is something they're going to be able to really run away with. This does feel like it's a little tailor-made towards targeting Nats. Yes, with the KO, I think there's always going to be an argument for that. What I've got my eye on is how quickly they look to actually follow up on that information. So
that's what we'll keep our eyes on, and we'll come back towards once this game's in full effect and we can kind of see how it's starting to develop. How effective is that against Nats? This time around, Na'Vi starting out on the attacking side. And defending side, of course, then will be Liquid.
See a deep camera already in towards B main. On the side of that, it's only Shout. Initially, Na'Vi going to look to create a little bit of pressure behind this knife with both Angel and CNED backfilling towards vents. A very, very slow start here for Na'Vi, though.
Yeah. Quite tense, though.
I mean, did the knife ping one? I think it was just safe, right?
I think so, but they're going exploring. And Angel's got a frenzy up here. That could be horrific.
The timing
just as he looked away. CNED, fortunate to even get a trade on that, but Nats was ready for the escape plan, punishing CNED on the way back out through from middle. And now he looks towards the spike. Where is it and where's it going? Straight towards B, but there's still utility in the way, and that cross is being watched. Oh, come on, Zipan. It was being watched, but you couldn't see much. There was a smoke in the way. Zipan didn't seem to care. Plant now coming in, and they want to get quick towards this. Xiao called in to try and deal with that utility, but Nats in the meantime takes the step out just behind it. Counter invested from Zipan, takes the step himself, takes one with him. And now it's all on Sugetsu. A 1v2, tags up Nats and forces him away from the spike. Takes a moment, pause for thought. Next tap's going to come in soon. He's taken the... He should have seen both players there, potentially. Oh, and the double face. He had to address it eventually, and Liquid just keeping numbers up. Very well handled.
I'm curious. The point that comes to a 3v3, I think Na'Vi just are very hesitant to reset away from sight. You can see on the X-ray here, just, it's almost a red guard moment for Angel, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But the pinch is perfect. The paranoia and Nats to follow through on that as well. Instead of that point, even when it gets to a 3v3, you can see immediately then the consideration for Liquid is that Sugetsu's lurked back up through mid with where that plant is, but I think maybe if there's a little more commitment to sight and maybe reinforce Zipan's position, I'm not sure if that does play out any differently. Guess we'll never know. Knife, I don't believe, tagged Nats.
It looked close.
They're trying to find this cam once again, though.
They've not found it yet, but Liquid waiting on the precipice of this, and that's a problem. Oh, Nats very controlled to deal with that. But he's got to be careful to not overstay his welcome here.
I mean, I heard Xiao remove a dart there, but did the camera not spot Angel being that close? Yampi looked completely unaware of the possibility.
Now there's support, Nat's not alone anymore. Got safe with him. Just securing the area, making sure there's no follow-up here, but they've still got to be diligent of the rest of the map, of course. Even just losing out on one here. Those long rotations can be so punishing. Na'Vi just trying to thread the needle up middle. See if they can bring those sheriffs to another point to work. Zipan, CNED, both with them. Frenzy for Sugetsu and the classic for Shout. They've still got to give away the game a little bit if they want to get closer to the site. Safe will be called to attention. CNED trying to draw that even further. Had an opportunity, couldn't quite find it in time, but both of them on the site now.
A number of angles opened up for Na'Vi, actually. Safe finds it first.
Oh,
that's to seal the deal on the second. And now 2v4 for CNED and Xiao.
This position is really rough to work with. Soulcat is vulnerable, but Safe certainly isn't. Flies in, makes sure no more danger came from that. And Liquid keeping 4 standing, having a couple of brawls there, but keeping their bodies alive is big here.
I didn't actually even note what Yampi did bring into that. I'm not sure if it was a weapon this time around, but even so, like you said, 4 standing. You can definitely ride this out with just the Sheriff in hand, especially if they want to try and get a little proactive here. Maybe try and rip a weapon away nice and early from Na'Vi. Zipan the closest to an ultimate here, 2 off the Seekers. Any real progress made on the side of Na'Vi. On the side of Liquid, I mean, yeah, 2 off the neural theft, but Next closest being the res for Soulcast.
So what do Liquid have in mind this round? Again, they don't have the the scariest purchase, but it's still got a little bit of weight to it. Yampy having to give away a little presence, but he's got the support from Safe, so Sugetsu wants to explore that, but takes a big chunk of damage. Nat's trying to get a little cheeky push up after that contact, but he's not going to find that window of opportunity. So first pick found there, and A looking quite vulnerable. They might work off the back of this.
I don't think they know that Sugetsu slipped as far forward as he has. Now they will.
Not confirmed, I guess, to...
Well, maybe that still blinds towards the orb, so...
They're going to be on red alert, though. They can't be lazy towards clearing it. Got to be very aware. Holding a lot of space here, though. Sugetsu controlling as much as he can. Liquid trying to offset the timing, but Sugetsu all too aware. Able to dip away from that flash, no problem for him. And the spike now down. What can the other three do? Can they cause any more problems? Redguard's a million miles away. Safe getting spotted out by that too, leaving just really the only undetected element being Soulcast to this. Maybe CNED that he might face first, or potentially Shout. Post plant solid from NAVI. Very difficult to find error within it. And the time's starting to look very nice for them. Can they get a punish on the way back out here, Liquid?
Liquid probably just want to look for some exits, but CNED going to clear up the first. Redguard will fall.
Oh, not bad.
Soulcast does respond, though. A ton of damage done onto CNED, actually. Safe unable to find anything, though. He's desperate to find something else, but...
If he'd taken down CNED, that would have been pretty damn good.
Yeah, it really would. 4 left standing for NAVI, though. I like the intention here from Liquid. I said if they wanted to get proactive, then this will be the round to do it, to try and get an upgrade. Or it's unfortunate for Nats as well. Sugetsu forced away from ramp with that tag, and I think he was maybe expecting to find a kill behind that.
Okay, now we get game on a little bit here, though. Buy back in. This is a round we want to be looking at. The first big buy between these two. And it looks very all-encompassing towards A. This puts Nats on a platter. Does he succeed? Does he fail? He's failed the first test. There's CNED. Breaks into the site, and it's theirs. Not much more to worry about. If they want to try and get that pressure back, it can't come through up towards Heaven. Chasing away Shao, but Zipan's on the case too. Respecting the flash, though, respecting the smoke. The counter flash was perfect. Nowhere to run for Safe. Zipan hunts him down, leaving Yampy very alone here.
He's got to reconsider this, yep. I think the entirety of Liquid is with where Redguard and Soulcast are retreating towards.
God, that was horrible to see from Nats' perspective. So alone there, unable to get any support, really shut down so quickly from CNED.
Yeah, well, again, it's a pace change here from NAVI, yes, but he's in a position where as the solo anchor for A site, there's nowhere for him to retreat to.
Yeah, there's no backpedaling to that.
I mean, you can see the trip set up here on the choke point. He's not even in a position to capitalize off that himself, or a teammate from Heaven to find it, to be honest with you. I'll have to take another look at where they are as soon as this round starts, but...
Yeah.
A little peculiar, to be honest with you.
Let's have a little watch of this one back. This was it. Straight on in, and yeah, well, caught in no man's land, really. Banking on finding that pick, but that's a lot of faith in CNED either missing or just not checking well enough.
Safe just can't get around the wall.
That was a very nice piece there. Again, we kind of talked about how much does Nats get away with in this game. I want to see how much support he gets as well. How does he stay kind of elusive in this?
I'd say they've already kind of hit the, I don't want to say panic button, but forced the adjustment here from Liquid. Sugetsu actually caught with a Trailblazer, but nobody close enough to follow up on that.
Oh, but look at Safe, though. I like this. Don't know how much they'll read into the chance of it.
A little bit of a red herring, actually. I mean, they won't hear the wall being invested. Already NAVI looking to counteract that pressure outside 8. They find themselves a fairly free B site.
Redguard still has a lot of kit to play with. Both smokes up, paranoia there. So he could at least maybe allow this launch pad to go forward. That's the last flash for Yampy in the next 35 seconds. So not going to find the value he wants, and Redguard's gone down. This is not what they wanted to start with, but Yampy is going to deliver towards Zipan. Nat's getting close, he's the barrel, and this time he's not fortunate at all. Still standing tall, NAVI retaining numbers. Yampy down low, and Soulcast 5 HP is all he's got. And CNED tearing him apart.
Just whiffs the first shorty kill, then tries to line up the second with the barrel poking in the smoke, but that's the point at which NAVI look to try and reposition and get a little aggressive around default. I love the switch up here. It's, again, on the back of... Oh, well, that's how he finds the first. That's how he finds the second.
Oh, how many of these are... Oh, all three through smoke. Cool.
Well, that one you can kind of forget the mistake from Nats, to be honest with you, if that's how CNED's finding fault.
You can't really, yeah. I was about to say, oh, CNED's having a really nice game. I see those girls like, He's just...
Clean.
Sharp aim. Straight up the guts, though, here, NAVI, making no second guesses about this, really. How far does CNED get? Doesn't explore too far.
Early wall up in B Heaven as well, and Soulcast already on the other side of ropes with the judge, but...
I don't mind this.
Bladestorm could do work here.
Maybe Redgar can facilitate something after that first contact.
Well, that's tough.
Oh, he still got Angel, but yeah.
Oh!
He was just trying to watch party. Did we just forget how to cast? Oh, well.
I've run out of things to say when Red Car's on screen. And something like that happens.
Oh, sweet summer child, Redgar. He's been having a rough couple of series. This is NAVI being very clean. Not much to say beyond that. Maybe Soulcast can catch someone on the way out. No. Oh, it was all so exciting until it wasn't.
Yeah. Flawless round from NAVI, definitely back in control.
Yeah.
Bladestorm for CNED, the pit here for Sugetsu.
Ooh, operator for safe though.
Yeah, and Liquid working with a few ultimates of their own.
I want to see that brought in. See if they can stop the rot. 4 back-to-back rounds is quite big though.
It's another round where NAVI is stacked up outside A. I want to see Nats in a little more of a safer position, more sustainable for him if he does get caught by the knife. And this is previously where it was posted. Angel sent it straight towards screens.
Let's see if he does catch that.
It's going to be exactly the same knife, yeah.
And game on. So this is starting to be a little bit of a problem here for Nats. He is being targeted and it's working. Yampi's been quite good from this position though, but CNED just going to unleash. That was a little messy there, but he does get to keep his life. Maybe a second attempt with the rifle in hand, but the plant, it's quick. We're at 120 and the spike's down.
Look at the spread on this pit as well. It covers so much space. Even actually cuts off the choke point into screens.
Seekers though could be nice. I'll be able to
get a
something.
spam kill off this.
See what they can get. Yampi, dives in head first, but Sugetsu, he's going to get Nats down as well. He's just thriving in this. A little bit of support coming in though. Finally gets found. Redgar, big work. Can he get any more? No. CNED just swings the pillar in time, defending that spike plant. Safe is here, but the time's against him.
It's a gravity well as well.
Oh, I even forgot that Xiao's alive. He has to take matters into his own hands, but Safe knows this is the tricky part. He's not got the chance on this. He hasn't got the time on it. He has to relinquish. He has to relent. And he's going to lose his life. Xiao's going to claim it. And yes, it got close, but another on the board for NAVI.
NAVI executing perfectly here.
Yep.
See the intention early on with that previous example. Nats even resets back into a safer position here, but tagged by the knife. Can't capitalize on that kill trip. And ultimately, just that one tag on the knife means that NAVI can get forward and put this pit down. And yeah, I mean, maybe there's a chance if Yampi finds that kill cleanly onto Sugetsu, but
maybe.
Like I said, they needed that spam kill off the Seekers, to be honest with you. As soon as you start pushing into that, it gets a little dicey.
Someone using that thunder stick as a sword then, as we're in the audience. Very nice. Well, plenty sticks.
Didn't see it.
There he is. See? He was ready. Can you pay attention next time, Mike?
Yeah, sorry.
If you don't mind. To the crowd, obviously. Sixth man. Making the difference. We are in a timeout though, so Liquid. What?
Visibly cringing.
How dare you? The atmosphere in here is electric. What's another firm flavor? You got another one? Give me one more.
Boastless face is defecated.
There's no way you just said that. You've lost your mind. At least you didn't go for a Mitch, man.
Yeah.
That one's a little too far. We have one Vandal.
A couple of Sheriffs.
3 Sheriffs and a Ghost.
I'm curious actually of what the adjustments get. Well, initially here, Nat's back towards B.
He's on B.
But Navi have been playing the correct game in terms of choosing the right side to hit. And ultimately what we want to see is Liquid put Nats on one side and find some space elsewhere, right? Clear through an area of the map. Force Navi into a position of actually slow defaulting and trying to win out in the mid-round.
One suppressed.
We see it on the back of this pressure. The wall goes up, but a chunk removed, so Liquid can't really rotate off for this. And actually 3 members of Navi already looking to get onto B site.
This stall will only last so long, though. Maybe they can close the... maybe sow a little mayhem in this, but they're doing this with pistols, so Soulcast needs another!
Okay.
Oh, come on, Soulcast. I thought that third could have been yours. Hesitation for a second cost him in life. And it's all on Redgar, who's in spawn.
Does have the rifle, but Navi's still very cautious in approach.
Michael.
30 seconds
You haven't heard about the Redgar 1v3?
Spike planted.
Quite the tale. He gets the first really quick, clean. It wasn't this round.
No.
It wasn't even this map, but
Watch the
it was...
space, yeah.
It was an attempt. I just, and this is the round I want to pay attention to, is how do they...
Yeah, what is the adjustment here for Liquid? Again, Navi are executing very, very well in terms of these fast hits, and like I said, the stars align for them in others where Nats is forced onto B site, but we haven't really seen actually what the approach to B is. If Nats is there, if they can catch him with a knife.
But then I guess they get an easier A site anyway if they've pulled him away from it.
Exactly, yeah.
So there's no good outcome. They have to spread themselves differently.
If Nats is on B, we need to see some proactivity towards A.
That's relatively signifying that something has changed already. How do you feel about that?
Ooh, Redgar actually seeing it over the top of that smoke.
That was clean.
But yeah, initially this is a little because there's not necessarily value off this wall, to be honest with you. Yes, you confirm presence behind it, they have to break it. But even in this scenario, you lose your duelist.
That's not bad.
Safe has an operator as well.
Yeah, herd them towards middle.
He was on that new Zera jump peak, nearly got caught on the wall on the way back in.
Why did the dog just sound like that? Okay. Back towards A. I don't think they're looking at Safe here, who's kind of floating in between the sites. They're still committing towards this B site take, it feels like, but we know where the spike is. Safe sitting on this side of the map as well. They will be able to dice up the map to favor this fight towards A. They're going to have a 4v2 on the site. So this comes down to Redgar, this comes down to Soulcast. How much can you achieve on this? Still a little bit of stall, yes. Support system on the way in the form of Safe, but they will get a fight towards the site prior to that until now. Suddenly losing that option, Safe's here. Oh. Stunner of a shot from Safe. Redgar wants to swing, not clean enough there. Xiao gonna fall as well. Safe made it there in time. Soulcast not gonna give up the site either. Beautiful work from him. And between him and Safe, lovely work.
Yeah, much better. Navi this time around split up, actively looking for information across the map, but CNED just caught off guard on this angle across the top of the smoke there.
Oh, barely, wow.
Beautiful shot from Redgar. I mean, here, risky, like the wall gets invested in. Redgar still actively holding an angle over the top of it. It's... Talk about yesterday, we kept referring to some of these Liquid coin flip intention rounds.
Yep.
There's no secondary player posted up on the same angle to kind of support that. Nat's not caught with that. At least the Trailblazer will deal with this tripwire, sorry.
But wait, Nats this time, he finally gets to have some fun. Didn't get noted early. He's going for it, yeah, he's waiting for the dog at least, but bloody hell, that was a bit too far.
Very overzealous.
Maybe feeling a little frustrated after how this half has been at the moment. I don't blame him, but he's a master of composure normally. Very uncharacteristic, and you don't double down on this, do you? The flash is good, but it's not enough to give you a deeper angle. Safe is willing to fight for this, but no dash. Flashed up, yeah, forced away this time.
Now they've noted at least the flashes and Safe.
That's a big number.
Yeah. So whether or not Sugetsu actually does find some space towards A. It doesn't look as if that's going to be the intention.
Should have spotted middle as well. They should only know that there is one on the A site here if they try.
Yeah,
and
they know of 3 here.
Yeah, that's huge. This now just comes down to how much can Soulcast do. They can't rotate in time to support him. So it's all about timing, and I'm surprised they've stayed as dedicated towards his setup as they have.
Soulcast also on the other side of the map to being able to get that res off on Nats as well. Actually peeks into the vulnerable yet.
Got to give it up there.
Reconsiders that.
Does one of the Seekers turn?
Is Soulcast going for the res?
He is. He's going all the way for it. Yeah, okay, so Redgar's position has been found. He's got the TP. Yeah, this is extremely late. There's... I don't know what you want to do with this one.
Well, I mean, because now they get, what, potentially a 2v2 towards screens.
Yes.
Redgar has to find something from main.
Okay, they've smoked off towards ramp. That's come from kind of Redgar's side, so maybe they're trying to facilitate this fight, but they need to go, and they need to have already gone, basically. Soulcast caught in the heels. What is this plan? Feels wasteful, doesn't feel right at all. Down to Redgar and Safe here. A 2v2, but the time is just not there. Safe needs to land something miraculous to even get out of this. Time's up. Yeah, you could do the best you can, but that was, I'd say, a questionably constructed round. Thankfully, Safe, very diligent. Very smart about it, and Xiao does fall, but it's another round for NAVI.
I mean, credit to Liquid, and nobody dies in that entire rotation to get the res, but why not just swap Redgar out? Concede mid. I mean, if you're going to play a retake towards A, it doesn't really change anything up if you're going to commit towards retaking Heaven as well. Make sure the res can come through, especially if you're then investing behind the res, making sure, yeah, we've got a 5v4 advantage here. Yeah. We can sacrifice a trade towards Heaven.
Yeah.
Especially with a free plant, you have to assume that NAVI are going to plant open for Heaven. Or at least make it as comfortable as possible.
Yeah, it's very comfortable.
I can't.
The test of the mental game of Liquid here. Can they compose themselves after a very frustrating half? Composure being key, Michael. And they're getting aggressive. Nats wants this, and Xiao is all too prepared, all too ready. The timing is heartbreaking for Xiao. They are drifting over towards A. Again, it's going to be Soulcast and Redgar who's going to have a lot of trouble on their plate once this wall breaks.
Yeah, well, no, Soulcast actually reconsidering his position here. We've got TPs across the site. At least now 2 committed towards this site hold.
They've slowed this down massively, but they have to go off that flash. They're starting to lose out on time. The slow's there too. It does really isolate the player, trying to set up CNED to succeed, and they don't. Yeah. Beautiful work from Liquid, though, on the other side to keep that site space to themselves, and they're not finding any success in. NAVI are held at the door.
30 seconds left. Now still stuck outside A site.
Redgar, nice. Shouldn't have a problem now. Yeah, this is very nice, actually. Very well handled from Liquid. Starting to see a little bit of that adjustment starting to work here. Michael, where are you? So what do you think of this adjustment?
The timing as well on the slow hop. You've got to stop. Again, it just isolates that one player ahead of it, and nobody can commit. The knife comes through, suppresses Soulcast, yes, but they've already got the value.
Get out of my way. The ult on the other side could be a problem for CNED. Let's see what they can achieve off this, though. Safe trying to lean a little further forward. Take some space here. Have a little look down middle. Doesn't spot anything. Zipan having to respect it. I'm going to reveal a little bit of that early intent. But NAVI switching the pace and something a little bit slower. Looking towards middle. Again, that wall being there is highly indicative of a massive switch up, but you can see the posturing from Liquid, putting 4 players basically posted towards B. Redgar with so much on his plate. If they did lean back towards A, yes, a little bit of that surf utility to keep him safe, but the fake flash to give Safe the angle and a chance. Oh, and CNED's got him dead. Pop of the ult, now here comes that mid-crunch as well. Soulcast is in danger, bailed out by Nats. Turns the flash. He's still on for this one. And having a little look up and above, the knife lands. Yampy tries to hold. He does so well to find Xiao and CNED. keeping this within touching distance in a 3v2.
As you see, Seekers here, invested. Redgar's going to find one on the backside of that as well. Paranoia should be perfect for him, but no swing on the back of it.
No, Yampi's trying to close in though. The flash is there. Good trade. Redgar fallen 1v1 Sugetsu, god of map 1. Yampi trying to close down towards him. 18 seconds, one smoke in play, and that's going to dissipate soon. And Yampi goes, hell, I'm slipping CT then. You've got to plant at some point. And Yampi's just gambling this one. Forced away.
So aware of the possibility.
Yampi's creeping. Yampi's a nasty little player. Oh! I love what Yampi tried to do, but Sugetsu adjust just that little bit better.
Closing out 8-4 here.
Wow.
And what a way for Sugetsu to clutch up. It's a headshot anyway, it doesn't even matter about the vulnerable.
Yampi did wonders even to get this back into touching distance.
For sure. NAVI with a very, very successful first half here. He's not happy with himself after that.
Bless him. That's a heartbreaker too.
Yeah?
Yeah, I liked what he tried. I don't even blame him for it, but man, it is Sugetsu. This guy has been wild today.
Yeah. I think overall this kind of played out how we expected, but seeing the KO pick, it is targeted towards almost kind of trying to exploit the setups that Liquid are going to play, right? Leaving Nas as a hard anchor. Initially, we saw that mistake with him being committed to a very deep position, but NAVI are almost happy. If you don't get the tag deep, then what, we're going to barrel through, and unless Soulcast is there and he can get a slow orb in, or maybe even the wall up a little later, and that's just overwhelmed. And even then in some of the slow rounds where you didn't think, yeah, these are the ones that do lean towards Nats potentially having some impact, it just wasn't there, or at least it wasn't consistent enough.
I mean, map 1 still, considering how it went, I'm not calling it on any halftime score anymore. It feels like these two teams can just play out of that, but a couple more moments here until we get that second half started. Is this going the way you genuinely expected, or is this kind of, I guess at least in the server we've seen that kind of like lean towards finding Nats, punishing Nats, making him very uncomfortable, but...
Seeing this KO pick, yeah, that kind of went as expected.
Yeah.
We talked about yesterday, Liquid's adjustment coming too late. Here, I just don't think it was... This comp isn't versatile enough. With the Sage, you're very limited in some of the options of where you can invest it, how you invest it, what value you really get on the back of it. That's not even to say that Soulcast had a bad half. It's just on a macro level, there's, in my eyes, better picks.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right.
It's a little dated. You don't get the same value that you used to.
Yeah, and credit to Soulcast though. I do like how he tried to adjust after they forced Nats towards B. He was doing the best he could there. That was no bad attempt at it at all. It was still, just as said, it wasn't really enough to get them across that finish line with the closest scoreline. 8-4, still competitive though.
Yeah, and the benefit being, I think the least amount of rounds that Liquid have had on the attack on Split this season has been 8, so there's a chance here. But a similar situation, it needs to start with the pistol, they need to build up a very, very robust early lead. They can potentially tie things up at the start of this half. I'm curious as well, actually, with the KO being here, how proactive Na'Vi decides to be on the defense.
Yeah, talked about it being potentially one-dimensional. Could then come to cost them on the other side, but for now it's been worth its weight in the pick, right? It's done what it needs to. Nats looks like he's kind of chilled out a little bit as well, calmed down. It did feel as though he was getting quite flustered. Some of those almost overcooked peaks there, a little bit too committed, a little bit too frustrated, but he's kept that cool now. Back in the game, he was absolutely the desire for Na'Vi, and now we see what Liquid look like on the attack. Can they keep themselves in this matchup with 4 rounds to play with? Na'Vi taking the lead here.
Big info off the knife, but already Liquid ahead of this. Is anybody in position to actually punish Na'Vi? Knife in the backside of this wall.
Oh, committed push through towards CT though has secured the site pretty comfortably. That should be the plant now, and they're aware of at least 2 coming through. The other's miles away. This is very favorable. Nats making up for lost time.
To play in as well.
Yeah, beautiful work from Nats there. Maybe something to prove after that first half. Wants to punish them for what they did to him. Here's Cned and Xiao though. They know of Nats, but safe there by his side, making it very difficult.
Actually, with the wall dropping, yeah, that seems to be bailed out of the situation. Xiao just can't find it. Safe will find 2 to close things out. A confident pistol round executed here towards A site. I'm curious of when actually Angel was waiting to invest that knife, because he waited a while. There's already 2 players up towards ramp, I think. The air catches the backside, Nats is somebody else, I believe.
And then hits that.
Yeah.
It sounds like you in ranked.
Yeah. You got that dog in him. I don't need any help today.
Oh, we're already having one of those days, please, Yumpy. Oh, dear. All right. Back into this, though. Barking aside. Navi trying to get under the skin of Liquid here, pushing Xiao up a little bit deeper. I imagine they're going to check on him pretty handily. Oh, actually, tell a lie. Xiao succeeds against Redgar, and now Soulcast has to be careful to not get caught out here.
So, weapon should be retrieved by Yampy here, or at least Liquid going to want to police it as best they can. 60 seconds left on the clock, though, and still a lot of question marks around the map. Only Xiao now shouldering for information. We'll receive it. Angel tagged up, down to 48. We'll slow things down with the fragment, but Safe able to dash ahead of it.
Yeah, Safe going to take as much space as he can. Double backs on himself to find Angel. Joined on the fight, though. Nice Soulcast. Safe still succeeding. And again, stunners from Safe. Trying to pick up where he left off yesterday. This round not quite as impressive considering the weaponry, but still the aim gorgeous to watch. Seen it and Xiao presented. Oh, god damn Safe.
Give it to him.
Coliseum wants it, you know what's gonna happen. Xiao, there it is. As the crowd demands, he delivers. Safe with another ace.
Beautiful stuff from him. Liquid right back into this game. If now the question being, there's been isolated incidents of, you know, momentum built off 1 or 2 rounds from Liquid over the last 2 days. Can they convert this?
No.
Another moment, you hope nobody's caught on camera.
Production, why are you trying to make us die? We've got Yampy barking and Soulcast being just straight up roadman. Look at him. Oh, it's the bonus. Here we go.
Liquid is 3 though, going to creep up mid. Nobody on the other side of this for Na'Vi. A very, very deep hold here. Angel hasn't even invested the knife yet anywhere. So maybe looking to use that reactively here towards a sound cue potentially, or off contact. Yeah, Liquid almost left wondering of what the setup is, to be honest with you. They've been given total freedom of mid.
Yeah.
There's the knife come through. Should be big info. What, 3 revealed, I think?
Minimum. Doubt it would have reached Redgar, but yeah. Should be huge. Nice flash, though. Doesn't quite catch CNED. Has a little look back, but he has to respect this. Too many bodies in the right place. Support system on the way, though. They're not going to be alone in this. Safe going to try and get towards the site. CNED was blinded, but it's Zipan to prevail. Takes down Soulcast, looks for the follow-up. It ain't clean.
Oh.
Safe, though! Just, he can't stop winning. That's all he does. And now Angel, oh dearie me, Yampy flies around the wall with the shorty. And now Xiao.
Spike planted.
Oh, a rotten scenario to be in.
A 1v4 to prevent Liquid from converting this bonus. Tall order and Redgar seals the deal. Liquid right back in this. Na'Vi not going to have an opportunity to buy much here, if anything. And that's
yeah,
going to call the timeout.
Wow, another 4-8. What's with this team right now? Oof.
Angel looked fairly heated as well after
Furious.
that.
I'm being barked at by my opponent.
Yes. Sugetsu's like, yes, sit down, and they're just barking on the other side of the stage.
Just the psychological warfare is in full effect. I can't look at Angel, who's just livid. He's died to Yampy flying around a corner with a shorty and then just sees people barking across the screen.
I'm curious if we're talking about obviously the use of KO here for Na'Vi on this half.
Yeah.
What the switch up is, to be honest, because he does kind of become the pivot in terms of the composition here.
Okay.
Again, with no traditional sense, we do have obviously the other options here in the composition in terms of leaving Xiao or Sugetsu towards one of the sites and trying to find something or put CNED in a position to take the initiative in some of these early rounds. Just Sheriffs to work with, CNED not on that Blade Storm, so no possibility of making that work in this round. We've seen two examples now, very deep holds for Na'Vi that again, you almost want to see the knife invest at the start of the round so that, you know, you get to the 60-second mark and you think, okay,
cool,
where are we going to prioritize?
Yep.
And Liquid, in that sense, have mitigated really well. Okay.
Well, this is only Sheriff, so it's not the worst thing in the world to happen in this round. Obviously not ideal. This will be the one to equalize the scoreline, bring us basically to 8 apiece, unless they pull off something quite special here. Looking for options across the map though, but finding that first blood so quickly and untradeable completely, that is my gutting, really.
Liquid pausing now, anticipating further aggression on the side of Na'Vi to try and neutralize this first blood. We'll actually hear the weapon retrieved here by CNED. And we'll know Angel on the other side of this as well with the fragment and from the Trailblazer. So yeah, no information on the back of this knife, and it comes to a point in the round where it's dicey. I mean, Liquid are already going to be making a decision in the next couple of seconds, and it looks like that might be B site.
Yeah, I feel like the commitment's on the way. Yes, they've got a couple of players here. Angel's here. Xiao.
30 seconds left.
But Liquid outgunning them drastically. Xiao with a good pick towards Soulcast, but it needs Angel to find some value here too. Not going to have it. And unless that pop flash would be god tier, which ain't bad. An opportunity. Yampy's waiting with a shorty. He's like, please.
Yeah, push me.
Do it. Do it. I don't mind. Look at him. He's ready to go. CNED now. Oh dear. Oh dear. Walks him like a dog. Found in the end. That's the one to get him, but bloody hell, Liquid is starting to have fun. But this is the round they had the timeout for, right? This is the round that Na'Vi need to come up with a solution.
And I'm actually a little confused to see the operator come in at this point, because it makes me believe Na'Vi are going to double down on some of these deeper holds. Maybe we see a variation in how Angel's going to use his utility if they leave potentially CNED as the anchor, to be honest with you. A little bit of a poke early on in the round, show presence with the operator.
Wow.
And Na'Vi finds something elsewhere, but it's to get to an Angel towards mid here. Makes me believe that we're not going to see that at all. Safe, a pace change.
Oh, and it's so well crafted, well choreographed. It looked like Angel was just stun locked. There was already a paranoia on the way, but you already saw it there. Safe was ahead of it. And now CNED's on an island. We're going to need an over delivery from him if there's even meant to be a chance. This same seems, highly aware. It's been read like a book, and Safe's in the sight.
On another level right now.
God damn. Wow, that's a save.
Yeah.
Pull the plug on this round. Nothing more to be done here. And this is, yes, something to be somewhat expected. There would be maybe a pace change, a gear shift from Liquid coming back into that buy round after the timeout. But Angel seemed completely unawares, unable to hold it. And then CNED's got nothing to do there. Unless he gets 3 kills or something crazy, which is almost asking too much. It pivoted so much on the back of Angel trying to slow that down, or I don't even know what you're meant to achieve against that.
I mean, this completely throws off the early round protocols for Na'Vi. Again, this is the round where Sugetsu switches it up. I'm not even sure, actually, the Poison Orb is committed towards mid, but with Liquid showing kind of tempered or leveled aggression towards mid, they're just completely caught off guard by this. A sucker punch up mid, and there's another one. Nats will find a rifle. Remove that from Sugetsu.
Okay, they keep 2, but that's not much.
No Blade Storm available once again.
This is 5 in a row.
Yeah. See, actually, I think the Sky Flash catch is just ahead of that anyway. I'm not sure if Angel turns it fully, didn't see on the X-ray, but beautiful switch up. Well, actually, previously, what Angel's been playing towards rafters or towards stairs, at least, very disconnected from the front line of Na'Vi. Switch up here being CNED to try and hold down the fort with Sugetsu, but neither with a rifle here. Liquid continuing to plant this seed of mid-presence.
Okay, got 2, I think, there. But even with that in mind,
Doesn't tell you much.
No, they're in middle. Brilliant. So much still to play with, too. Seekers for Yampy safe. Bladestorm if he wants it. Just trying to leave Cena to do some work here, but he's only got a frenzy. That's so much to try and handle, and Safe's already taken down his support system. It's falling so quickly around him. Does get away, but Safe's hungry for it. Hunting him down, gonna find him, but does he check the corner? No, he doesn't. Okay, Xiao gives them a little bit of wiggle room. Hold on, Xiao doing the best he can, but his life's on the line. A third! Miraculous work from Xiao.
Heroics from Xiao. The flash is perfect from Angel as well to set this in motion.
It ain't over yet, though, Mike. It's Redgar and Nat still alive, and CNED waiting. You're gonna check, right? CNED, you're gonna see him. There's one. That's a spike gone. Rifle should be there. Not a problem in the end.
That's the round they win. Xiao goes huge for Na'Vi here. Like I said, the timing on the flash was beautiful to catch Soulcats as well. So desperate to close the gap on CNED. Na'Vi flip a 4v5. There, the flash.
Oh,
it's just beautiful.
That's lovely.
Xiao, total faith in his teammates there.
The fact he gets that third was just obscene, wasn't it? But the momentum was firmly in the hands of Liquid. They were almost at max money, half of these players, so do not think that Na'Vi are out of the woods just yet. They haven't found the perfect answer to this. And Cena goes exploring further now. Does Liquid read that's a possibility? Yampy's willing to clear this. And that timing's about to run out here. CNED will need to fall back. We'll deny a little bit of that deeper information, but not by much.
It's key things as well, just like this 15, 20-second pause. It's like, yeah, if CNED is posted up somewhere, let's wait for the dash to expire. Force him into a more passive position. It's a great damage control here from Liquid. Well, no presence outside here, but the flash should. Yeah, great utility here from Zipan.
Yeah, very well timed out at least, and he needs some help over towards his site. You can already see the CNED's on the way, but they're in on the door. Zipan now, how long can you play to your life here? A dangerous position, and Safe all too aware of it. A 1-for-1 trade out. Until then, Angel finally takes a little look from heaven. And they're held. They are not finding the same sort of access. Yes, they at least have Soulcast on the site, so the plant should be able to come down. But can they defend this with only 3?
Some utility available for Na'Vi on the way back through as well. Xiao has his ultimate.
Oh. So aware of Nats' position, though, it seems like, until... Okay, the snap comes in. Nats goes down. And the TP...
He gets caught.
Well,
he has to cancel.
Yep. Still needs to clear Soulcast on the site. Redgar's still going to be a nuisance here. They need to get a bit of a move on. Soulcast going to find Angel. Wait, Liquid! They're trying to hold on to this, and now it's just CNED up against Redgar, and timing's here. CNED got off the defuse. It's already halfway, though. The fight! CNED's got it, but the timing... It's going to be so close.
Oh, my God!
Just misses out by a thread.
Redgar wastes this out as soon as he starts stepping. Wow.
Look at that timing left on this. Unbelievable.
I mean, this is beautifully played by Redgar as well. This smoke just makes it so it's 0.16.
Ooh, that desk is getting toyed with.
But yeah, this smoke is perfectly played by Redgar. I mean, I don't think he's fully selected that position in heaven. It's just a panic TP.
Yeah, it's just wherever I can get to. And CNED's frustration is mounting. More and more, I can imagine, kind of reliving what Nats was getting up to on that first half. Has to respect this again. Forced away. They are giving him no play early round.
And Na'Vi just can't comfortably take opening engagements here. So Angel and Sugetsu now with CNED and Xiao trying to get aggressive in B main. But it's back by the paranoid. Doesn't catch, but at least a player noted on the other side of this.
So does that then turn the intention from Liquid? Do they then go, okay, we've seen a lot towards B, we could always kind of focus towards that A side, but Flash just got sent and found no one towards ramp. It's been very slow work and methodical work from Nats. He's not even moving yet. But there are options here. Knife, nothing. Liquid are still just sitting around middle. They've got 40 seconds. That could be a problem.
A very late pit.
Yeah.
And look at the spread on it as well. It goes all the way into Mail.
It's forcing their hand, but they still need to... Oh, no!
Nats has got 2?
How did Angel and Zipan mess that up? I mean, Nats getting 2 is massive, but lining up like that gave him the opportunity. Soulcast was trying to hold him back here, but CNED a little further ahead of it. But further ahead from the rest of this team who are already out of there.
Yeah, I think CNED just looking to do some damage here if he can. It's not going to happen.
This is...
Didn't buy into this. Obviously, there's a purchase behind this, looking to get the operator back on the board. Sugetsu will find Redgar, but Liquid will find their 11th.
This is a gut-wrenching game for Na'Vi. This is hard to watch for them. Liquid making their 11th look solid here. See if they can keep hold of these rifles, which they should be able to. Another attempt on their life will be made in a second. Soulcast. I feel like there's a tech pause coming. Do you? Good.
Nice. It's not as if it's round 21 we're about to start or anything. Soulcast looks really happy about it.
He's chuffed to bits, yeah. I want to see what happens now.
I'm fairly confident his mouse died.
It had to have been a mouse issue, right? Because he was just waddling on forward. Now, would you call a tech for that? Because you have to plug in a new mouse, right? Or get, you know, another wireless one. Like, would you change your wireless mouse at this point?
No.
I mean, so you sit there and charge it on stage, are you?
No, I'd plug it in.
Yeah, but then
I wouldn't change the mouse.
But then you're playing with a plugged-in mouse. It's different.
No, it's more about the shape. Why is that?
Yeah, I don't know.
What is wrong with you today?
Do you think he's got a mouse bungee though? Because what if it's on the desk?
I mean,
I'm worried about it.
I'd hope these guys come prepared.
Well,
there's not a lot of movement going on down there.
Do you see the little mouse bungee or anything?
I see that's the cable for the keyboard.
Yeah. Hold on. Oh dear. He's gonna have to sit away for it to
What's he
charge.
rocking?
I can't even tell.
Is it a Zowie?
It looked a little Zowie-like, didn't it? It might be a Logitech.
Anybody in the audience, can you see what the mouse he's got is?
Yeah, and you have to try and
you
sign
have to
it to
spell
us.
it out to us.
Someone's clapping. Zowie?
It's the Zowie.
There we go, thank you. Appreciate you guys.
I've got good eyes.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
You do, yeah.
I mean, he has as well. He's a good 15 feet away from that.
Yeah.
He spotted it.
Where'd it go?
So just waiting for an update. Obviously, when we know, we will let you know, but fairly sure that was the reason.
I think it
Production haven't confirmed yet.
I think we've found that out though. Oh, a little Harmy fan there. Very nice. I am wondering what the solution to this is, because he's still looking like he's ready to go. You know, he's got heads on, he's playing away. But what if they complain about the round? Like, oh, I had a weapon here, all of this.
I mean, at the point at which he's walking onto B side, Spike's already been planted. But
And damage been done that round.
way.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
Unless it was a client issue. Again, we're speculating right now.
Yeah, true. We could be just
Because Nats
talking
looked
waffle.
as confused about it as Soulcast was.
Which that's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, Safe's having a chat.
But it comes at a time where it's fairly detrimental to Liquid, to be honest. You've been talking more and more about some of these momentum rounds, and Liquid have had them here in this map.
Yeah.
A number of them. The previous year, I started off with Nats lining up 2 kills that you see immediately on the player cam. Zipan a little frustrated about that. I don't know if it's an overstep from Angel or
Yeah. I mean,
just didn't fully commit to the first peak, not knowing how close Zipan was. I'm not entirely sure, but
I mean, there's been
round's
a lot of
gifted at that point.
frustration. Yeah, that's wide open. You can't do much to change that now.
I'm talking about the concerns on Bind were Liquid's ability to find first bloods. Here, they seem to be having no problems whatsoever in limiting Navi's ability to do that and also winning out.
Right. What is that?
Notes, Navi. We've been gnomed.
Brilliant. Thanks, Michael.
I'm hoping there's another side to that sheet.
No, that's it.
That's just it.
Gnome 'em.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Oh, I'm hearing game sounds, but that tells me nothing. I take no faith in that, because Nats looks too relaxed. He's having a little sup. Yeah, no, I don't trust this. Panda.
If you were wondering, we still don't know what's up.
No, when we know, we will actually let you know. However, we do not. You know.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge production. Where's producer Sam?
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, Stevie's down on the case.
Oh, Stevie's on the case. No updates? What do you mean no updates? Producer Sam, what's going on? They're investigating the tech pause themselves?
Right.
Wow. We've gone full meta now, haven't we? Tech pause for a tech pause. Brilliant. How deep does the rabbit hole go?
It should say tech pause unknown.
Yeah, because they started adding in like gear or like, you know, client. Question mark.
Pausa.
Mola.
So yeah, but we were talking about in the timeout.
Yes.
I'm desperately trying to bring it back.
Don't. We don't know how long this goes on for, because we don't know what it's about.
All right.
Okay, where do you think the camera shot's going next?
I think it goes to a player shot. Or can we see the mouse in question? Can we get a close up on Soulcast's mouse? I just want to see the condition it's in.
Yeah, what if it's trophy shot. They changed it.
Okay.
They changed to the trophy shot. They're messing with us now. Look, we're not producers. We don't tell you where to go next. But what we'd like is that Soulcast shot. Oh. Does it fly? Does it fly?
That's pathetic.
Come on, launch it. Launch it.
Wait, does the top of his booth have a ceiling? Can he launch it like out into the arena? Can we get a message up to Emil?
Here we go. Up. Okay, that was just aggressive. But it did move. It shifted.
I think that's got the legs to go over the roof, you know.
I love the way you're doing some analytical breakdown of this now.
Yeah. Not the design I'd go for.
Oh, that looks like an extended tech issue here. Soulcast mouse.
Soulcast staring at VLC media player.
Maybe he's looking at the replay. Maybe he's, who knows? I don't know the setup here. Unless he's fancy watching a little bit of a frag movie. What would you go for? A little frag movie here. Where you going?
Soulcast's montage is kind of sick.
Hey, I do
Was it the one just before Champs? I remember one of the intros is on Breeze where he's just tapping. Yeah. And I remember talking to somebody, I think it might have been, it was Aspas or Sassy, it was just Soulcast and Scrims, he's literally just clip farming. Like,
the day he hits that peak in officials is terrifying.
He's like the worst person to play against in Scrims. Because you end up in a blurred montage and you know it's you.
Yeah. There's nothing so upsetting than being in a frag movie. And it's like seeing like your teammates miss a smoke. And you know that it's you getting punished for someone else's mistake. I've had many arguments at iSeries over that sort of thing. That was good. Still not sure what's happening.
No.
But you know what? It's a nice day. I'm quite relaxed. Do you know what? We've been sitting down casting. It's been very pleasant.
We have had the giggles today, though.
Yes.
There were a few angry tweets.
Oh. Don't, Sam.
Well, audience, we've got something for you here.
Audience, pay attention now.
A special treat just for you in-house.
I don't think it's just for, maybe it is just for in-house. Maybe, sorry, stream. Close your eyes. Oh, little fist bump. Nice.
That's,
more.
Come back.
The panda. Nice. Crowd goes mild. Love it. Right.
The panda has carried a lot of tech.
Here it is. That's what we were going to show you because we were really talking about Tokyo. So it's just such a swift and easy little segue discussing it. There's the teams going to Tokyo.
Yeah.
There they are.
That's them. Hoping
Which
to see
logo do you like the most?
Out of these?
Yeah.
Fnatic.
Is it just because it's got colour on it? The orange is kind of nice.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that actually.
Yeah. All very minimalist, isn't it?
Yeah. So Louder playing Fury right now as well.
No idea.
What, it's C9 and EG after that, right? This better wrap up quick,
actually. I think
actually.
the C9 EG game might be in first. I'm not even sure.
No, I thought it was Loud Fury first.
Oh, maybe. I'm not 100%. Now, just an update.
I mean, with the juicy drama as well.
Oh, Stevie, look at him.
Stevie.
Oh, we love a bit of Stevie, by the way. He's one of our favourites.
There you go, crowd. That's it, Sean.
He deserves it. If you ever do come down here to the Messe in Berlin, you will get to hopefully hear from the lovely man Stevie, who the crowd is currently calling for. However, we can actually do our jobs now. We can start getting back into game. Thank you very much for the patience. How dare you, observers, put on delayed?
Nice.
How dare you?
But we're on time now.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're fine. Here we go. 11-9. Look at that streak of rounds, Mike.
Yeah.
That is a whole long line of red right there, and Liquid will be loving that. NAVI yet to really find a solution.
Let's go.
They need an answer, and they need it pretty damn soon. 11 rounds against them here.
Yeah, I've seen it back on the operator. And we are seeing him now committed towards that kind of solo anchor position. Safe, though, has found an opener. Sugetsu will fall. I'm pretty sure that's similar to another first blood we saw earlier on, a blind kill through that Viper's wall.
Yeah. It feels like that's
another freebie for Liquid. They've had a number of first bloods like that.
Yes. And most of them coming through middle as well. A couple of big punishes.
I feel like Safe's on a ridiculous number of first bloods this game.
Oh, I'd love to see what that is, actually. If we could find out after this game, that'd be very, very nice. Lean back towards A. They find that pick in middle. They want to kind of exploit that, punish that. Zipan and Xiao. Can they handle
read,
Safe?
though. Like I said, commitment towards CNED being this anchor with the operator.
He's trying to play ahead of it, Xiao. Heads up work here. Does at least take down the tip of the spear. That's Safe now removed, and they're going to even up the numbers, and they have the rotation in the right place. They have that third man on here. Angel ult running through and making it even more difficult to lean towards the site. And look at the spike, isolated Redgar, so he's got to be a bit careful with this, that he doesn't get divided.
35 seconds, they still want to pursue onto A site.
Oh, Angel's got to be so cautious.
30 seconds.
They're waiting for a flash from Yampi, potentially.
Potentially, yeah, it's not back up yet. Wait and see when that ticks. Okay, just a smoke towards CT, they could just walk this. Oh, and Yampi's just found a freebie. Zipan's gone down. And I don't think Angel knows that they're closing the gap. Liquid! Just gorgeous work. Xiao's still on site. Maybe he can do something? Oh, there's so many bodies. There's too much to do. Oh, denial on the...
6 seconds left.
This is huge. CNED. Oh, he's still fighting. CNED. Can he do any more? Is there even time on this plant? It's gone down. 2 more to find. Can CNED change the story of this game? They know where he is.
Gonna tag him again.
Oh, this is brutal to witness. Seeker coming on through. They're putting everything towards it. He's got time. He's got a couple more steps to take until it's all but over. A step closer. He wants that 1v1, but no one's giving him it. It's not a fair fight to be had. And stuck in that off angle. The success is there for Yampi. And Liquid picking right back up where they left off.
They find their 12th. Concerning numbers on the side of NAVI in terms of the finances as well. I think it's exactly the same angle spammed.
Yep. Oh, man.
I mean, CNED made it doable, but again, just another half second. And Liquid really riding that wave. I'm looking over here. Yeah. Again, they got the Cosmic Divide for NAVI. That's about it.
Ouch.
No Blade Storm. Are going to be able to scrape rifles together. Some gaps in utility. Problem being, I mean, Liquid can play out another 2 rounds comfortably in terms of the money as well. Blade Storm available for them for Safe. Xiao's commitment to stop Safe at the front door here is the only thing that really slows Liquid down this round, but they wait it out. They're still looking to, and NAVI do the same. They commit 3 towards this A site hold, but it crumbles.
Yeah. Liquid just doing everything right.
Yeah.
It's really nice to see. But it's 12-9 now. Tokyo not far away. NAVI have to stop this somehow. None of their solutions have been correct so far. Early punishes, time and time again. Liquid finding success wherever they look. What is it this time?
I've committed we'll spot Redgar at least. But doesn't really tell too much. I mean, NAVI should know this is how Liquid have been set up for most of their buy rounds. Once again, they wait out that knife to then make a decision. It's no different once again. It's 3 walking up. And there's contact play up mid. Looking to clear some of these angles. Sugetsu and Angel at a much safer, more passive hold towards that B site. Second knife used as well. Denied the information.
Look how close they're getting here. Knife's edge work now. Forced away though, this is good. This is the first time we've seen them really forced outside of their comfort zone. 35 seconds, they have to burst towards the site now.
Yeah, and there's 3 here for Navi.
This
once
big
again.
Flash for Zipan, but he peeks ahead of it. Redguard delivers towards Zipan, and now there's casualties looking like they're going to be on the site. CNED needs to find it. Mid-air, catches safe, puts it back down to the ground. That's the CNED you need to be seeing. This might be the round that they do enough to stay alive, CNED. Huge impact here.
Can they springboard off this one round? The second on the half, yes, but at first felt like an anomaly with how Liquid have approached this. And usually the trades have looked fantastic for Liquid. This time around, CNED able to isolate every single time. Even here, there's no swing while Safe is up in the air, updrafting. And enough of, I guess, a deterrent shown actually on the back of the wall being invested in Sugetsu, putting that poison orb in. The Navi are gonna commit to this setup once again. Concede this space in mid, yes. But almost tailored towards a B site retake, to be honest with you. And maybe that's around Xiao's ultimate.
Could be. A little bit pacier this time from Liquid as well. 120, they're already up towards the top of stairs in middle. Smoke goes in. Allows them a little bit more pressure to build. We've noted it, there's no one up here to take this fight. Navi aren't playing for middle anymore. But the timing on this is everything. Another knife. Yes, they'll note Redguard, but look at this pressure in mailroom. Timing great for this as well. Delaying again. With the clear here, it looks like they're starting to swing CNED back around slowly but surely. They're getting the read right here. 3-2 split. Contact made. It's Yampi taking down Sugetsu. Now, the site's on a platter. Ooh, CNED. Curious
Jumping
to see.
a bit.
Yeah, if you want to get through that. Try to spam it out, make sure no one's on top of that wall, but they're already on the site. 30 seconds, Spike's on the way. Nothing to stop that now. He's desperately trying to get through here. Finally, he gets to go. Spots out, nothing behind them. There is no flank to this. They're all on the site, excluding maybe Redguard sat down a little bit deeper. Divide goes through, and it's just a swing. It's a fight towards CT. Liquid taking the fight towards an RV. Follow-up not going to happen. CNED still alive. 1 HP, quick heal comes in. Soulcast succeeds, and now a 2v3. CNED and Zipan. Oh, toying, just jumping through that wall. Redguard trying to play the game. Meets the flash, though. Falls away, takes damage. But time, they're hunting him down. Yampi on the trade. Now it's all on Zipan. 1v2, the flash. He's so blind. Team Liquid doing everything they needed to at the end there.
A great conversion on this map, and honestly looking like a much better, well-rounded performance from Liquid overall today. Always the concerns in the back of your mind. The fans know it best, but Safe once again delivering in this second map. What a performance from him.
Wow. Yeah, and overall, I want to talk resilience. The fact that we've seen time and time again these kind of 8-4 score lines, that second half being a question mark.
Comebacks from Liquid.
Who is this new Liquid? Looking so good at this, confident, having a game plan that they execute against NAVI to almost a flawless extent. It took a heroic round from CNED to barely change it, and they still couldn't hold them back.
And NAVI today, I think just a little behind the curve in terms of Liquid's ability to take control, which isn't something we say very often. We always talk about, you know, individual rounds, somebody coming up huge for Liquid, and more often than not, I mean, recent times it's been Safe, but especially over the last 2 days, there have been a number of individuals for Liquid that have delivered.
Yeah, this means the world to them. Big game for those boys. Very well handled in the end. But didn't expect to see it as a 2-0, if I'm honest. Genuinely thought this was going to be a 3-map sort of day. But the form we've seen Liquid come out in is probably the best we've seen yet.
Yeah, and I think that I might be misquoting here, but the desk talked about at the start, the last few weeks with NAVI, we've never had that convincing performance, right? Yeah, we've had some of these compositions that come out that Angel's either gone on record and said, you know, yeah, we're you know,
testing stuff.
We're testing things out. We just want to,
experimenting.
yeah, we don't want people to be able to prep for us, and we want to, you know, play against teams in in terms of when they're uncomfortable. But again, you come here with what feels like something that's prepped, and I feel like the game plan was slightly off on the defense. There was. Again, they didn't really know what to do when they were conceding first bloods. That mid-round just looked completely lost for them.
I completely and utterly agree with you. It was a little strange that they experimented so far into the run in regular season for Na'Vi. I wish they'd maybe kind of fallen back into a more of a traditional approach a little earlier, maybe.
Bread and butter Na'Vi are fantastic.
They are one of the most flawless teams there is. I mean, there's a lot of teams who kind of built their whole ethos around how they
what
play.
Na'Vi do, yeah.
So I don't blame them trying to improve, but there is a mark that you have to hit and go, okay, we still need to be able to play this style. We still need to slip back into it.
And it's not over for them. Obviously, they dropped down to the lower bracket. I believe actually play.
Don't ask me,
okay.
Michael.
Desk will cover that for you.
Desk got us. But what we can tell you though is
it's Vitality, right?
I think so, but I'm not. Again, don't trust me. The one thing we do know is that Liquid are going to Tokyo. I genuinely, out of all the teams coming through here, didn't think they'd make this path so quickly and look so clean in the way they've done it. As I said, those first halves had me nervous a couple of times because this isn't the first time we've seen them challenged. But the second half, I mean, how many times have we seen just heroics individually? Yes, but all playing or singing from the same hymn sheet.
Sure, and we know this is a team that relies so heavily on comfort, confidence, and we keep talking about that buzzword momentum, right? Yep. And what can they build upon that? Because quite often it's, we can have, a highlight clip come from Safe or Soul Casper. It's bigger picture-wise. What are the positives, right? And here we've had 2 examples of 8-4 halves.
Yes.
Which is crazy to me. It really does actually make you start to believe that Liquid have the ability with this roster to actually solidify themselves once again.
I think we're starting to see all that potential come together, right? Because if you kind of roll your mind back when we first saw this iteration taking to the stage, it didn't overwhelm us, it didn't wow us by any means. There was a lot of issues they had to work through. I think we're starting to see that now. We're starting to see them find that form, we're starting to see them find their legs here. And God knows how far this roster can go, because keep in mind how tailor-made some of this was to punish some of their players, push them to their limits. We saw the frustration on the likes of Nats, but they still fought through it. They still came back.
Yeah.
Highly, highly impressive matchup here from them, kind of overcoming a lot of the question marks that I had for them, and maybe themselves even.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as well, heading forwards, it's something that Liquid can kind of get out of their heads, right? Yes. There's something we always talk about. I know Solkaska is the one that usually bears the brunt of this discussion, but for him, obviously, to qualify to another international event, the massive booster.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And if you do want to find out more about how Solkaska probably feels about that, he'll be joining us for the post-plant, so you'll get all that inside information and kind of how it all feels coming through that game in such fantastic form. So guys, do not go too far away. Today has been marvelous.
Let's go. My thriller.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
Welcome back, everyone. As Vincent was saying, from the jungle, right? The machete in the jungle. But welcome, and welcome to Post Plant. I have Ryan with me and Soulcast from Team Liquid. Dom, congratulations, you made it. How good does it feel?
Like, honestly, it's like one of my bigger achievements, because also it's like Tokyo is a place I've always wanted to go to, you know? It's like, it's kind of a dream come true. Like, I'm getting to play games and especially travel to Japan. Like, honestly, like I'm just so grateful for this.
I will say that your girlfriend Mel and I have been planning our trip to Japan, and we've been both like, Liquid have got to make it. She was texting me during the tech pause, like, oh my goodness.
I'm so glad I didn't let you guys down. Thank God.
It's not just Mel though. I feel like this is the one event every pro wants to go to. Why is that?
I think it's just like, I think it's obviously just like the area as well. Like, we're going to, you know, Asia now, we're going to Japan, like Tokyo. I think that's like a bucket list for everyone. And I think it's just, I don't know, it's just honestly, it's amazing to like be able to go and play this. I think that's why everyone wants to go.
I feel like Japanese fans will just cheer for, like, there's a good place to sort of get fans, right? Like, it seems that there's, like, they're happy to, like, if it's a final, if there's, like, obviously no Zeta, they're still going to be there and cheer for the teams and support them anyway.
Yeah, especially, like, the fans, they're super passionate. I've seen, like, I remember when there was, like, Zeta playing, it was, like, some sort of, like, show match or something. It was crazy. Like, if we could experience that, wow, like, that's something.
It's definitely going to be fun for you. Can you talk to us through the script? Like, every time Fnatic qualify for an event, like when Boaster goes, because you two have been on your rosters for ages, you always go. It's like without fail. So what's that about?
I don't know. We've kind of had this little like thing together. Like I think Fnatic and Liquid, like even at the start of VALORANT, we're always like playing against each other. Like towards the end of like the qualifiers, qualifying to like some Masters events. It's always been like very back and forth, and we always end up playing each other, you know. And I guess now we're finally going to go together to Tokyo. So.
You got to play against them next, so is this like a friendly rivalry, or is it not really a rivalry at all, you feel like?
There may be like some personal rivalries, you know, maybe between like some of the guild players, and maybe like some old rivalry between like maybe like me and Boaster and stuff from like back then, but I don't think it's anything too much. More friendly, I think.
That's very, very sweet. I do have something that I want to show you guys just now, because barking, I think you were kind of throwing GAN signs as well at one point. We're gonna show everybody in case people missed it, but it was just like a lot of tomfoolery on the side of Liquid. If you cast your eyes over here, what's this about?
Probably gonna be in the chat spamming dies of cringe right now because there's probably some. I think I'm not even gonna look at that.
Is that like an Insomnia Epic LAN habit?
Oh yeah, bring it back to the BYOC events.
Also, the strategy is working out really well. Just gnoming.
Yeah, can you explain this? What is this?
Yeah, so on our like documents, on our like strat pages, I don't know what it is. Bacon, our analyst, he just pulls out like the oldest photos of like mugshots of us as a little surprise. So I don't know, it's just some like little thing going on there, but. Yeah, I think when we get hyped in a game, honestly, we just turn into some wild animals and just anything comes out our mouth. Probably sometimes that shouldn't be aired, but...
Is that one of the reasons that, because you were like 8-4 down at the half, both maps, and being able to pull it back? Like, there was some definitely like overheat moments, like from Redgar on Bind, like TPing into Lamps with the spike and stuff. I imagine just keeping it like quite chill, just having fun with it, was one of the reasons why he pulled it back, and maybe why NAVI couldn't keep control of it. Because you guys seemed in control, happy, and just sort of enjoying it as opposed to the pressure.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing. Like, you have to kind of realize, like, you know, at the end of the day, you're playing a game, you're having fun, this is your dream, you know. Sometimes if you take it too seriously, you're too stressed, you're probably just, you're just gonna probably just lose the game. And I think that play where he died in Lamps, honestly, didn't have a scoop. He did until like bomb was dropped. It's like, hold up, how has it got there? But I think that's the main thing. Like you have to have in a team. It's just as long as you have fun, you will play better. Like if you come with calmness, you know, you'll play more calmly, you'll play more strategically, and like everything will start to flow more in place. But if you're chaotic, everyone's screaming, you don't know what's happening, then it's gonna show in your gameplay.
Just bark instead, you know, that everyone understands what that means.
Yeah.
We're showing you currently a highlight package of you, by the way. You've been on a rampage, I would say, in the last last week, and the week before. You've put on some live performances. Talk me through how that's been for you, especially because I know a lot of the times you're kind of on the receiving end of being scapegoated when your team don't do well.
Yeah, it's definitely been like one hell of a journey. You know, I've kind of like, in a way, it's kind of like I'm kind of used to it in a way, like being like the scapegoat and like a lot of hate and stuff has kind of been just surrounding me this whole time. And I think like I've kind of just gotten used to it now. I've kind of gone like a bit numb. I don't really care like what people say. Like eventually, like I think it's just more like I let myself down when I play bad and stuff. So like even like the first few weeks, like I wasn't feeling myself. Like I don't know what was happening, and like especially like this last, I'd say even like month, I've been putting in like a lot of like work individually and like personally and even mentally. I think that's the main thing where it's like, I think right now like my biggest enemy is myself, and that's why I think I had to like try and overcome, because I know if I can overcome that, I can be like one of the greats, and I think that's my only dream, so that's why I'm like putting so much work for it.
Oh yeah, you've proven everyone wrong, I feel like, Ryan. I don't think there's a single person that could really doubt your performance, especially over the last 3 weeks, when it matters, basically.
Yeah. Also just the agent pool as well. Like I think some people are like, you know, seeing Yampi on Musty Sky and you being able to fill in on the Fade again, but also seeing like the Sage on Split, like just being able to fulfill that role. I do have a question though. Vitality was a bit like of a rougher series yesterday. What was the harder series to play? Today against NAVI, where you win 2-0, or Vitality yesterday?
I think for sure it'd be Vitality, because even when we played against NAVI earlier, we played with Harming, it was like both games of 13-11, and I think especially like the players on Vitality, like Twistin as well, they can just really like pop off. and just like honestly just solo carry a game. And I think, yeah, we kind of just struggled with their game plan, but I think against NAVI, we just kind of had like a better understanding of what they like to do and their tendencies. So I think that's why it was an easier game against NAVI.
Also, you played against FPX NAVI for so long. I feel like at this point, maybe like you say, you just know what they do. Whereas Vitality, people, I think a lot of teams struggle against
Pure wild card, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, Ryan mentioned your agent pool. I'm angry at Dom. I'm gonna bat for you because last week your entire team were trolling. We got Nats Chamber, Redgar Reina, and you still played like the boring ass initiators. Why?
Honestly, it was actually really close to me playing Raze. I don't know what happened.
Like the old days.
Yeah, the old days.
You owe us one of those games.
I think one day we have to. Like honestly, I miss it. Like I still play ranked and stuff. Sometimes I just miss the agent, but I think yeah, you never know.
But why didn't you whip it out last week? Everyone else got to play fun stuff.
I guess it's my turn next. I don't know. I had to be the dad of the game, you know, make sure all the kids are, like, they can have fun and stuff. Yeah, and it's weird to think that I'm like the second oldest in the esports team. Like usually I was like the youngest. I'm like the second oldest somehow. So
you've literally aged through Liquid at this
point.
Yeah, you are Liquid. I feel like.
Yeah, yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, we also have a stats for you as well if you want to have a look over here in terms of the total assists per round out of every single player in this league. I mean, your teammate Redgar is up there, but you, Chronicle, are leading the charge.
I guess I like to set up my teammates for success, I guess.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, especially with Chronicle, who's also just had like an insane like group stages and stuff like that. But seeing as you sort of like mentioned like the early stages of like groups, obviously like Team Secret and Lock-In, like what's been the difference? Because it feels like Liquid has got better and better week on week. What would you say is like the reason for that? What could you attest? Is it like the Redgar feeling much more comfortable mid-round calling, Safe aiding a little bit more? Like what's been the thing that's enabled you to get better and better as we progressed through the like year so far?
I think for our team, it was a team that needs a lot of time to figure out like even how we act as humans like within the team, like how we kind of how we decide and how we move things around in the team. And I think it was a long learning process. Like we learned a lot, especially in Brazil. And I think after that we made like quite a few changes and slowly we progressed better and better. And I think that was like the main thing that we needed was just time to kind of mesh together.
Honestly, I don't think anybody would have believed it if at Lock-In when you lost to Team Secret that I say that you will be going to Tokyo, right? I think that kind of shows how great you guys have been as a team. But if we take a look at the playoffs bracket, I cannot believe we're 2 days deep already and we already have 2 teams confirmed. As you guys can see, Liquid and Fnatic will 100% be going to Tokyo, but there's 2 more spots left thanks to Fnatic winning Lock-In. Dom, who you got your eyes on? You think Foot Vitality, Giants and NAVI, which 2 do you reckon are going to go through to join you?
I think I'll go with NAVI. They're like more of like a safer option for like the 3rd place. Honestly, the 4th spot is just like the most RNG thing ever. I think they're all so good, and it just really depends how they play on the day. Like I think out of those 3 teams, anyone can beat anyone. Like especially footballers today. After that first map against Fnatic, I was like, oh god. But yeah, honestly, I think it's honestly it's going to be like very random for the 4th spot. But I think, okay, if I had to pick one, I'll go Footballist.
Good choice. I think I would pick that as well.
Yeah,
because you're not on tomorrow, so who have you got for the other game, Navi?
I think Far and Navi go through. We'll see. But because, I mean, who knows, like you said, if anybody turns up on the day. I mean, we can look at the schedule so you guys know what is coming up tomorrow. But Dom, you get a day off tomorrow, but you got to play Fnatic the day after tomorrow. Again, you've played against Fnatic like 50 times at this point. How are you feeling about this matchup? Obviously, they lost a map today, so they're not unbeatable.
Yeah, they're not like a brick wall right now, but I think they're close enough to a brick wall. But I think we kind of know what went wrong last time we played against Fnatic. So, and I think especially now, like, you know, both teams has qualified. I think it'll be a lot more like relaxed and probably more just like. Obviously, we want to be more like. We also want to like try and win the whole thing, you know, win the trophy. I think that'll be something really cool to take home. But I think it's going to be a fun game regardless, because yeah, we've played against each other millions of times, but it hasn't been of recent times where we haven't played against each other as much, so I think it'll be fun.
Also, how does it feel to finally be good at bind? That's new.
That's crazy. Honestly, yeah, because I looked at our stats and I was like, we've played like 50 bind games, we've got like a 30% win rate, and I was like, excuse me? Yeah. But like even in scrims though, like even old Liquid and stuff, we were always good in scrims on bind, but I think something just happened in like officials where we just kind of had this block. But I think especially getting the experience from the Gambit boys, like they really kind of helped us become a good team.
And also very quickly, a last question, what's it like to be good at pistols as well? Also new?
I think I'll give myself some credit. I've been crowned as the pistol king. I've been one, I kind of, after seeing like what was going wrong and kind of realizing, like, guys, we really need to step up our pistols, and they kind of put me on charge of it.
Oh, it's you,
so it's
not
all,
Bacon.
No, it's all me. So I make all the calls. We've been like even yesterday when we played the whole BO3, 5 out of 6 pistols won. I think Liquid's never done that before.
Yeah.
I'm like,
yeah.
damn.
And today.
Yeah, and today was it 3 out of 4, right?
Yeah, but you also won the second round. So
okay, so
technically,
yeah, 4 out of 4.
Yeah.
But I think it's I'll give myself some credit finally. So
saw some good sheriff highlights as well, like from what we saw before. So yeah, it shows. I think.
Yeah, I knew it. It's not Bacon anymore. That makes so much sense. I love you, Bacon. I love you. I love you. But thank you so much, Don, for joining us. Have a good rest tomorrow, and we'll see you the day after. Thank you, Ryan, for joining me today as well. Thank you so much to you guys for watching at home. Massive congratulations to Fnatic and Liquid for qualifying for Tokyo. But it's not over. There's 2 more spots left, and that will be determined tomorrow. So make sure you come back and join us, starting with FUT versus Vitality, and we'll see you then.
Enemy remains. Bring it down here.